Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll? Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de la Kia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right, it is 6:16 p.m. and with a quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We will now move into the next items of our agenda, which is our opening ceremony. And we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, let me tell you a little bit about who will be leading our pledge this evening. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Landon Hare of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Her, am I saying that correctly? Okay. Cadet Her is a rising, I don't have the pronunciation thing, so there we go, is a rising 11th grade student at Vista Ridge High School and a second-year cadet. He is a member of the armed drill and physical fitness teams, and he's committed to serving the community as a volunteer with the City of Cedar Park at Veterans Memorial Park. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Her was recognized with the Navy ROTC Exemplary Conduct Award and by the Non-Commissioned Officers Association for his demonstrated leadership potential. Cadet Her's active participation in unit activities and commitment to service directly contributed to the unit's formal designation as a distinguished unit with academic honors. Cadet Her's performance and dedication reflects most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and the district. Well done, Cadet Her. We will now stand for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Join us for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
If you'd please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
We will now move on to our communication announcements. We will start with our superintendent remarks. Dr. Gehring, do you have anything to update the board with this evening?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I want to start with mentioning that we currently have a COVID vaccination clinic going on right now. We, as of right now, have already run 70 people through there, and there's still a long line going on there. So just wanted to share the fact that we're making vaccinations as available as possible to anybody who wants them. I wanted to talk a little bit about face coverings and masks in particular in relation to COVID-19. We as a district are recommending masks be worn, if at all possible, by all of our staff and students as we return to school. And I just wanted to point out that on July 29th, 2021, Governor Greg Abbott did execute Executive Order GA38. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things that are in that executive order that apply to our situation. Point 2A under the government executive order says no governmental entity can compel any individual to receive a COVID-19 vaccine administered under an emergency use authorization. 3A talks about that there are no COVID-19 related operating limits for any business or other establishment. And Part E under 3 says public schools may operate as provided by and under the minimum standard health protocols found in guidance issued by the Texas Education Agency. And so the Texas Education Agency does have public school guidance related to the pandemic, and we are following all of those rules. 4A says no governmental entity, including a county, city, school district, and public health authority, and no governmental official may require any person to wear a face covering or to mandate that another person wear a face covering. And so I just wanted to point out that's why we are recommending face masks, but not requiring them. I also just wanted to address virtual learning. I wanted to give you a quick update. So the board did approve virtual learning for 300 seats in our virtual academy. We've been refining that list, and you've heard a little update about that before. I just wanted to tell you that as of today, we have 305 confirmed students in the academy, and as of this afternoon, we had 1,394 students on our wait list. About 75% of those students on the wait list are pre-K 5 students. And as we know, pre-K under 12 students are not eligible for vaccine at this time, so we're still waiting on that. That virtual academy, we elected to fund out of ESSA funding. We've put about $2 million of ESSA funding towards standing that up and making that possible. But I wanted to point out that that's not actually the cost of that, because as those 300 students come across into the virtual academy, we also lose their ADA on the general side, and so that's about another $2.7 million. We are, of course, operating this under the governor's orders and TEA rules, mostly coming out of the attendance accounting handbook, and I'm going to talk a little bit more in my superintendent update about the commissioner's call today at 3, and I have some slides that will line out some of what happened today, just this afternoon. I did want to address diversity, equity, and inclusion, since we have policy AEA on the agenda tonight, and I want to make sure that I just pointed out that you've heard a lot about our core beliefs, our vision, our mission, and the fact that we really are working to meet the needs of each and every student in the district. And that is at the core of my definition of equity. And so as we go forward and have really meaningful and difficult conversations about this issue, I just want to remind us to remember that we're trying to identify the needs of each and every one of the individuals in our system, and then we're trying to find creative ways to meet those needs as best we can. And so we are going to refer you back to those core belief statements that you developed together as a group. I say you, I should say we. And our vision and mission statement, which really now become the driving force of everything that we do. And of course, you have those on these cards for easy reference at your tables. And I just wanted to end with some good news. So, as you know, the first rating is the financial accountability rating for the district. We did receive poor news on our last first rating that came out. And remember that first rating is based on data that is several years prior to the first rating being issued. And so since both Elaine Cogburn and I have been here for the last 2 years, this first rating that just got released today will be the first one that operates around data that Mrs. Cogburn has been responsible for. And so we are excited to share with you that we did receive an A on the first rating and superior rating. And I just want to thank Mrs. Cogburn for her incredible work in making sure that we continue to be financially sound in the district. And this is just one indicator of that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Kering. All right, board members, any opening remarks?
I just want to remind everyone the Leaf Mudstickle is September 19th and registration is happening now, so no, don't forget. And I think you have to register by August something to get a t-shirt, so go register.
Excellent. And then for committee updates, Alexis, I know you did the security. Do you want to give an update for us?
Sure. We had the Safety and Security Summit meeting on Monday night, and they had a big summit, like an all-day on the 26th or 27th. But they met and did their work, and then we met, and so we have some new members to our audit and constable and office, and some additional guys that are going to come alongside us and work with us. But progress is going well, and update happened, and we're moving forward.
Madam President, I was a little surprised that after our last board meeting Tuesday, the materials that were not available to us at that meeting were added to Board Book. Not only were they provided to us, which was wonderful, but they were added to Board Book for that meeting. I would respectfully request that they be removed, as they were not part of that meeting, not part of that discussion, and not available to board members or the community in that meeting. They certainly are relevant to the topic, but they were not part of the materials available at the time of the meeting.
So I wonder if administration was just trying to get us something, but sure, we can go ahead if administration will just move that to the discussions for tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, board members.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey, how are you over there?
I'm all right.
Yes.
I just wanted to take a second and give a shout out to some folks that I had conversations with this week via email. Let's see, there was Mike and Valerie, Todd, gosh, I can't remember them all now, but a lot of conversations regarding diversity and equity and wearing of masks. And what was really nice, didn't start out nice, we're all operating under a high level of stress. And so some of these emails were understandably emotional. My responses back were equally emotional, and I was heartened that we had so many individuals that took the time to not only reach out to us, but once started a dialogue, we actually exchanged numbers of emails. And we came away with an appreciation, I think, that we're still talking about some difficult subjects. At the end of the day, whether you think masks are silly or you think masks are absolutely essential, we're all trying to do the same thing. We're all trying to take care of our kids. And I want to leave an example because I think it may set the tone. One of the individuals that I was corresponding with said, my fear is that those that choose not to wear a mask are going to be ridiculed. I hadn't considered that. And the reason I hadn't considered that is because in my mind, I was afraid that those that chose to wear a mask were going to be ridiculed. And so we had that exchange of ideas, and we went, we're really looking at the same fear from different perspectives. And that's where we are as a community. So I hope that as we go through this tonight, I think in one of the emails it was 3/4 of the people want mask, period. Another 3/4 wants no mask, period. 2/3 want mask optional, and 9 out of 10 just hate the board. So that's where we're at. But for those in the audience and for those watching, we're not taking this lightly. It has been an exhausting 1.5 years for everybody. We're doing the best we can with the information that we have. We have to base our recommendations off of something. And so when we use the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, our nursing staff, the Department of State Health Services, I'm getting the same information in the role that I'm filling currently. We have to use the data that's available, and certainly you can find any science out there to support whatever position you have. But we have to make a decision. I think that yes, our hands are tied, but I think mask optional and giving students the choice, that is a compromise. That's what we have to work with. So if you choose to wear a mask, great. If you choose not to wear a mask, that's fine as well, right? But let's remember that we're all approaching this. We're all trying to take care of our kids. So just wanted to share that. Just some thoughts.
Board members, I'll be brief. One of the things that I'd like us to continue to do is update each other on the committees that we're serving on or what's happening. This is also a time for our audience to see that there's other work that is happening. I will say that our board operating procedures, we've been focusing on the agenda and meeting structure. Updates from our vision and work mission may be in there, so those meetings are going on and will be going on, and there will be a board operating update brought to the board from that work. Also, we have a legislative committee, and the legislative committee did, of course, get an update today. The special session will be starting on Saturday. There are several legislative items on it, including public education during COVID. And if anybody wants to, I'm sure you can go look at the governor's website to read the proclamation in more detail. Alexis already covered the safety and security, and we have more members coming on and continued broadening of issues that will be taken up. So that is still moving forward. The Leander Key 6 meeting, Dr. Gehring and I got to speak with our Leander officials. We talked about the growth in Leander, and I really appreciate that opportunity to continue to grow that connection and communication. I think that's valuable to continue working with our cities and our locally government elected bodies, because we kind of all do interact together. Also, TASB was this past weekend. I'd like to thank Aaron, who dedicated his time as well. He went to Houston to meet on their entity risk management board. So they support all of our Texas public education students, and of course, by extension, our Leander ISD students. Oh, you're going to go first. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just the wrong board. I serve on the Lone Star Investment Pool Board.
Okay, Lone Star Investment Board. It's an entity board. I'm sorry, but thank you. Yes, but that's still a good board. Again, Lone Star Investment, and we can talk later about some of the amazing things you guys are doing. I was there as a role of legislative committee member, and I, along with other trustees, we continue to share and talk about our current challenges and the opportunities we can see with our lawmakers in the special session and the next regular session. So just an update on different meetings and events going on. I'd also like to take an opportunity to say, I've been meeting with some trustees in the Central Texas area, and we've been doing a book study. And I'd like to just tell you that something spoke to me, and it keeps speaking to me. It's from the Governance Core. They quote Don McAdams in the book, "What School Boards Can Do." And he says that effective board governance, when it works well, not only makes a significant contribution to the quality of education programs, but also creates a long-term commitment to the quality and continuous improvement. The key word, says the authors of the Governance Core, is effective. And the authors are Campbell and Fullen. The authors go on to say that having a governance mindset means spending most of your time in the balcony or the helicopter getting an aerial macro view of the situation. Only then can a trustee see the complete picture or system. Going into the fray will risk loss of context and perspective. The guidelines they offer include reserving judgment as we communicate with one another, listening empathetically, stepping back, staying focused on content, always being true to the norms of the board, and don't take differences personally. As I read that, it made me think a lot of our brave space commitments that we've been talking about too as a board. And I would love to continue a dialogue, whether it's something as formal as if we want to do training or we want to do a book study sometime as our board on the art and what I call the art and science of good governance. The things I keep noodling on frequently is a comment to the book states, a belief that school boards are vastly underutilized at precisely the time when they are most needed. So I've been thinking, what does it look like when you have the opposite of a board being underutilized? How does that help our community and our students? So I just wanted to pass on a little bit of noodling there. Any other comments before I move to citizen comments?
I will give a shout out to the policy committee, and that's me and Alexis and Aaron, because we have spent hours and hours every week together. I think last week we spent 4 hours, right? We met 2 nights in a row for 2 hours each with Sean and with Matt Bentz and with Jennifer Collins, and Before that, it was other pieces. And it's been a really, I think we challenge each other and we negotiate with each other and we collaborate with each other really well in that space. And so it's hard work and it's been a lot of hours, but I really appreciate serving on that committee with my fellow board members.
Thank you, Gloria. We'll now move on to our citizen comments portion of the agenda. Please note there are other ways you can communicate with the board, but this agenda item is time set aside for us during this meeting to hear from our community. We are restricted in the ways we can interact with you during this portion of our meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not posted on the agenda. Therefore, please note this format is not a conversation or a back and forth discussion, and we'll ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerates further requests, but I will just sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of the meeting. As such, we request no outburst or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments, and each speaker has up to 3 minutes. It's my intention that we respect and honor each person's time. So I want to call the first speaker, Sherry, if you want to go ahead. And also let me let the board and the audience know we have 22 speakers this evening. How about I call up a panel so that way it'll work? We'll call up Sherry, Monica, and Chrislyn. When you get up here to speak, remember you'll have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees. Hopefully you'll hear a chime if it's working this evening when the 3 minutes are up. And then please press the button that's there on your microphone to speak, and then push it again when you're done, when you conclude. Thank you so much. Sherry, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustee members. My name is Sherry Richmond, and as an educator within this district, I wanted to come tonight to discuss my support for the adoption of the educational equity policy. This policy sends a clear message to our staff, our students, and our community that we are here to support all students, not just the privileged some. When I look at my classes, I see a multitude of identities who are wanting to flourish within their talents and genius. Unfortunately, without a district policy, many of them wither under the crushing inequity within the school building. Harsh and discriminatory rules regarding discipline, dress code, and grading target our marginalized students. We see the outcomes of this in predictable data, from low test scores to low enrollment in advanced courses to graduation rates. However, through this policy, we can begin to enact long overdue change. We can take what used to be a dark outcome for our marginalized students and bring them back into the light of a promising future. As Maya Angelou said, when you know better, you do better. I'm glad that this board now knows better because our students cannot wait any longer for us to do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sherry. Monica?
Madam President, members of the board, thank you for listening to my comment this evening. I'm here to request that you please adopt the education equity policy presented to you tonight, including establishing an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. This policy was masterfully drafted by dedicated employees of LISD, and adopting it will be a much-needed move toward a more equitable district for our students and their families. Speaking of families, one of my close friends from college recently contacted me about moving his family back to the greater Austin area and asked me about the very highly ranked LISD. There are many aspects to a student's identity, and knowing that his children's identities do not entirely fit Leander's majority, I encouraged him to dig a little deeper into what their experience might be like here before making his decision. He and his wife started by watching some of the board meetings from last year to get a feel for the community and those with power here. We all know that last year's meetings could be contentious, to say the least, but they helped provide insight into the equity issues facing our district and potentially his children. It wasn't just the citizen comments from community members and outside lobbyists or the ongoing book issue, but also follow-up board conversations and presentations about equity that raised flags. Further research indicated that LISD had made state and national news for events regarding racism in recent years. They began to wonder if Leander would be the place for them after all. Naturally, my friend and his wife want what is best for their children. They want access to highly ranked academics, but they also want their children to be able to learn in an inclusive and supportive environment that will truly value them for who they are. Our students and their families should not have to choose between academics and equity when finding a district to call home, and as a destination district, we should not ask them to do so. LISD has acknowledged their need for equity growth, and I believe that adopting the education equity policy and establishing an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion will not only demonstrate a commitment to this work, but build our future as a true destination district for all students and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Chrislyn?
Madam President and Board, my name is Chrislyn. I'm a parent of a 6 and 11-year-old who attend LISD, and I'm also a nurse practitioner. I have concerns about the Leander ISD COVID protocols. We are currently at a yellow stage, while Williamson, Travis County has raised their alerts to the highest levels, and we're asking for urgent action. We are going to put twice the amount of students in our buildings with a variant twice as contagious, with fewer protocols and less resources. Leander can do better, and our community needs us to do better. Leander COVID protocols plan to return contact tracing to the health department. For APH department guidance for the school operations, I quote, "When schools learn that someone who's been diagnosed with COVID-19 was on campus, schools must identify that person's close contacts at the school based on CDC definition of close contacts, and schools must then notify those close contacts of exposure and need to quarantine. Those close contacts should not return to school or campus activities until quarantine period is ended. Round Rock ISD, Austin ISD plan to contact trace and recommend quarantines based on CDC and health department guidance. LISD does not plan to let parents know if there are COVID cases in their child's classroom. Instead, the protocol recommends self-monitoring for COVID-19 symptoms 2 times a day for close contacts. This is not based on any CDC, Austin Public Health, Williamson Public Health Department recommendations. We can and need to do better for our kids, our teachers, our community. LISD current protocols will not provide any education opportunities for students when they are asked to isolate or quarantine. Per APH department guidance for school operations, I quote, "During 21-22 school year, we strongly urge schools to make plans to offer facilitate virtual learning for students who have tested positive for COVID-19, are close contacts of someone with COVID-19, or have 1 or more symptoms of COVID-19. How can we be compliant with our health department when we clearly are ignoring these guidelines? How can our protocols say encourage staying home when sick when we don't support our students and teachers staying home? How can our mission statement refer to creating safe and supportive environment to nurture personal growth when we have overcapacity elementary schools with unvaccinated children and we're not contact tracing? This current protocol expects teachers, staff to take personal days if they're sick with COVID-19 or they need to quarantine. If they don't have personal days, then they're unpaid. I know the state has tied your hands. I know Leander ISD can't mandate masks or get paid for virtual days, but we have to be creative. We can contact trace, we can be more transparent, we can mandate masks on bus since this is considered public transportation, and you can support teachers and students when they are sick. Leander ISD is an amazing school district, and this is an incredible community, but our hospitals are at capacity, and half of the students are not eligible for vaccines. Lee ISD can do hard things, and we have to do better with this current protocol. Other districts are doing better. Thanks for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Chrislyn. All right, thank y'all so much. We're going to call up our next 3 speakers. Alexis, Gerald, and Francesca. And if I said that wrong or mispronounced, y'all can feel free to correct me when you get up here. Thank y'all so much. Again, you'll have 3 minutes. If you notice there's a button there on your microphone, be sure to press it when you speak and then press it when you're done. Alexis, you're up first.
Hello, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Gearing, and leadership team. Over the last year alone, we have heard countless stories from families in our district who have experienced racism, homophobia, transphobia, and prejudice in our schools. We have reviewed many sets of data regarding our students' achievement and disciplinary patterns, and we have collected qualitative feedback about the experiences families and staff have had in LISD. Through all of that, the same conclusion was confirmed. We need to be more equitable and inclusive to ensure the success of all of our stakeholders. The work we've done this year, especially that of the Diversity and Equity Committee, has led us to the policy you will be discussing tonight. This policy recognizes the history of harm we have perpetuated in our district while also proposing a strong next step to show our families and employees that diversity, equity, and inclusion truly is a priority in LISD. We have spent the last year discussing and exploring and seeking to understand, but it is time that we take action and prove to our community that we will not accept identity-predictable disparities in achievement, access, and experience. The proposed policy would allow us to establish an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to oversee the implementation of new policies that promote a more inclusive culture and experience for all those in our district. Not only do we owe our families and employees this support and commitment to doing what is right, but by doing so, we will see our entire community benefit. We will establish trust with families that are understandably skeptical of our district, and we will see the achievement of all students increase. When people feel accepted and supported, they are able to focus on the task at hand, growing and learning as people. When our community succeeds, we all succeed. So tonight, I implore you, please, please adopt this policy. It is time to move beyond the identification of the problem and begin the true work of addressing the issues with diversity, equity, and inclusion within our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Gerald?
Good evening, Board. My name is Gerald Prater, and I'm a parent here in Leander ISD, and I want to speak tonight about the law and your policy on equity. The law is very clear. As you've mentioned before, Governor Abbott signed House Bill 3979 into law, forbidding the teaching of critical race theory. And I'm here to say tonight that the law is much bigger than the state of Texas, because what this practice does is it actually violates the Constitution of the United States. It violates the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which says that we are not to group people based on categories and broad brush and stereotype people, which is exactly what this does. As a minority who, I've mentioned this to you before in previous meetings, I've seen it, I know what it looks like. We don't have anything close to that right now here in this country. We have isolated incidents where people are not good people, but that does not mean that as a white person, you're all bad. Or as a black person, I'm a victim. That's what we're teaching, and I don't want my kids taught that. In your policy, I can say that I went through in detail. I didn't just go and look at, I went through in details, and I recognize the efforts that you've put into drafting this policy, but you have lost a lot of confidence in a lot of people here in your community. And one area that I want to point out to you where you're dancing around with words, where the actual critical race theory is there, you're just kind of playing with the words. And it's in your policy selection criteria, item number 6, which reads that you're going to select they are designed to provide information that will motivate students and staff to examine their own attitudes and behavior, to understand their duties, responsibilities, and rights, privileges as citizens participating in society, and to make informed choices in their daily lives. That is not teaching basic mathematics, and that's activism is what it is. It's teaching the students to recognize that some people need to do what we say you should do. It's really not the education that I'm paying for my kids to have. It's activism. It's also a form of Marxism, which is a way that the communists are attacking our country to get us divided. Just what you're teaching, what you're pushing, is that we're in classes that are superior or inferior to one another. And one last thing, this is not just a few parents this is a nationwide movement, in case you haven't noticed. People all over the nation are standing up and saying, no more of this. And we are paying attention. One closing statement. My summary of this whole thing is that I oppose racism. I oppose racism, whether it comes from the Ku Klux Klan or whether it comes from people that are pushing critical race theory. I've lost a lot of confidence in you guys.
Thank you, Gerald. Francesca?
Good evening, and thank you so much for your time. I am the parent of two very awesome LISD students, one high schooler who happens to be autistic and one elementary school student who is enrolled in GT. I have their permission to share with you all tonight that we support the proposed DEI policies, and we'd like to thank everybody that worked so hard on them. I've said it before in this room, but it bears repeating that this is a wonderful school district, but we have issues with diversity, equity, and inclusion. The years of testimony by BIPOC, LGBTQ+, and special needs parents, students, and educators before multiple boards should be enough to illustrate that we need a policy in place. It saddens me every time I have to dispute those who say we don't have problems or kids don't treat anybody differently or that DEI is a disservice to our kids' education because it's all demonstrably false. Some examples of actual disservice to our kids' education are when our BIPOC students face discrimination and are subjected to racial slurs. When our LGBTQ+ students feel unsafe because some in our communities complain about their rights just to exist on their own terms. When my own son was repeatedly harassed and even assaulted because his social struggles made him an easy target. How can any kid go back to class and effectively learn anything after having experiences like this? The answer is that they can't. Our school administrators bent over backwards to help my child, but that didn't make it any easier for him to go back to school each time something happened. It certainly didn't make it easier for me as a parent to watch my child try to find a compromise between being himself and being closer to somebody else that the other kids would want to leave alone. This push to keep the status quo or go backwards to what's being deemed as traditional values is part of the reason we are having so much trouble, and it's why we will fail these kids, especially those in our marginalized communities. Change is hard, but that's what policy is for, to give us a framework and a guide to get to the other side of it. I want and expect my two very different kids to have equitable education outcomes. I expect that they will be challenged and educated to a high degree, that they will view their schools as a safe place, and that they will be valued as members of their schools' communities for exactly who they are. I expect these equitable outcomes knowing that they will not be taught the same way because they can't. Their learning differences are too great. But all of our students should be able to say that Leander not only gave them an education, but helped foster their critical thinking, their emotional health, their friendships, and their character growth. That can't happen if we spend so much time putting off or extending time on desperately needed DEI solutions to placate a small percentage of loud voices over the students and communities who have been asking this district for help for years. Last week, I attended a class on teaching anti-racism to kids, and the teacher, Monique Melton, said that it's not about your intention, it's about the impact and the harm that you did. I ask the board to consider the impact and the harm that we are inflicting by continuing to allow damaging rhetoric and misinformation to lead too many conversations that our kids are listening to. I ask the district to support the proposed DEI policies because we can do better, and our students and our educators deserve to learn and work in a place where they feel safe.
Thank you, Francesca. Okay, our next three speakers will be Crystal, Trista, and Steve.
Hi, my name is Crystal Howard, and I am a parent of two kids attending elementary and middle school in Leander ISD. I'm a minority mom of two biracial children. I thought it was imperative that I came out and spoke about how important diversity, equity, inclusion is in the school district. Without having this policy, it sends a message that not all students are seen as equally important. It demonstrates that the school district may not find it essential that students of all colors, genders, races, ethnic backgrounds, sexual orientation, and religions could feel seen, heard, and understood. More importantly, our community is becoming more diverse, and it's important that these families feel inclusive in the school district. There are several stories that I've read about kids experiencing racism at school in South Austin and students saying racist comments to their peers. It's imperative that we have a policy in place to enforce that all of our students feel that they can come to school every day and feel that they will be treated fairly by their teachers and classmates. classmates. Most importantly, it's the job of the school district to provide a safe place for them to learn, grow, and excel in. This policy would ensure that we're creating an inclusive space for all students. This is a time to start this conversation around diversity and equity and inclusion in our community. Let's create an inclusive learning environment where we have high expectations for all children and have high outcomes for every student. We should be committing towards creating a self-inclusive environment for all students, creating educational equity to ensure every child receives what is needed to develop to their full potential, valuing diversity and inclusion and meaningful engagement of all voices as we collaborate to improve the common good, creating a culture of respect, transparency, and data-informed decision-making to build trusting relationships with each other and those we serve. And I'm challenging all of you today to think about 3 questions. Have we created an inclusive environment for all students and ensured that there are policies in place to guarantee every student can thrive in school? Do we understand and respect each student may practice different religions and feel welcomed in our school, but most importantly, celebrated? And lastly, are we open to learning that we all come from various different backgrounds? And are we considering every student when making decisions on behalf of the school district? I think it's time to have this conversation. I think our community is becoming way more diverse. In another 5 years, it's going to be a different world that we're living in, and it's time to start opening this discussion because it has to happen. I know that everyone's not comfortable about the topic, but this is the opportunity for us to really turn a corner and start having the conversation because it's unfair for these students. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Trista?
Good evening. My name is Trista Parks. The proposal for the instructional policy revision that y'all are considering should be reviewed through the lens of the new law, HB 3979, passed by the state legislature this year. Considering the Texas Attorney General has a very specific legislative interpretive expertise, I highly suggest that the board exercise wisdom and confirm this verbiage with the AG prior to adopting these policy changes to ensure that our school district is in compliance with state law. In review, we have found 4 violations. The first is the proposed EF Local Objective 4, stating multiple viewpoints related to controversial issues to foster critical thinking skills and encourage discussion based on rational analysis. HB 3979 clearly states in Section 1H3 that a teacher may not be compelled to discuss a particular current event or widely debated and controversial issue of public policy or social affairs. This proposed policy clearly violates our new current law through mandating that every teacher will present multiple viewpoints on controversial issues. It's a clear violation of the law. Secondly, if the wording is changed for the teacher to choose to discuss the topic, the wording is still ambiguous. As your proposed policy states, it must be based on rational thinking. People have varying views as to what is rational, especially as it relates to certain hot topics of sex, race, gender, etc. Therefore, basing a policy on something as subjective as rational thinking leaves the door open to potential violation of the law. More specific to the Section 1H3 I mentioned before, that no training, orientation, therapy, or course may teach that one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex, and an individual by virtue of the individual's race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. Through your proposed policy, you would allow this teaching, orientation, and training of the teachers would be violating state law. Third, the same selection of proposed policy for criteria 4 states that the instruction resources are supposed to be weighed as a whole. HB 3979 does not give school districts the leeway to weigh something as a whole in regard to the aforementioned criteria of an individual's inherently racist, sexist, oppressive, consciously or unconsciously. Fourth, in the same section, criteria 6 proposed that providing information that will motivate students and staff to examine their own attitudes and behavior to understanding their responsibility and privileges. Your proposed policy is the leading statement that would open the door to change students and staffs to examine their own attitudes, behavior as it relates to anything, including if an individual is inherently racist or sexist or oppression. It's another violation. In closing, I think each of you believe yourselves to be trustworthy board members and that you're doing your best. In that regard, I strongly suggest that you request the AG review the policy changes in order to ensure that LISD is in compliance with current state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Trista. Steve?
Good evening. Under consideration for revision is the instructional resources policy. On page 1, paragraph 4 of the LISD policy, it states that the current policy is struck out, and under consideration for adoption its place is present multiple viewpoints related to controversial issues to foster critical thinking skills and encourage discussion based on rational analysis. So what we're suggesting is that you add the following clarification to the end of this paragraph. However, in accordance with HB 3979, Section 1, H3 and 1, a teacher may not be compelled to discuss a particular current event or widely debated and currently controversial issue of public policy of social affairs. Rational analysis is a subjective term. What is rational to one individual may not seem rational to another. Even with the best of intentions, as this policy is currently worded, curriculum developers and department heads could be encouraged to put together curricula which violate the state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you so much, speakers. We'll call up our next panel of 3, Dave, Christine, and Claudia.
Good evening. Looking around, I find I am the oldest one here, having been born in the 1930s. I retired from the Army as a lieutenant colonel. I served 2 tours in Vietnam, 1 in Germany, several stateside tours in my 26 years in uniform. I served with Americans of all races, backgrounds, to protect our great nation. I'm familiar with racism, having seen it back in my youth. I remember white-only signs on drinking fountains, blacks sitting in the back of the bus and in the back of the theater, restaurants not serving blacks, segregated schools, and much more. In 1962, my military police company, I was a young lieutenant, we were deployed to Oxford, Mississippi to help James Meredith, the first black to enroll at Ole Miss. I was out on campus for about 40 days, got no credit for it, but we helped provide an extraction force should he get into trouble. Have we made any progress since then? Go to an Ole Miss football game or watch it on television. When a black athlete scores a touchdown, I don't see the white guys sitting on their hands. They're up yelling and cheering. You see the same kind of reaction to various personnel when you watch America's Got Talent. America's not a racist country. Those critical race theory advocates are clever. They use words rather than using Marxism, but euphemisms such as equity, social justice, diversity, and inclusion. CRT places people in a group. We have a good example of how that was done. A guy named Adolf Hitler put all the Jews into a group. And that way, every time a Jew did something wrong, he wouldn't talk about the individual, talk about that Jew from that Jewish group. The individual in CRT is less important than the group. We need to continue to judge people based on the content of their character. Why does socialism fail? I've got a theory. Human nature takes over eventually. And Joe and John are working But John doesn't work very hard. Joe looks around, sees that's happening, and my time is about out. Ronald Reagan said, freedom is never more than a generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed for them to do the same. Thank you.
Dave, thank you, and thank you for your service to our country and your military service. Christine?
Good evening. I've sat here quietly in the audience for some time listening, but tonight I am here to voice my disappointment and disgust with this board and with the superintendent. I have had kids in this district since 2009, and we were one of the first families that started at Westside Elementary and kindergarten the year it opened, and we even had 2 children graduate from there. But unfortunately, our 3rd child won't get to keep up that tradition because we have been forced to make a difficult decision to remove our children from this district. The decision was based solely on the road each and every one of you have decided to go down. I personally reached out to Place 7 to voice my concerns the moment I heard that Mr. Gearing was hired. I also made sure to make her aware of the controversy he was leaving behind at Dripping Springs ISD and the parents I personally spoke to from that district, but she assured me he would stay neutral. I have some time to reflect on what LISD used to be and where we are headed now, and all I can see is our district imploding right before my eyes. Each and every one of you has stated that you represent all of us, but as I sit here in front of you tonight, I can positively state that that is a bold-faced lie. You represent the families that align with your personal beliefs, your personal agendas that you're pushing, period. I can only pray that the community now sees exactly what you guys are up to. My children do not fall in line with any of those beliefs or agendas, so I guess my family is part of who you want to eradicate with your new AEA policy that Place 2 and Place 3 helped put together, and what will be discussed later tonight. What I can say without a shadow of a doubt is that I have never seen or felt such hatred and racism in our district until this new board and superintendent were put into effect. I think we all know who and what is the problem here. We now have activist teachers teaching our children. We now have an activist school board members pushing their personal beliefs and agendas like Place 2, 3, and 4. We have had an activist superintendent, and we have activists serving on our committees. LISD used to be a destination district, but now I'm embarrassed to say I even live in this district. We have great teachers that are now engulfed in this catastrophe, and they are either scared to speak out or they have quit the district altogether. We as a community need to stand up and say that we have had enough. You will not teach our children hate and intolerance any longer. You will not teach our children that one person is better than the other simply because of their skin color or their sexuality. Enough is enough, and all of you are put on notice tonight. We as taxpayers own this district, and darkness and evil will always come to light, and I will make sure to be part of the process exposing each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Claudia?
Hi. There was a couple moms that were speaking today, and they were talking about how their child was bullied, and that actually made me sad. And I want them to take a look at the parents that have been standing here for their children. Because a lot of these parents that are against the DEI, EE, CRT, whatever acronym you want to give it today, all of it is racism. Straight up racism. I brought up my boys to believe that nothing will get in their way, nothing. If they work hard for it, they'll achieve it. If an obstacle gets in their way, then they run it down. That's all there is to it. We don't spend 15 minutes in the car crying about it. So let me go ahead and just add that to the parents who have who cried about their children being bullied. The parents here, many regarding the issues at hand, they've been mocked and ridiculed. They've been harassed and put on lists. They've been threatened. They've been doxxed. Their employers have been harassed to fire them. Many of them have received hate mail, and a lot of that hate mail was mocking our Christian faith. Three of the board members belong to a group that have tried to weaponize CPS on some of them. They've been called far-right extremists, white supremacists, bigots. Others have been falsely accused of crimes. A few of the parents have received dead animals at their doors, along with threats of violence. And while this has transpired in our community, a few members on the school board and city council members encouraged this behavior openly and arrogantly on Facebook. It's all recorded, all of it. One particular school board member, Gloria, thanked and expressed her appreciation for this type of activism that goes on towards these parents. But here they are, all these parents. No matter what happened to them, they're still standing here for their kids. They're all standing, and nothing is going to tell them to stop standing for their children. And I just wanted to read a little something on a gentleman who truly had experienced racism. And please, I apologize for the swearing, but since you allow sex to be taught and like the reading for the kids with dildos and all that other stuff, I'm assuming this isn't going to embarrass you too much. Nobody likes to hear the hard truth. Individually and as a culture, we avoid what we need to hear the most. This world is effed up. There are major problems in our society. We are still dividing ourselves up along racial and cultural lines, and people don't have the balls to hear it. The truth is racism and bigotry still exist, and some people are thin-skinned. They refuse to admit that. To this day, many in Brazil claim that there is no racism in their small town. That's why I have to give Kirk Freeman props when I called him in the spring of 2018. But if you are the only one and you aren't stuck in some real world genocidal twilight zone, you better get real too. Your life is not effed up because of overt racists or hidden systemic racism. You aren't missing out on opportunities, making shit money, and getting evicted because America or whoever's the president because your ancestors were slaves or because some people hate immigrants or Jews or harass women or believe gay people are going to hell. If any of that shit is stopping you from excelling in life, I've got some news for you. You are stopping you. You are giving up instead of getting hard. Tell the truth about the real reasons of your limitation, and you will turn the negative into what is real and turn it into jet fuel. Those odds stacked against you will become a damn runway.
Thank you. All right, our next three speakers will be Stephanie, Susan, and Kim. Do I have two Stephanies? Stephanie Holdren, Susan, and Kim. I apologize.
Good evening. Our son, Theo Goodman, will be in 6th grade at Stiles this year. He is currently on the wait list for virtual learning, but due to his medical condition, he really must attend virtually. Theo has fairly regular visits at the Children's Blood and Cancer Center in Austin and will soon most likely be enrolled in a clinical trial in Cleveland, Ohio at Rainbow Babies and Children's Hospital in the next few weeks. He quite likely may never need to use his wheelchair again. To be able to attend school virtually is a perfect solution in light of all the future travel that lies ahead for him this school year. While his birthday is August 21st, the principal investigator for the study at Rainbow Babies in Cleveland does not want him to get the COVID vaccine until after his 2nd or 3rd dose of the trial drug. He probably won't be fully vaccinated until sometime in November. If he contracts COVID, he can't receive his upcoming treatments. We can't let this happen. Period. Please help. Furthermore, he places all the other kiddos at the Children's Blood and Cancer Center and Rainbow Babies at risk for COVID every time he crosses those thresholds at those facilities and travels cross-country for treatments. And in the meantime, Wilco declared us to be in the red phase for COVID-19 on July 17th through the Williamson County and City's Health District. This is a potential disaster for our elementary and middle schools. RRISD and AISD have already declared that they will offer virtual learning sans a waitlist. They'll figure out the funding later, or perhaps receive it from the state, or when it becomes abundantly clear that virtual learning for some is non-negotiable during this time. LISD needs to follow suit. With only 305 slots for virtual learning district-wide and a wait list of over 1,300, our families are being grossly underserved. You need to shuffle funds and resources, implore the TEA and the state. I don't know, but this is a dire situation, and you need to find a way to accommodate the most concerning cases like ours. We have paid tens of thousands of tax dollars over the 22 years that we've lived in LISD. Theo needs to be one more square on a screen. Thanks.
Thank you. And to clarify, you're Susan?
Kim.
Kim. Thank you, Kim, for coming out. Stephanie?
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Holdren, and I have two sons who have graduated from LISD. You may have heard of Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, former Director for European Affairs for the U.S. National Security Council. He just came out with a book titled Here, Right Matters. In our district, right matters too. I support the proposed policies set forth by the LISD Diversity and Equity Advisory Committee. It is the right thing to do to respect and appreciate every child who walks through our doors. Many people will say that they already do this, but we must be intentional in our actions. We must bring our unconscious biases to light. Through review of our curriculum, policies, and procedures, we can identify and address those that perpetuate inequities. Having more information and more education will lead us in the right direction to more fully serve all of our students. My mother immigrated to this country when she was 11 years old after being driven out of her homeland. Hearing another language spoken during family gatherings, as well as different foods, customs, and even designs, gave me an appreciation for and interest in other cultures. This led me to complete a graduate degree in intercultural relations, and I would love to see more education in our district regarding different cultures. Unless you are an indigenous person, you or your ancestors came from somewhere else. This is a nation of immigrants who bring a variety of varying beliefs, customs, music, and wonderful foods. Our diversity makes us rich. If we throw in respect, understanding, and inclusion, then we are mighty. I've heard it said that this is a district of continuous improvement. Adopting this policy and creating the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is a way to continue to improve. It doesn't hurt anyone, but elevates everyone. Let's prepare our students to go out into the diverse world with the tools to be able to work with those from other cultures and backgrounds. Some of you may know me from my years of volunteering with PTA throughout the district. This past year, National PTA has put together some great information and resources surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion. I urge you to check them out at pta.org. They define the terms and encourage every PTA and its members to listen, educate, and advocate. So here I am to advocate for diversifying our faculty, creating an equitable environment for our students, and being inclusive of all. The mission statement of PTA is to make every child's potential a reality. That is what expanding diversity, equity, and inclusion can do, make every child's potential a reality. That is the right thing to do, and here, right matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Susan?
Hi, my name is Susan Oberg. I've been to probably about 3 or 4 of our school board meetings. I had never attended them until we moved to Cedar Park, and just have been coming in the last couple of months. And I have been listening to so many messages and so many podcasts. I've heard it at church. If you see something that is going on that you're not happy with, get involved. And I've been very involved in a lot of recovery ministry, dealing with hurts, hang-ups, and habits with teenagers through elderly. And so I'm coming here. Even last night at church, they said, if you are asked to do something, do it. So I'm here. I'm reading someone else's speech. This is not my speech. I sit back here and I pray for wisdom and discernment for each one of you. And I pray for our children. I pray for the parents that are concerned. We all are concerned, but we need to be concerned for the same thing. And I don't know that we all go about it the same way, but we all really do care for our children. And so I'm here and I'm just praying for God to do a miracle in changing what's happening in our school district. So on behalf of a citizen, admin, administrator, teacher, parent, whoever I'm reading this for, they wrote, "Good evening. Under consideration for revision is the instructional resource policy on page 2, paragraph 4. Are weighted as a whole." By the way, I'm going to be using, I'm not going to use the actual word because I don't speak the words that are being given on some of these. I recommend striking this first sentence of the paragraph based on my CCAC participation. When I was on the CCAC, I asked the curriculum developers what criteria they used to decide if a book was too profane. The book I reviewed had the F word in it all over the place. Cody Edwards, a district employee, said that they had no standard, but they weighted the book as a whole. This seemed to me to be a loophole they were using to put inappropriate, profane, sexually explicit content in the curriculum. I would also recommend strengthening this paragraph by adding the following verbiage to the end of the paragraph. Resources containing this content must be acceptable to the general public and should not violate the trust of the public. Moreover, profanity and sexuality, explicit content shall be kept to a minimum. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, Susan. Thank you, speakers. We'll call up our next panel. Kim, Lauren. Oh, we got Kim. Yep, I'm sorry. I got all mixed up, and it's going to take me one more cycle. I think I'll get it right. Lauren, Mel, and Jeremy. Whenever you're ready, Lauren.
Well, hi. I am actually one of the parents that sent you an email. I haven't heard anything, so I just wanted to be able to get things out in the open, just talk about a couple of things in response to the health response update. Sounds a little redundant. So first of all, thank you for putting an end to a few of the items. I'm not going to bother to list them out just because I would like to save on time. But I do have some questions for these topics. First of all, why are there no recommendations to speak to your family doctor to decide what's best for you and your family? Because this is not a one-size-fits-all situation. And it's irresponsible to ask someone to take action, whether it's vaccine, no vaccine, mask, no mask, vaccine plus mask, I mean, whatever it is, without first speaking to their doctor. That's really important. And it puts pressure on people. The second would be, how are you going to advocate against the bias and bullying of children, teachers, and visitors? This is something that you mentioned, sir, and I'm glad you brought it out in the open of, I don't think it's even been thought of. I think everyone is on a particular mindset of whatever opinion that they're on, and that's an issue because it's creating an environment that's going to give pressure to the students, to the teachers, to anyone involved, and that creates a very hostile environment. While I don't think you are intending that environment, I don't think it's actually been thought about of what happens when a child is not masked and gets bullied by those who are, or what happens when the reverse, a child who is masking gets bullied by those who are not, or you have teachers who didn't go to the vaccine clinic or whatever. These are private things and they are very personal decisions, and I don't recall in the last meeting here any sort of advocacy to say, hey, we will respect your choices. And that's something that's really important because we are entering the environment of people will have that choice, and that choice needs to be respected regardless of what it is. School is to be common ground and it's to be neutral, and that's important. And then the last part was with why are we advocating anything besides speaking to a family doctor? This is such a personal decision. I know those who can't get vaccinated, and I know those who needed to, and both are equal opportunity and need to be respected. And that's something that if there is pressure to mask by highly encouraging mask, for instance, that's giving an opinion. And that's not something that should be given in a place that's supposed to be a spot for common ground and neutrality, and where you're aiming to encourage a place of education and a desire to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. All right, Mel?
Good evening. My name is Mel. I also speak as an immigrant to the United States. And I'm speaking on behalf of someone that doesn't want to put their faces because, you know, as we know, this has been going on, a lot of harassment, blackmailed, hate towards the teachers that stand in a different position of a group that is coming here for different purposes or beliefs. Under consideration for revision in the Instructional Resources Policy on page 2, paragraph 6, I recommend striking this whole paragraph as it seems beyond the scope of any ISD to define what attitudes, duties, responsibilities, rights, and privileges students should have. To me, this encroaches too far on my prerogative as a parent. Whose attitudes will be encouraged and whose attitudes will be frowned upon when students and staffs self-examine? Who decides what our privileges and duties are? Who does that? They are very subjective, and there are very many of us who do not trust the district with these discussions with our kids in light of the district's recent curriculum choices. One person's daughter's English teacher told her class, "Gender is fluid, and if you disagree, I will loathe you." This was in classroom, a teacher telling a child. Not off also all profanities on Facebook, some teachers on Quest putting pictures and profanity towards the students. This is unacceptable. And I get emotional because I cannot believe this is going on in classroom and no one does anything on Facebook is putting profanity against the students that do not believe what the teachers stand for. As she said, we want to teach our children to think for themselves, not to think for themselves. We want to raise children that can make critical decisions upon making a decision upon receiving content, not telling them what to believe, right? This is what we're here for. Even as parents, we need to give them free will. We just teach them what's best. At our continuous improvement conference last year, a presenter accused the Christian church of being an agent of white supremacy. I'm Latina. I'm not a white supremacist, but I consider myself a Christian. So am I a white supremacist? How can a teacher go in classroom and tell children that because they belong to a certain type of faith, any background, right? This is putting a label and it's pretty serious. This whole paragraph seems like a bit of a Trojan horse for an activist agenda. So again, we ask you to remove the paragraph 6 and consider this for everyone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mel. Jeremy?
Good evening, my name is Jeremy. I am a Leander resident since 2014 and a proud parent of Leander ISD third grader. And tonight I'll be speaking on behalf of another person who was not able to be here. And this will be regarding the instructional resources policy. Under consideration for revision is the instructional resources policy on page 3, the top paragraph. I suggest adding academic rigor to the criteria for library resources, and maybe also for the resources paragraphs on page 2. A lot of the book club reading lists weren't very challenging in terms of Lexile levels. My daughter's AP English, in my opinion, did not provide reading material which was challenging. On page 3, I would also like to see the wording where grades 6 through 9 be replaced to read, secondary parents or guardians shall be provided notice of possible reading selections in the district English language arts classes for grades K through 12. including titles, summaries, and identification of potentially sensitive topics or themes. And finally, on page 5, number 5, for parents from campuses serving that grade level, it would be nice if we could change this to state 5 parents to give parents the majority vote on the panel which decides about a formal complaint. Alternatively, you could give parents the majority by using 1 teacher instead of 2 on the formal complaint committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. All right, we'll have our next panel. And this time we're going to do 4 because that'll round off our speakers for this evening. We'll have Perla, the other Stephanie, and Julie, and Brandy. And I do believe that completes the list. I did have a mix-up, so if there's somebody else in the audience who signed up, raise your hand. Let me know we're not missing anybody. All right. Excellent. We'll start with you, Perla, when you're ready.
In 1923, the U.S. Supreme Court observed that parents have a constitutionally protected right to control their children's upbringing, Mayer versus Nebraska. However, its extent in the education context is limited. While constitutional law generally does not support parent rights in public schooling, Texas statutory law provides significant support for parents. Indeed, the first objective of the public education code system, as specified in the State Education Code, Chapter 26, is that parents will be full partners with educators, administrators, and the board in their children's education. I believe that there's been at least 3 teachers that have spoken today, and they have been from Glenn High School. Although Leander Independent School District, I assume at the request of the superintendent, will never tell me exactly who have spoken from Glenn High School. And I've not met all of my students' teachers because of COVID and them being virtual students. And you are denying classical literature. You are denying critical thinking skills to students like mine, to all students, right? Because your philosophy is that you will no longer teach dead white guys. If that doesn't sound racist in itself, what does? So you're denying quality education. Your new policy, AEE, stands to also reduce special programs such as Gifted and Talented. Today, parents are reporting that you are removing PACE math in the lower grades. Shame on you, because for years, you have been denying special programs to our students. You deny them equal opportunity. So I wanted to be very involved, especially in my children's curriculum this year. Again, all roads lead to Glenn. I wouldn't be surprised if some of you are actually zoned for Glenn, but do not send your kids there. Yes, a couple of days ago, Superintendent, you stood here and said, this is the future. However, I don't know that you've ever brought your family here, your children here for this future. So, I'm not allowed to be in my children's curriculum planning, however. I'm not allowed to even have access to their schedules. The superintendent has sent the area superintendent to email me saying that if I want my children's schedules, review of the curriculum, reading lists, I need to file a public information request. So I received a public information request response from Leander Legal, and now they want me to accept redactions because some of that information is confidential. Some of that information will include my students' ID numbers, my students' names, but somehow it has been, my parental rights have been reduced to yet another public information request. You've already extorted $180 out of me. You've quoted me $800 for another PIR. And as of late, you have quoted a parent $12,000 for public information. Leander ISD.
Thank you,
I have no
Perla.
words.
Thank you, Perla. All right, Stephanie.
Hello, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak and your willingness to spend 2 nights this week focusing on our district. There are so many things on this agenda tonight that are extremely important to me as a parent, community member, and volunteer in Leander ISD. It's hard to speak to all of them in 3 minutes. Throughout the last 2 to 3 years, as concerns about racial incidents has been brought to the board's time and time again, you as a board asked for more time and more data. It is time that we implement the AEA policy. It is of the utmost importance, especially as our district and you as board members are seeing more and more polarization and division at your meetings. I appreciate that AEA policy will, when approved, will have the district work to change its practices to eliminate inequities that lead to identity-predictable disparities in outcomes. I am, however, asking that you pause any decision on instructional material policy until your Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is established. The books that have been paused and/or removed from our high school book club silence the voices of and limit the representation of certain groups with identity-predictable disparity. The district needs to ensure that any policy that we amend ensures that all lenses are easily available in the instructional material our kids have access to. Take, for instance, the books which were paused or pulled in cycles 5 through 8. Out of Darkness, Hispanic and Black Voices from Our Texas History. None of the Above, LGBTQIA+ Voices and Experience. Red at the Bone, Black and LGBTQIA Voices and Experiences. Brave Face, LGBTQIA Voices and Experiences. In the Dream House, Hispanic and LGBTQIA Voices and Experiences. Ordinary Hazards, Black Voices and Experiences. Shout, Women and Sexual Assault Victims Voices and Experiences. American Street, Immigrant Voices and Experiences. The Book of Unknown Americans, Immigrant, Latina Voices and Experiences. It is imperative that we stop any adjustment to our policies on instructional material until we can ensure that it does not disproportionately silence voices and experiences in ways that are identity predictable. And I like that the policy says identity predictable. That means if there's a disparity affecting white male children, that will get addressed. It means if there is a disparity that you can predict because of a BIPOC woman, that will get taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Julie?
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Gearing, and the Board of Trustees. I appreciate you allowing me to speak tonight. I am a mother of 2 high school students in the district and a former middle school math teacher. I want to first apologize by just saying that my thoughts are probably going to be a little scattered because what I had written for tonight has already been addressed, and so I felt the need to use my time wisely and say a few more things. But I want to start just by reading the first paragraph of the Leander policy, the proposed policy. It says, the purpose of this policy is to provide guidance, establish a framework, and direct action to effect change within the Leander Independent School District, to eradicate racism, intolerance, bigotry, and prejudice, and to promote an environment that welcomes and respects each community member while appreciating our differences. This is what America is founded on, differences. We're all different. And what saddens me right now is that you can write this, but no matter what you write, if your actions and your enforcements don't support what is written, it's meaningless. It doesn't matter how many hours you spend writing all of these things and going through it. If we don't enforce what we write and truly appreciate the differences of the people in our community, we are right where the nation is, which is completely divided. You know, I should be able to go to anyone in this room and I should be able to share my opinions on things because it's what I believe. I shouldn't expect them to all of a sudden believe what I believe just because I shared my opinions. And if and when they don't agree with me, I should not mock them. I should not start calling them names and thinking that they're a terrible human being just because they don't believe the same things I believe. This is what's happening in our district. From the top down, our leadership needs to step up, stand up, and say that they condemn anyone that is mistreating someone else. When we raise our children, we don't raise our children to go and spit on people or mock them on the playground or say that, you know, something, because something is different or they don't agree with them, that they're not a good person. You know, we raise them to judge people based on their character, because your character and your actions are what speaks volumes about you. It is nothing else. That is it. It is your character and your actions. So when we talk about eradicating racism and intolerance, I feel those two things, there is more racism and intolerance in our district now than there was a year ago. And it is intolerance to it's anti-Christian in our teacher trainings. It is, you know, against things that are common sense. Where are we as a people? Can we not come together? Our leadership from the top down has to step up and say, we are going to come together and not allow anyone else to create this divisive community that we're in. I'm sorry, I got very passionate. I know my time is up. I really do appreciate you. I had so much more I wanted to say, but I will be back.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Brandy.
Yeah, it's been a while, huh? First of all, I want to say shame on you, Leander ISD. Education Code 26.003, Education Code 26.004, 26.005, 26.006. Give the mom her records. Now, I'm actually here to speak to you about policies EF and AEA. With everything else this district has done, sadly, I'm not surprised that these edits are being considered. The district is spiraling out of control. I'll start with EF, the instructional resources. The policy proposes to add language regarding sensitive issues, including but not limited to sexuality, violence, and profanity, because that belongs in education, right? It goes on to include designed to provide info that will motivate students and staff to examine their own attitudes and behavior, understand their duties, responsibilities, rights, and privileges. I'd like to better understand what you mean by duties. What I read into this is that you think by putting this on paper, it makes it okay for you to indoctrinate and try to activate our children. This is blatant Marxism. Leander ISD, you have one job, to educate our children, and you're failing miserably. This is precisely what HB 3979 was intended to help parents combat. This policy is a violation of HB 3979. If you move to approve these policy edits, be forewarned that these edits violate the law, and you will not be able to throw your hands in the air this time and claim oops. I also want to point out that the grievance document doesn't even exist. I've gone down this road with the district trying to use this policy, and my grievance stalled for a month. And then I was told, oh, you used the wrong grievance. It doesn't even exist. So before you bring a policy, make sure it's complete. Now, moving on to AEA. This policy actually says it's without effect if it conflicts with other legal requirements. So you're actually admitting that you're aware that there are portions that will violate other laws or policies up front. This policy is not founded on one Texas education code. Not one is cited. I have it printed if you want to look at it. So to be clear, AEA has nothing to do with education. Again, Leander ISD has one job: to educate our children. This policy displays their intent to label and identify predictable disparities in race, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, ethnicity, religion, cultural observance, economic status, disability, and body size and type. This policy enables discrimination. This policy violates the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This policy violates the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. I also want to point out that we already have a policy in place to prevent discrimination. It's right here. I'd be happy to share it with anyone. It prevents discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, FFH. Coincidentally, this new policy also violates this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. That concludes our citizen comments portion for this evening. And I can see by members pointing to their watches, they would already like a break. So we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We do have a long agenda this evening, so we'll be back at 7:50. Okay, it is 7:53. And I'm hoping that if we can start kind of, I know, should I pound the gavel? Let me see if I can find this gavel so they know it's official.
Mark said he has a song that starts "Get Back in Your Seat."
A song for a second. There we go. That way, hopefully it echoed out into the hallways just a bit. And I need one more to get me a quorum in here.
Cookies must be good.
No. Okay, here we come. There we go. Hey, board members, thank you so much. All right, we will try to take another break later tonight, but board members, we do have I don't know what way to say it, a robust agenda. How about that? We will be talking about a lot of amazing things. There's discussions. I'll point out that we have tonight, some items will be discussed, not voted on. We're discussing tonight and vote on it later. There are some items that are up tonight for votes. Let me give you a little bit quick overview of how we're going to conduct tonight's meeting, or how we're planning to tackle this. We're going to go through the consent agenda, the superintendent's report, and then we're going to take up student experience. When we move through student experience, we're going to stop before we get to governance, and we're going to go into operations, and we're going to pull up all the items in operations. Then we're going to go back up to governance, and we're going to take up the item relating to the adoption or ordering pertaining thereto of a bond election. And from there on out, we will finish out the rest of governance. This will hopefully put in line for all the speakers we have who are here tonight. So this will keep honoring our commitment of letting our speakers who are presenting to present. And I can guarantee you that we will need at least one break, and I will try to look for y'all for that where we can take it. All right, without further ado then, if we can move on to the consent agenda item. Those items have already been placed in board book. I'm assuming you're reading them. If you don't want to sever, I need a motion to approve.
I move that the board approve the utility, I'm so sorry.
Madam President, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you.
Okay.
I drilled down too far.
I have a motion from Jim, a thank you from Alexis, but I need a second. Second from Alexis. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Gehring, I think one or two things have happened today, so I am anxiously awaiting to hear how you got this all into your report now.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. We will try to step through this as efficiently as possible, but there are some things that I do need to share with you that happened today, so we'll go from here. First, enrollment. You can see that enrollment continues to steadily rise, especially at those pre-K and kindergarten levels, getting close to 1,000 pre-K kids. That's pre-K specifically, 3 and 4-year-olds. That does not include our early childhood students. When you count those students, then that number goes way over 1,000. So we're looking forward to watching those kiddos work through our system in the next 12 and 13 years. You can see that we have exceeded our budget number already, and so we're pleased about that. And we're about at 98% of passes median projection of 43,951. So we'll continue to watch that number as we go through the fall. If I were to predict, I would say that we continue to steadily add students as we go through the fall. Of course, with the Delta variant, it will be interesting to watch how many actually show up on day one. But this is a pretty good indication of who we will have in the district at some point during the year for sure. I can say with fair amount of confidence that of around the 18,000 elementary students, our principals have been doing a fantastic job with their teams of verifying that enrollment. And so they have multiple times called their families to try to get a real read on who is going to show up next Thursday. And so we feel pretty confident about those numbers. A little less confident when we get 7 through 12, but that's always the case. So COVID update wise, I'm going to split this down a little bit. We already talked a little bit about virtual learning. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in some of the following slides, but I wanted to focus here more on some of the health protocols and address really what one of our speakers addressed is what are we going to do as we bring our students back to school. And so we will be releasing some details about the work that we're going to be doing in the next couple of days. But I wanted to just point out the fact that we are going to probably separate out how we handle our protocols pre-K 6 and then 7 through 12. And the reason for that, of course, is that our students 12 and under do not have access to vaccinations right now. So for the most part, 7th through 12th graders have the ability to be vaccinated if they choose, and that is a choice. And so we're somewhat less concerned about how we can keep them safe, but obviously a lot more concerned at the pre-K 6 level. We've been in close contact with our health departments, with Williamson County Health Department and Travis County, Austin Public Health, and working with them. As you know, last year we were responsible for contact tracing. We took that on because there was no way that the public health departments could handle the volume that we had as we went through last year. Over the summer months, as things improved, we did hand contact tracing back to the health departments. And COVID-19 essentially, in the eyes of the health departments, became just like any other communicable disease, and they were going to treat that the same way. As we hit this Delta variant and the spike grew, we realized pretty quickly that we may have to do some other things. So we are going to be doing some contact tracing. It is very intense work. It takes a lot of man hours and a lot of time. So we will be hiring some additional temporary staff to help us to do that, to make sure that we continue to keep the rest of our staff freed up to do the work that is going to be required. Because one of the major differences that we have as we start school on August 12th is that we'll have almost 100% of our students back in person, as opposed to somewhere around 50% of our students last year. And so that means that we're going to have things a little different than they were last year. But we are going to contact trace. We are going to notify each student at the elementary level, the pre-K 6 level, that is within 3 feet distance of a positive case, that they were a close contact. We will recommend that student monitor for symptoms, quarantine if possible, and or wear a mask for 10 days after exposure if they do choose to continue to attend school. So if you've been following what DISHES or DSHS has been putting out, on Monday they put out new emergency orders. We are required now to isolate positive COVID cases on the student side. On the adult side, that is up to the adult to decide if they're going to isolate or not. But we are not required or asked to do any quarantining beyond that. So that is going to be our choice to say we're going to contact trace. We're going to let people know at a pretty granular level that the student may have been exposed to somebody positive with COVID-19. And then that becomes a choice at that point about how the parent wants to deal with their student who has been identified as a close contact. And the same thing at 7th through 12th, we're going to be notifying each student and family of a positive case at the classroom level. But that's going to be probably a little different than that elementary level because, of course, they're in multiple different classes during the day. We'll continue to do the remind to the entire campus community in the evenings like we did last year. And we'll continue to keep track of positive cases on our dashboard. But we're not going to be keeping track, of course, of any quarantining because we're not going to be requiring that. The health departments have pointed out that they do realize that they're not going to be able to keep up with contact tracing. It is too intensive for them. They are going to help us if we start to see clusters or any closures of grade levels, wings of buildings, classrooms, anything like that. They will certainly be working very closely with us to help us to make those decisions, to make sure that we understand how to keep open and at the same time keep our families and all of our students and staff safe at the same time. All right, I'm going to pause.
Yeah, I had a quick question. There is training available at no charge to learn to do contact tracing. As a matter of fact, through Coursera, I think you can get it through Johns Hopkins University. Have we considered putting out a call to our volunteer community of parents that would be interested in taking shifts doing contact tracing?
I'm not sure if we've considered that, but I think that's a great idea, and so I'm sure John and his team will take that and fly with that. As you know, and as I pointed out, apologize, sorry.
You're welcome to speak. Before we wanted to go on, I did have a question here. Okay, that's right. My question has to do with the directives that we follow or that we adopt internally in terms of closing a wing of a campus or a classroom or a campus. Are we directed about how to do that, or do we create those directives ourselves?
I think we have to follow the health department's recommendations. They're the only ones I think who can shut us down. And so we'll be working very closely with them to make sure we do that correctly.
Yeah, so does that mean that we share data with them and we ask them to tell us when we should shut down?
Yeah, so we are required to report all positive cases to the health department, and so they'll start to identify those clusters, and then they'll work with us if there's a situation where they need to do something.
Okay. I ask because I think given the transmissibility and the lack of vaccination with our younger students, this has the potential to go differently than the last time around, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we are concerned about that. But we're going to be working very closely with, we are already, as you know, and have been for the last 18 months.
Dr. Gehring, I'd like to thank you and the district for continuing to look at the ways we can put information into the parent's hand. I understand today, too, while I know the commissioner gave superintendents an update, if I'm correct, and you can help add anything that I'm missing. Contact tracing was not something that was told districts needed to do, or even said that was something they should necessarily need to take up. That's something that, you know, you've heard the community needs, you've heard the board members in the district. It looks like y'all have really gone out, and I hope we can continue to move forward. I think this is a great step of getting information in the parents' hands.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll point out, as I pointed out earlier, that...
Sorry, I'm not quite sure. Well, and I was a little late on this one, I admit. I'm not quite sure where we're going from here, so I don't know if my question is germane at the moment or not, but the question relates to virtual and the virtual option, and what, if any, should I wait on that?
It's coming.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm just not sure what comes next.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm good. So earlier I addressed the executive order from the governor, GA 38, which does not allow a school district to mandate masks. And so we are not mandating masks, but we are making a strong recommendation, especially at our pre-K 6 level, for all of our students and staff to wear masks, especially when they're indoors, to help to mitigate what potentially could happen. We really do want our students in person in our classrooms with our teachers, because that's the best place we know for them to be. And the only way we know that that really works is if we're providing some barriers that prevent the spread of COVID-19. So that's the rationale for our recommendation on masks.
Dr. Gehring, that's also, I think, that mirrors and parallels the rationale of the request being made from Austin Public Health and Williamson County Public Health, correct?
Correct, and also from the CDC. Correct, the American Academy of Pediatrics and many others as well, I think. Thank you, Jim. All right, anything else on this particular issue? Otherwise, we'll go on.
Yeah, one more real quick. We've talked a lot about the students and the parents. As one of our speakers mentioned tonight about the teachers, the possibility that they may have to use their personal time, and if they don't have personal time, really interested in looking at ways that we can lessen that burden for our teachers if they find themselves in that situation. I don't think we need to have that discussion right here, but I would certainly like whatever we have cooking or whatever we're thinking about in terms of taking care of the teachers should they find themselves in that position.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that very much. We've been having that conversation. It's a very challenging conversation for us. As you know, the federal government provided some relief for us on that during COVID. We picked up and the board passed a resolution last spring to continue that through the end of June. As of the end of June, that expired. And so as of right now, we do not have that extra protection for our teachers in place. We are looking at that carefully and trying to determine what the cost was for us last year as a district, so that I can bring you some kind of a recommendation to say, you know, so that we can weigh how we're going to manage that inside the budget that we have. But we're not quite there yet, so we're not ready to bring that to you.
Yeah, I would be very, very interested in supporting the continuation of whatever relief we can give to our teachers.
Thank you, I appreciate that. No, you don't. All right. As you know or may not know, the governor has called a second special session that's set to start on noon on Saturday. Of particular interest, and I took this quote out of the Texas Tribune today, as for education during the pandemic, Abbott is asking lawmakers to pass legislation that, quote, in-person learning is available for any student whose parent wants it. He also wants legislation that ensures that masks and vaccination are not mandatory in schools, which is already ordered through executive action. So we see very clearly that the governor is going to reinforce that we're not allowed to mandate masks. But I think what happens with that in-person learning is available for any student whose parent wants it, opens the door for legislators to bring back legislation about virtual learning. So I suspect we may or may not see House Bill 1468, which was the virtual bill that failed right at the end of the session, perhaps come back to life during the second special. That's what we're hoping for, so that we can have more conversation about how to manage the 1,340 kids who are on the wait list for our virtual academy.
So I'd just like to make a comment on that real quick. If every one of the board members and the superintendent contact our legislators and really send the message of why we need this. We've got 1,300 kids that are trying to take advantage of it for some, as we've heard, some very significant reasons. That's 8 of us. If the 1,300 students that are involved in virtual learning or want to be involved in virtual learning would join us in making their voices heard at the state legislature, I mean, now we've got a force multiplier. So how do we get that message out on our website or to our parents that, hey, here's who you need to be calling, help us help you, or make your voices heard?
Carefully, I believe. So we will step through that carefully and make sure that we do that appropriately. But yes, I agree that it is going to take some pressure from our families if that becomes necessary. I do caution us to just remember that the best place for our students is in the classrooms in person with their teachers. We know that that's the best place. So we realize we're trying to meet every kid's need, and in this case we've got these extenuating circumstances, but at some point we really want to encourage our kids to come back if that all possibly can.
I couldn't agree with that more. However, for those that find themselves in a quarantine or isolated or recovering from an illness, while their schoolwork piles up because they can't take advantage of virtual education. I mean,
yes, sir.
I understand it's tricky wickets, but
and as we get through the next couple of slides, you're going to see why that's really important as we go forward.
I'll be quiet.
Okay. It went on and came off.
I'm going to wait.
Okay. I was going to try to watch everywhere. Okay, let's see.
Bruce, do you want to go up front again?
Yeah, I really do, but
can if
you
you
can
want
hear me
to.
better from here, so I'm going to stay right here. The DISH's emergency order that came out on Monday really lives in the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 25, Section 97.7. about diseases requiring exclusion from schools. And so this is that communicable diseases portion that's been in place forever. We've been dealing with measles and pertussis and all these things forever. But the point here is that the school administrator shall exclude, it says shall exclude from attendance any child having or suspected of having a communicable condition. Exclusion shall continue until the readmission criteria for the conditions are met. The conditions and readmission criteria as follows, and then what follows is a list of all the communicable diseases. The change is that COVID-19 has now been added to that list of communicable diseases, and so this is where now it lives that if a child tests positive for COVID-19, we are required to isolate the child and send them home. Right now, because we don't have a virtual option, and let me say that the virtual academy is a separate entity entirely, that's not for students who get isolated or quarantined, then we are sending them home and potentially for 10 to 14 days, and we don't have a learning option for them. Now, we're going to provide the connection to the teacher through Google Classroom, through Seesaw and all the other tools that we have, but we don't have any kind of synchronous connection with that student as they go out. So in the commissioner's call today, the commissioner did lay out the fact that they're making some changes to what is called remote conferencing. Now, this has existed, and in fact, this board approved a waiver for a special education student not too long ago to do remote conferencing. What they're doing is broadening that to regular education students that meet a certain set of criteria. And so part of that is that students, including regular education students who are positive for COVID or are a close contact, can now get instruction through remote conferencing and at the same time generate ADA. So part of the problem with our virtual, as I alluded to earlier in the meeting, is that we're having to pay for it because although those students are seen as being enrolled, we are not getting average daily attendance for them. In other words, the funding that we get from the state for educating those students is not applying to those 305 students who will be in our virtual academy. So 2 requirements have to be met. The student is unable to attend school because of a temporary medical condition. Well, if they're positive for COVID, we've isolated them. We've forced them to be out of school, so they meet that condition. And the total amount of remote conferencing instruction cannot exceed more than 20 instructional days cumulatively over the entire school year. And so what they're trying to do here is make sure that we don't send a kid virtual and they stay virtual the whole year. So this is really just designed to cover the quarantining or the isolation due to being positive for COVID-19. Right, so in addition, one of the following requirements must also be met. The first bullet here is what's existed in this section all the time, because it's a temporary medical condition is documented by a physician licensed to practice in the United States. And the documentation must include a statement from the physician that the student is to remain confined to their home or to a hospital. So this deals with what was our regular homebound and allows for that remote conferencing for that child. The 2 other bullets have been added, and so this is, of course, the positive test result for a communicable condition listed in 25 TAC 97.7, which now has COVID-19 in that list, or has been identified as having been in close contact with a COVID-19 case. So that means if a student chooses to quarantine, then we can also provide this remote conferencing for them and generate ADA for that student, right? Even though that quarantine is not forced, but a choice. But it can't, of course, exceed 20 cumulative days for that child during the year. If that documented temporary medical condition persists longer than the 20 instructional days, so if there's a chronic condition over the entirety of the school year, then we just have to submit a waiver. And then there's a lot of documentation that we have to submit with that waiver to make sure that we can get ADA still and provide more than 20 instructional days of remote conferencing. Here's the problem, though. Students participating through remote conferencing will generate attendance according to the 2 or 4 hour rule. So what that rule states is that if they attend 2 hours of synchronous remote conferencing, then they can get a half day ADA. And if they do 4 hours, then they can get full day ADA. But they have to be virtually present at the official attendance taking time. They have to be synchronously involved, which means a two-way, real-time, live virtual instruction between teachers and students. And here's the kicker, the instruction cannot be concurrent. So we heard very loud and clear from our teachers last year that this concurrent teaching in-person students and trying to manage virtual students at the same time is extremely difficult. And that's what they're trying to avoid. We fully understand that. However, that makes it very, very difficult to stand up a virtual option that serves the needs of students who are going to be put out because of COVID-19 for a short amount of time. What we did last year is if you had to be out, if you were quarantined or isolated, then you just stayed with your teacher. You just happened to be virtual. So you were still in that same classroom. You were still getting the same instruction with the same teacher. In this case, if you go out, now you have to go to a different teacher in a remote-only section, and we have to provide enough of those teachers to manage all of those different grade levels, all of those different quarantines, all of those different things. So we spent, since school got out last year and before that, standing up a virtual academy for 300 students. It's extremely challenging to do. It costs a lot of money. And we are still not done hiring all the teachers that are required to serve those 305 students. School starts in a week, and there is just no way that we can stand up a virtual academy or expand the virtual academy that we have to meet the rules that have been applied, that have been handed to us today. So I say that to just say that we're going to work really diligently and do as much as we can to serve our students when they're forced to be out because of either testing positive for COVID or because their parents have chosen to quarantine them because of a close contact. But it's going to be extremely challenging for us to do that. Without the protocols in place that we've had in the last year, and I will say that as a district of almost 50,000 individuals, I personally believe that we were extremely successful for the last 18 months in keeping open and keeping people safe. But we had a lot of protocols, a lot of tools at our fingertips to manage that. We've somewhat been restricted now in what we can do. And to be honest, I'm very nervous about what school looks like as we start because we don't have those same tools and protections in place. So we're going to continue to work diligently and work really hard. Our principals and our teachers are amazing at being creative and finding ways to keep our students safe, to keep our students' families safe, to keep our teachers safe. That's why we're urging people to get vaccinated if you're eligible. That's why we're urging people to wear your mask if you can, and if you choose to, because that way we can stay open and we can stay safe and we can educate kids the way that we know how to educate kids, which is in person with our teachers, building strong, positive relationships.
Dr. Gehring, you, I think this information started coming out at 3, wrapped up by 4 o'clock today. This was the first time the word remote conferencing had kind of been brought. I understand TA's doing actually emergency rules that aren't even through the system yet. I don't even think those get through till November. So there's a lot of immediate things kind of all happening, and I appreciate the fact that you brought this information to us. I don't even know if you can answer this question yet, but what do you think are the next steps? Is remote conferencing, is there some form of it you're looking at, or what are the next steps for the districts, given that you had this information like maybe an hour or two and before the meeting? And so, yeah, tons of time to think about it before you got here.
Yeah, I appreciate that really softball question. So I'm going to take brave space commitments, and this one down here says I have the right to pass. And so I pass. I honestly don't know yet what we're going to do. I've had about 5 minutes with Dr. Benz. I talked to John as I passed him in the parking lot. And that's about the conversations that we've had about so what, now what? But obviously we'll be working really hard to try to figure it out.
I'm very impressed that you got this information. You've got so much out and you're already getting it to the board members. So passing this information out and telling people about it is the best way to propel and get us to the next step. So thank you, Dr. Gehring.
You're welcome. Okay, so I'm going to make a little transition into just a tiny bit of vision work. Before I do that, though, I want to answer any other questions that we might have about COVID or any of the things we've talked about enrollment.
Me? Okay. Is there any way we could leverage our subs to help with this, what are they calling it now? Conferencing situation?
Possibly. I haven't thought about that. So let me think about that. We've just now got to where ESS is really kicking into high gear, and we're doing much better at covering our regular classrooms. So I'm not sure what this means for covering additional classes, but we do have that resource, so that's a great question that we'll certainly pursue. Thank you.
2 questions. Let me start with one related to one of our speakers from Citizen Comments tonight. We have some students who have very sensitive health conditions. Compelling them to get a vaccine or to attend a school that doesn't require face masks is a very difficult, very stressful proposition for them. Is there anything in what we've seen tonight that addresses those particular situations?
I don't know about particularly tonight, but certainly we need to know if there's a specific situation so that we can run the traps and try to figure out what's the best approach for that particular student. So the problem comes is when we don't know. So, you know, of those 305 students, we've interacted with them several times. We started out, if you remember, the virtual academy with identifying, trying to encourage those who have those medical conditions or any other underlying conditions that this would be a good option for them. That's part of the reason that we stood it up in the first place. We've got 1,300 kids on a wait list that have some reason for being on that wait list, and we're trying diligently to figure out what that is. Of course, if you qualify for special education, then that makes it somewhat easier for us to help you to figure out what the best solution is. An ARD committee meeting does have to happen. There has to be a recommendation from that ARD committee that remote conferencing is the right solution for that student. And once we have that decision, then we can bring it to the board and get individual waivers in those specific cases. It's when we have the regular education students that it's a little more challenging, and we don't quite have a path forward for them, except for now we do have a path forward for at least 20 days out of that.
Yep. I think for me, there's sort of a compelling principle at play here, which is the notion of compulsion, that is state compulsion of a particular behavior. It's behind the governor's position on the mask mandate. I think he doesn't want to compel people to wear a mask. He wants them to be able to be free to choose. Similarly, compulsion is at play when we talk about students who are not old enough to get a vaccine, who are compelled to attend a school where they may be placed in a vulnerable position. I suspect that that line of reasoning will be persuasive with governor or with the commissioner or with the legislature in providing a means to serve those students who choose not to be compelled to attend in person in these conditions, right? So yes, the legislature may solve this in a special session, but we didn't need a special session to address virtual previously, and I think there are means to solve for that as well in this situation. The legislature could do it, but we're not dependent necessarily on the legislature in the special session. And then I guess my final question, which is the one I started with a few minutes ago but didn't finish asking, which is we see Austin ISD, we see Round Rock, we see other districts offering, particularly in the pre-K through 6th grades, a virtual option, knowing that they will not receive state funding for the students who choose to participate virtually, but they do have a robust program of virtual instruction for those students. My primary question is, have we evaluated that? Do we know what it costs? I understand we're under the gun to develop all of these instructional modes in very short time frame, and there's a limit to what we can do, but this is one that seems to me to make a fair amount of sense depending on the cost, and maybe there's a way to resolve some of the questions in my first example, and our citizen who spoke this evening, maybe we can address some of those more particular, more acute needs as opposed to just the choice, right?
So there's a few questions in there, so I'll try to remember them all and then help me to remember them as we go. I don't think. I've been in communication with the districts that I know that have been working like we have to stand up a true virtual academy. Honestly, it's Denton ISD, us, and there may be one or two others that I haven't had conversations with. That work has been ongoing for a long time because it takes a lot of planning to really stand it up and get instruction correct. It's part of the reason I think that it's not easy to stand it up. The state hasn't allowed it to be easy to stand up because it's not easy to do right. I can't speak to what Round Rock or AISD or any of those are doing. I've talked to those superintendents, but the details of what kind of a virtual instructional experience they're offering are a little fuzzy because they've done it in a short time frame. So I can't speak to what they're doing. But I will tell you that staffing is an issue. So we currently have regular education positions open in the district still that we haven't filled. We have a lot of special education positions in the district open that we haven't filled. And that's not counting. So now if we were to open virtual positions, I think we'd have some trouble filling those too. About 17 or 18% of the students that are enrolled in the virtual academy have special education needs. So that's going to put an extra burden on making sure that we meet all of their needs as well inside that virtual academy. Help me with other questions.
Well, maybe just a follow-up here. I don't know Round Rock's solution intimately, but I did look at some of the features, and it looks like families may choose the virtual option for a semester, and when they choose it, they can go back in person, but if they come out of in person to virtual, I think they stay, I forget anyway. But it's essentially a semester at a time. I think letting them go back in person is to help collect ADA from the state if they're willing and interested in participating in person. But I think if we know what our community wants, or if we know what the demand level is, we can potentially convert in-person positions to virtual positions, at least for that first semester. It may require rejiggering things a little bit in the second semester, but it would certainly address some of the particular concerns for some of our families.
I think it's possible. Carrie Lynn might be having heart palpitations back there right now. Just trying to figure out how to make that work. I want to speak to the semester-long issue because while I agree that it sounds like a good idea and it felt like a good idea to me initially, I'll go back to the fact that we want our students back in person if at all possible. So yes, we're going to let them be in virtual, but if at some point in time that's not working for them, or they're not being successful in there, or pediatric vaccine comes out earlier than expected, or and what we've seen across the globe is these Delta variant spike very quickly and suddenly, but they also drop off relatively quickly and suddenly. And so we may get to a position in October or November where we're in a different situation again. And I want to encourage our students to come out of virtual and back in our classrooms if at all possible. And it doesn't hurt that they then generate ADA again for us, which will help us financially. So I'm not sure how it works the other way. If you're virtual, no, if you're not virtual.
I think they just said if you didn't register for virtual by a certain date,
yeah, then you can't get in
virtual
until next. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I agree with that.
I was worried about the one semester commitment too. So I've been researching as much as I could about all the different schools that are doing this, ISDs, because I'm thinking, why can't we do this? How do we do this? How do we, I worry that, there's different circumstances like the ones we heard tonight and just other people that aren't comfortable and are afraid of coming back. I know that a lot of them say no extracurriculars, which, isn't so much when you're in elementary, but I worry about what that means possibly for middle school. I guess I also did have concerns about if we're locking them in for the whole semester and something changes, then if we bring them, I don't like that, and I want them to be able to come back, but then I also know that that causes a lot of staffing, because now we've committed staff to being virtual for that semester, and we have other kids that are virtual, and just because some of them went back, it doesn't reduce that teacher's need in that place, right? So I'm worried about that, but at the same time, that's 1,300 kids that I know a lot of them that might start looking at other options in other schools, and then they leave the LISD family, and then I'm worried about, we want them to be a part of our community and a part of our family. So I know it's not an easy, there's not an easy solution to any of this, but trying to find a way that we can accommodate those families, especially the ones that have medical conditions, either for themselves or a family member. I have a real good friend who 3 littles that are on the wait list, and dad's going through, he's got leukemia and he's going through his 2nd round right now. And so they can't send those kids. And so just, we've got to find some solution for these families. But I also appreciate that there is no easy solution in this.
Yeah, I agree. It goes to my point about compulsion, right, versus choice. And I think if we created a virtual option and let our families choose, I think by and large, they would prefer for their students to be in person if possible as well. But there are all sorts of individual concerns that they have to make decisions about. And I think giving them tools to make those decisions and, mitigate some of those risks is a good thing. And I think if you're right and the Delta variant spikes up quickly and then recedes quickly, I would expect those students to return to campus pretty quickly as well, which is good for us, which would mitigate cost implications. But I think some of the reason Round Rock's looking at it a semester at a time is for cost calculations, right? I mean, we understand what the potential exposure is. There may be a better outcome in the reality, but you kind of know what you're biting off initially.
I really appreciate your discussion early, and I just don't want us to miss over that, which is that if our community, our parent has mitigating circumstances, they need to contact their principal, let them know, so at least the district is aware and able to see what they can offer at that point. That'll help us at least identify.
Because the parent may not know some things that we know that can provide a resource or an option that they may not know is available. So.
Okay, well that's very important. I also appreciate how intentional and deliberate our district has been. I mean, the district wanted to set up a virtual academy earlier on and was ready and really thought through that process, so I appreciate that. I understand the questioning of what can we do to expand the virtual. I understand where that's coming from, but I also think given the new information that you got probably a few minutes before you walked in here and were able to get out, that also changes things. Remote conferencing now offers something different. I also think the district doing contract tracing is another step to help give information to parents. So I would just like to say thank y'all, and let's continue. I appreciate that forward thinking, and I know we only have like a few days before classes begin, so I know that y'all will be busy, but I hope, I anticipate that we will see an update rather quickly from y'all, given the fact that there's been some changes that have come up quickly, but now you have more information to help kind of think of different directions we can go.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be diligently working the next several days to try to figure it out.
So students who are absent, for quarantine, is there anything we can do to stop the truancy letters? Because I know they're automatically sent. And I know sometimes that's put me in a frenzy as well as a parent. And I'm just trying to think of ways that our parents are not stressed out anymore and they get a letter in the mail because they're constantly coming. And I'm just wondering if there's something we can do to make it
yes.
easy.
So I think the commissioner said something about that today too, about easing. I'm looking at John because he was on the call as well, but we certainly have the ability to know when those letters are sent. John's coming up.
The commissioner did talk about the 90% rule, but also talked about the minimum rule of 75%, which we look at. But we have already talked, myself and Mr. Miller, about how we take care of our families that may be experiencing isolation or a quarantine. And we already have a new system coming out that is supposed to be a little bit more friendly for our families and our students, and we will do everything we can not to put any more pressure on our families.
And I just wanted to also say, Dr. Gehring, thank you for explaining the ARD process for our special education parents. I know our department there has been working very closely with our families, and I just appreciate you putting that out there. It's not a secret that this is what we're doing to ensure every child is taken care of. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so I'd like to pivot slightly. These are challenges, but that's what they are. They're challenges, and they're things that we're going to deal with, but we don't lose sight of what the vision is and where we're going in the long term, because we're going to have these kinds of barriers and these kinds of hurdles constantly. If it's not this, it'll be something else. And we deal with them, and we have a very strong team that is very creative in solving these problems. But at the same time, we're also doing a lot of parallel long-term work to make sure that we get to the learning environment that we really want for every one of the individuals in our system. So I just want to share with you 3 quotes that I think you will have seen in the background, because when you looked at my board, I took a picture of my board in my office, and on that, these 3 things are tacked on there. But I just want to point them out because I think they help to just, in a little more depth, explain the vision and where we are and what we're trying to do. And so sometimes I take what people say and I just write it down, because when I hear it, I go, yes, that. And then I write it down, and then I'll turn it into a little slide and throw it up on my wall. And so this was from Dr. Sarah Martinez, and she said, after we'd had a conversation, she said, I think what you're saying is that we allow the system to dictate the possibilities rather than allowing the possibilities that emerge from the needs to drive the system. And what she was doing was describing the current state, right? So she said, right now, I think what we do is we let the system dictate what we can do to solve problems for kids, instead of allowing the emerging needs of the kids to form the system. This is from Matt Culkins, who's the principal at Deer Creek Elementary School. And this was in a conversation with his area superintendent, and they were talking about what is his vision for Deer Creek Elementary School. And he said, we will have arrived when we move from individually doing the best we can for learners to do everything we collectively can for each individual learner. And this is a paradigm shift that we're really looking to try to create. The first is not bad, but the second is much better. And then I really like this from the Student Experience Research Network. And if you go and look at their website, they have some really fabulous stuff on it. And so I encourage you to go and look at more of what they do. But they talk about respect. In order to learn and thrive, students need to experience respect as valued people and thinkers. This experience of respect cannot come from interpersonal interactions alone, although we know that relationships are critical. It must also be embedded in practices, policies, and norms that communicate to every student that they are valued as a person and a thinker by their institution and by the education system. And that's what we're trying to do when we solve these difficult challenges, and we solve them one situation at a time. All right, some exciting things coming up. You heard about some of these. Today was our first official day back on campus for teachers and most of the school staffs. And so the learning has begun. Tomorrow morning we have convocation. We're doing it in person at Leander High School at the Don II Performing Arts Center to a limited studio audience. And then it'll be live streamed out, and all of the campuses and departments are going to have watch parties at their sites to try to limit the size of the gatherings that we're having. And so you'll be able to view that from one of those sites. Of course, first day of school is August 12th, next Thursday. Two exciting things coming up. We'll be celebrating the opening of our 9th middle school and its namesake, Stacy Danielson. The reason that we're only doing this now, of course, is that it just wasn't possible until now. So we're very glad to be able to do this in person, August 25th. So we look forward to that celebration. And then on September 11th, we'll be celebrating Nancy Tarvin as we dedicate the new Tarvin Elementary School. And then you already heard Alexis allude to Leaf Mudstickle on September 18th, back in person. Come and join the fun. It really is fun. You don't have to run. You can just stand and get dirty. It's really cool.
I'm just going to volunteer and let you loop me.
Okay.
I'm just going to add to that. So I am the official volunteer coordinator for LEAF, and so if I need y'all to volunteer. So
Alexa said she'll help. All right. Any other questions before we move on? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Carey. All right, we'll move on to our 7th item in the agenda, discussion and action items. We'll start with 7A, as I had said, student experience. Consider approval of the Student Code of Conduct. And Brian Miller and Paula Martinez, or is it just Brian Miller?
Just Brian Miller.
Just Mr. Miller. All right, thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. We are asking for action tonight on our Student Code of Conduct. As you know, every year we bring this to you for approval. In legislative years, this is delayed due to TASB, who we use as their model to guide our Code of Conduct, and so it came out on July 10th. So we bring that to you. There weren't as many changes this year. We had 5 bills that actually drove some changes to the code. It is highlighted in red and underlined, and then the strike through is in red for that was deleted. The bills pertain to change to continuous sexual abuse, to also change the silencer in the penal code, changed e-cigarette, expanded that definition, expanded harassment, and then also included fentanyl in controlled substance. I'll entertain any questions that you might have.
Board members?
Step me through the, let me get the page number real quick. Page 8, parental questions, concerns, or appeals. The section in yellow.
Yes.
District shall not delay a disciplinary consequence while a student or parent pursues a grievance.
Correct.
Step me through what that actually means. When I first read that, it caused me some concern that we're going to go ahead and dole out a punishment while we're still trying to get to the bottom of if a transgression has been committed. So step me through that, please.
Yeah, correct. That's what it means. That whenever a discipline consequence is installed, that while the parent grieves, that discipline consequence is not delayed.
Yeah, what happens if the parent or the student is ultimately successful in their grievance? Which I would assume to mean that all right, they were right and we were wrong.
Right.
What happens in that case?
If the student is still under that disciplinary consequence, then we reverse that and bring the student back to their home campus if it's like a LEO placement or something like that. If it's already passed, then we work with that parent to rebuild trust and understand what it was that went wrong and try to continuously improve from our mistake.
Fair enough.
Other questions?
Just a follow-up, what's the, is there legal authority for that change, or is that a TASB recommended change?
There's no legal authority. That was already in there under in the red strike through. They reworded it, and so I included it here in yellow, the reword.
Well, it is a significant language change. The strike through says at the administration's discretion, consequences shall not be deferred, and the new language says the district shall not delay. So there is no discretion. The discretion has been removed as I read it.
There are editorial notes that are included in the TASB model. I don't have those with me in front of me, but I can get that back to you to give you if there was some particular reason why the discretion was removed in that language.
Board members, do you have any further questions? Can you explain for myself and for the board the difference on choosing these two languages? If the board said, well, we want to revert back until we can do further look at the change, what does that mean?
We can, if we want to postpone action to include tonight, we can, and then we can include the previous language. It's not a legal requirement. That's a model TASB recommendation for that language.
Is the other language related to Title IX, is that new language though, or is that, part of my fear is I don't want to lose that language which does have legal foundation.
Okay, I can look at whether or not that the Title IX piece was, I think, attributed to the update in FFH that we approved earlier in the year. I don't think it was captured in the code last year, and so I think that's what TASB included it here. Because that whole process for Title IX changed.
Yeah, I'm just trying to grapple with what to do with that bit of language in the moment.
So I'm struggling with at the administrator's discretion. It seems to me that if we had that in there, we would have some ability to do exactly what is highlighted in yellow, but we would also have the ability to say, you know what, there are some extenuating circumstances. Let's not box ourselves in. There was a former board member that said that the tighter you make the regulations, the easier it is for you to run afoul of them. And I used to hate that until I see this. Now I'm like, well, okay, she makes sense. Especially given some of the issues that we've had over the last year with trust and parents and taking away parental rights. This says we're gonna punish you and then you can grieve and we'll figure it out at the end. And I'm struggling with that. So if there's a way we could put just that discretion piece back in, to me it softens that just enough that I'd be comfortable with it. But my real question is, if we say, hey, I'm not real comfortable with just that thing right there. If you were gracious enough to say, hey, let us go back and take a look at it, we'll bring it back, does that put you in a bad position with the start of school and everything? I mean, does that really jam you against a corner?
So the code is included in our student handbook, which as soon as this is approved for action, we were going to include and publish the handbook which has many other things. I think y'all received it in a board memo recently. So it doesn't mean that we can't publish the student handbook. We'll just leave the code out. At the start of school, if we don't have the code in place, I'm not sure if it falls back on the previous code that was adopted, which there are not, like I said, there are minimal changes throughout this code, so that I don't think handcuffs us or puts us in a place that potentially would get us in a bind.
Dr. Gehring, do you have a recommendation?
I have a suggestion, and I'm going to ask Sean to listen carefully and make sure that and whoever else can point to this, but perhaps we could switch that initial language back in that sentence, but keep the Title IX piece and put it in like that, and then let Brian have the opportunity to go away and vet that and make sure that it's okay. If it is okay, then we're done and we can go ahead and publish. But if it's not okay, then we can pull that out and bring that back to the board with a better explanation for what we need to do. So that's what I would suggest. That just allows us, if it is okay, to go forward. But if it's not okay, we can bring it back.
So then I need somebody, maybe Aaron, if you're over there feeling extremely lawyer-y in your wordsmithing, to figure out how to word this motion so we can do what Dr. Gehring said. And if anybody wants intent, they can go back to the record to hear what Dr. Gehring said.
This isn't going to be particularly fancy, but now that you raised the expectations. Yeah. Madam President, I move that the board adopt the 2021-2022 Student Code of Conduct as presented with one modification. That in the section related to parental questions, concerns, or appeals, the existing language indicating administrator discretion be retained in addition to the Title IX language that is indicated in the recommendation.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion from Aaron, a second from Jim. Does that work, administration? Sean,
Yes.
looking back there for a nod too from legal that we're doing everything okay. I need a nod or okay, all right. It's a small nod, but it counted. All right.
I just want to make sure that this doesn't put you in a all right.
No, sir.
Because I just think it's something that restores faith with our parents.
All right. Motion from Aaron, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Brian, thank you so much. I do understand on this section, dress code, those are things you are taking back to your committees. You'll give us an update on that next year.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
And I just request that you give the board an update one way or the other, whether this works or doesn't work.
Will do.
All right, we will move to the next item on our agenda, report on STAR assessment results. See, y'all had to wait so late till last time. We got you up early this time, so it's so good to see you. Thank y'all for coming back and smiling still. I can see it in your eyebrows, so thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Absolutely, absolutely. So good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and I would like to introduce you to my colleague and friend, Emily Gray, this evening. Both Emily and I are part of our state assessment, accountability, and academic measures team for the district. So tonight, Emily and I will be sharing with you the participation and performance results from our Spring 2021 STAR assessment. So to help kind of paint this picture of how our state assessment system has changed over the last couple of years, along with all the other things we've been talking about and the changes we've incurred, is to look up at that first bucket, the spring 2019. 2019 was what we call our, quote, our last normal year in state assessment, right? And so I want you to kind of think through that as we talk this evening. That was the year like when we have all of our students taking the STAR. You look at that average participation rate was 98, 99%, right? You had our students in person in their learning environment. This would have included all of the student groups that you see in that circle to the left, including general education, special programs, economically disadvantaged, and so forth. So I want you to think all of those student icons would be in that spring 2019 bucket. So when we look at those results for 2019, that would be representing all of those student groups and almost every single student in our system. So then as we move to spring of 2020, of course, with the pandemic, the 2020 STAR assessment was waived. So we had absolutely zero in that bucket as far as information, which brings us down to our final bucket of 2021, which I'm going to call kind of a mixed bucket this evening, right? So when we look at our 2021 bucket, the variables certainly that go into this one change dramatically for this year. So when we think about that, we think about first our learning environment. We just started talking a little bit from the conversations this afternoon about the various learning environment for our students. Some were in person, some were virtual. It was certainly a blend for many of our students as they moved in and out of our system for being in person and virtual. The mode of testing also changed. Most of our students who did test took the online assessment in preparation of the switch over to online for all students that is coming. And then probably the most significant change was with our participation rate. So back in February, Commissioner Morath had stated that students who were our virtual learners, they were not required to come in to take the state assessment, to take STAR, if they had any concerns related to the pandemic. So this certainly changed our participation rate. So I want you to take a look specifically at those participation rates in that last box for 2021. So at the elementary, we had an average of 76%, middle school 44%, and high school 72% plus the 14% that we had with our substitute assessments. That's a very different number. Those are very different numbers than our almost 100% that we had in our last, quote, normal year of 2019, right? So think about also going back to that little circle of student icons. When we think about our student groups, those average percentages that are represented there are not all of those student groups. It looks varied for our district. It certainly looks varied by campus as to who actually made up those percentages. So again, those are average percentages. We're going to talk a little bit more this evening about what that looks like for our in-person and virtual, and Emily will be sharing that. But just to kind of lay that picture of that, we are certainly in a situation where we are not back in 2019 or even those previous years. So why is this so significant when we talk about that participation? So when we talk about our participation, let's take middle school for the example. We talked about that. They had an average of 44%. So what we don't know is how would the other 60%, average 60% of those tests, how would that have impacted our results? Also, that average of 44%, that is looking at very specific student groups, and those are not representative always certainly of each campus and what that looks like at each campus in a normal situation. It is not, the results are not a random sampling of our population. So a student group could have been overrepresented or underrepresented in those averages. So due to those variable changes that we had this year and not being a random sampling, we should not compare our campus or district results to a regular normal year or compare it to even our similar districts. We have done that in the past, but they are facing the exact same thing. So even if for example, if two districts had the same participation rate of 50%. Okay, so let's think about that for a minute. What we don't know about that district is that percentage rate of tests taken out of their possible tests that could have been taken. We don't know that possible, we can see how many tests they they actually administered in that district, but how many could they have administered. So we don't know that percentage. We also really don't know the story of those students that took that test in the other districts. So we are all in the same situation of there are variations of the percentage of students who actually took the test among our campuses and certainly across the state. And so for that reason is why we have these statements that we should not compare that data to our past performance at a campus or district or with other districts. However, we're not saying we should not look at the data that we have or the information that we have, because we certainly should look at that for our individual students. We should even look at that, and that may be very representative of at a campus level by a student group, if that is representative of their population. We should look at it specifically for review and making those guiding decisions for our individual students. So we're not saying we shouldn't look at that and review the STAR data, but reviewing that and looking at it is very different than comparing it. So we should look at our individual student, campus, and district measures. We also have the opportunity to really look at our guiding documents that we have established. As you know, you were a huge part of that creation of our core beliefs and our vision and our mission. So what we have is the opportunity to really connect with our students and not just ask them, what did you learn academically, but what did you learn? What did you learn about yourself? How did you learn? What did you learn about yourself as a critical or creative thinker? What did you learn about yourself as how you were adaptable or how you were reflective? All of the things that we talk about when we think about our guiding documents and those individual students, and certainly the attributes of our graduate profile.
May I make a quick observation? And I don't know if this is as much philosophical or more semantic, but I take your point at face value that we can't compare the way that we historically have with this data because of the participation rate issues. That said, I think even beyond individual data points, there are probably still some stories in this data that we need to uncover and understand. And we can only do that if we compare to past performance and if we compare to other campuses and other districts in the same year. It's not easy comparison, and it's not going to give us a clear picture like we would have gotten in previous years. But I think it would be unfortunate if we simply turned the page and said, because of the participation rates, there's nothing to learn here. So that would be my comment as it relates to what we could learn, which we will only find if we try to find it, right?
And I'd like to jump on that real quick as well. So when I was going through the presentation, I saw we should not compare our data to other districts. And that raised a bit of a red flag. Thank you for the explanation that, yeah, lower percentages, but within those percentages, we don't even know what groups were. Now that makes sense. But when I saw that, I was like, well, I'm not supposed to, huh? So I'm going to go ahead and do it. And so I looked at LISD.
It was a challenge.
Yeah, so challenge accepted. I looked at LISD, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Hutto, Eanes. Mm-hmm. And the reason I picked those, I know they're not similar sizes, but with what was going on with COVID, they're all our neighbors, and if whatever was impacting us was likely impacting them as well. So I think you missed an opportunity to tout how well we did comparative to the other districts. Round Rock beat us in 4 sections. We beat them in 7 sections. Eanes beat us in a few, everybody in a few, but I don't understand because their numbers are so low. I don't understand that. But in all of that, with one exception, we far surpassed what the state average was when you look at this in aggregate of everything that everybody in the country was going through last year. yeah, we didn't do as well as we did in years past, but compared to our neighbors that were in the same situation as us, we did pretty darn good. So kudos for that. But I think you missed an opportunity to show that we beat them.
And yes, of course, that information has been viewed. But again, I think what we're saying is we can say we beat, if that's the right term. But it's about the story. Because we can look at the number of students that we had testing in a certain area or at a certain grade level. We can look at the number of students that another district had for the same grade level, same course, but we don't know the stories behind those numbers. And that for them, okay, we can certainly look at those for ourselves and certainly certainly have that collaboration and discussion to help make guiding decisions for the individuals, could be even for the campus. But it's not a situation where we've had 98, 99%, just like any other district, and then we can look at that comparison. It's really about, again, I come back to, even if both districts had 50% testing, we don't know 50% of how many and what is the story and the groupings behind that.
Right, and obviously as being a little bit tongue-in-cheek, because when you look at all of the numbers, it appears as though all of us in the Central Texas area were relatively close, right, within a couple of points one way or the other. So it really was, from that aspect, to Aaron's point, there is information we can glean if we look for it. It looks like all of the districts in our area were pretty much in the same boat, had the same amount of dips. And
I think it's a point that some of the information beyond just the individuals, even if we're looking at content areas, we can certainly look at standards. What standards did our students really perform well in? What standards did they have some struggles in for those that tested? So absolutely, I would fully agree that there are things that we can certainly look at and discuss to how does that look for our system? What does that tell us? What other questions does it make us ask? Absolutely.
Brenda, you're doing an excellent job explaining, and I should have asked you ahead of time, right? Can we stop in the middle? Are there certain parts that you're going to want us to wait and hold? So if you have a section, and you're like, wait, I want to tell you all these 3-slide stories, tell us, because we get eager. Just saying. The other thing that I have a question about is, and I don't want to get a complete pass in a way, because I think Aaron and Jim have brought up some great things, and I think there are some good things we could discuss in that. But I don't want to let, the other part of the story, I guess, go either, because I remember calling Dr. Gary, and I was like, hey, star scores, da-da-da-da, and I was like, kind of running off the table. He was like, hold your horses, let me explain, because, and he kind of added that context. Dr. Gehring, do you even remember that kind of conversation? Could you provide, because I thought that was kind of helpful for me to kind of see it in that frame as well.
I will try to remember, but if I tell you a different story, then you have to correct me as we go along. I think for me the most important, and these ladies have done a fantastic job of really laying this out, is that as I start to look at the data at the aggregate level, I start to ask questions about what does this number mean when I look at this aggregate level. And when I look at a big number on the top, it doesn't tell me a whole lot until I start asking more questions and digging a little deeper. And so then as I dig a little deeper, I see the next level number and I say, well, so what does this tell me now? And then the same thing happens to me. And that kept happening to me until I got down to the student level. Then at the student level, I could say, yes, these numbers now tell me something about what this student can do or can't do, and where we need to intervene and how we need to operate. And so it's what you saw on my board, the picture of my board the other day, which is at the very top. It says we're going to move from aggregate and then analyze to analyze and then aggregate. And what that means is that When you aggregate all of these performances up into a big number, and then you start to dig down and disaggregate and do all what we've done, and we've become experts at it for a very long time, it tells you false narratives. And we have to be very careful, because it tells you things about groups of students and groups of teachers, and then we generalize and we say, okay, so now in math, we need to teach a better job in measurement. And so we go and grab all the kids and all the teachers, and we do this huge big push on measurement. And I propose to you that it's a much better idea to dig down to the to start at the student level and say, what is it that you need? And let's figure that out. And then what is it that you need? And let's figure that out. And we do that for every kid. And then we analyze and pull that together. And then we say, okay, look, all of these kids over here need help in measurement. So let's get them together with the teacher who did the best job with measurement, and let's make sure that they get really strong in measurement. But these kids over here did great in measurement, but they didn't do so well in subtraction or division or whatever it is. And so we're going to get all of them together. And so there's just a different way of looking at that, as opposed to saying, let's look at this high-level data, let's disaggregate it, and then let's fix the system. And it's the same thing that those 3 quotes that I brought to you earlier say. We don't want to fix the system and then push all the kids into the system, and the adults, by the way. We want to look at each individual circumstance, understand what the need is, and start to meet those individual needs. And as we do that, we allow the system to form itself around those needs. That doesn't mean that we don't do very systemic, very logistical, operational. We're a large system, right? We have to do things really efficiently and effectively, or we're going to crash and burn very quickly. It's just a way of thinking about it that shifts here a little bit. Madam President, did I get anywhere close?
You got very close, to which I responded of, wait, though, we do overview and accountability, so now if I don't have an A through F, what are you guys going to give us? And then you told us, well...
Community-based accountability, but
Yeah.
I think they're going there.
Yep. Okay. It's almost like we rehearsed it or something.
So just broadly, I think what we're advising is caution. STAR has always been a measure that tells us some very specific things, but maybe not a whole lot about things like the graduate profile. But this year, more than ever, we just advise caution. So these slides serve to just give you some mathematical reasons why. So you can see in grades 3 through 5 where we had a relatively high participation rate. You'll note on the, I want to just logistically talk you through the slide. So we could have given 23,000 tests to students in grades 3 through 5. That's referring to tests, not kids, because students take multiple tests. A student might, a third grader takes up both a reading and a math test, and they may have come for one of those tests and not the other, right? So we're not counting students, we're counting tests here. And about 76% of the tests that could have been taken or should have been taken in grades 3 through 5, students actually took them. And Brenda mentioned it, but for context, in 2019, that number was like 99%. So we had a dramatically lower participation rate. But when you look at that comparing students who were in-person learners on the day of the test versus students who were virtual learners, this is where we see the really, really big differences. And so unlike our goal, our mathematical goal is always to get a random sampling. This is a really non-random sample, right? So these are the virtual learners who came in, are students who had very specific reasons for choosing to come to campus to take their STAR test, despite being virtual learners, right? Our in-person learners, for the most part, were 3rd through 5th graders who were coming to school every day, right? So this is the thing that happened at school that day. So we see we had a pretty high participation rate. But we know people who were choosing to be in-person learners in the situation that we were in the spring had very specific needs. Sometimes those were our students who were struggling the most in school, right? Certainly not always, but often it was the case where students were in person because they really, really needed it. I've heard Dr. Gearing say multiple times tonight that all of our students need that, and they absolutely do, but we had some very specific cases in the spring. So we just want to keep in mind that we're missing a lot of information here. And we don't want to make any big system conclusions, maybe ever from STAR data, but certainly not in a case where, so like, for example, you might not want to make sweeping statements like virtual learning was amazing or virtual learning was terrible, when in fact 61% of the kids who were virtual learners, we have no state assessment data on them at all, right? So we just want to be very cautious. I think that's our theme for the night, right, Brenda, is urging caution. And if you'll, Brenda, if you would advance just to the middle school, the slide is formatted the same, but you can see middle schoolers who are a little older and maybe their parents trust them a little more to stay at home, really didn't come on the day of the STAR test. So here we have only 44% of the possible tests taken of students in grades 3 through 8. And even if they were coded as an in-person learner on the day of the test, we only had 60% of the students test. So just, we're missing lots and lots of information. And so I think that's, Erin, I totally agree with you that there is information that can be gleaned from this, but it's just an even higher level of caution than in a normal year. Brenda, I moved quickly and forgot that you had a story you wanted to tell her.
Well, I think one of the things that we want to make evident here too is that when it's talking about in-person learners versus virtual learners, kind of coming back to what Emily stated, we don't want to make these sweeping generalizations or assumptions. This is from what they were on the day of the testing, okay? So I'm going to use an example. My own granddaughter is a student in middle school in this district. So if you remember, go back to previous year where we all delayed, we were all virtual, right? And then we came back, we phased in. And due to some health concerns, she stayed virtual at home. So she came to me and was very honest and was like, this isn't working for me, and wanted to come back in person. Great, okay, let's make that happen. She came back in person and was quarantined 3 times. So she was in and out. So, but she was an in-person tester. She was in person on the day of testing. So she's included in the in-person information, but it is certainly not indicative that she was an in-person learner all year. So we want to make that very clear that our students, whether they were coded virtual or whether they were coded in person for this testing, is not representative of their learning environment for the entire year.
The program evaluator in me would love to be able to make those kinds of conclusions, but we're cautious. The high schoolers are taking end of course exams, and those are still requirements for graduation. And so we are happy to see that their participation rate goes up again, because whether they came on the day of the test or not, they're going to have to meet that requirement at some point during high school. We have the added complexity at high school of students who, in this case, it's primarily students who just completed their 9th grade year, who as 8th graders had taken the PSAT. If they scored high enough, they were eligible to use that score in place of their graduation requirement for Algebra 1 or perhaps English 1. And so those substitute assessments you're seeing there are coming from students meeting the graduation requirement using the PSAT primarily. So you can see we still, though, have some work to do in terms of students meeting their graduation requirement, because there obviously are some missing tests. We're still not adding up to the 99% we usually see, even at the places where we have those graduation requirements. So what you were hoping for is more detail, so here it comes. Not surprisingly, so this is mathematics, but we have a very similar slide for every content area. What we're seeing is the younger the kids are, the more likely they were to come to the test. We know they had higher in-person rates, and also, again, it was a bigger challenge for parents to keep them home. When we move into things like grade 8, you start seeing really low rates of participation. So we just wanted to point that out, that it's really, really low. But even in grade 3, so if you look at grade 3, we had 81% of our students tested, which isn't high, right? We're used to 99%, but it's the highest that we have here. That still means 1 out of every 5 third grader doesn't have a STAR score, right? So if I have a classroom of, let's say 25, which I'm using it as a round number, I have 25 students, 5 of them didn't take the STAR test, right? So on average, but it varies so much from one campus to another. And so as we walk into the coming year, our teachers are amazing at using prior information that we know about our students to help assess what they need at the start of school. Our teachers are just going to be missing a lot of information that they, not last year, but the year before, we're used to having, right? So we need to be very cognizant of, and our teachers are going to do a wonderful job of just assessing where all of their kids are at the beginning of school in a lot of different ways. But we're talking about STAR here, so in terms of their academics, there's just going to be a lot of missing information. Our 9th graders walking into high school, like hardly any of them took their 8th grade STAR test, right? So we just need to keep in mind that extra challenge also our teachers are facing. I want to remind you guys how STAR works, because it's been a couple of years since we talked about it. So there's 4 different designations or performance levels a student can achieve. So they can not pass the test, that's called did not approach. They can be approaches grade level, which is the lowest standard that's considered passing. So we're reporting that here as approaches or better. They could be meets grade level, or the highest designation is they could be masters. So that's just the language the state has designated there. It's changed over the years. It used to be satisfactory, it used to be commended, right? We've heard those words, but these are the performance levels. And so you can see there the percents of our students that were meeting those different levels, but always keep in mind, those are just the percents of the kids who were tested. So those do not include the kids who did not sit for the test. And so you guys have had access to the slides for a couple of weeks. So I'm not going to read all these numbers to you, but you can see the trends continuing that the older the kids are up to grade 8, the lower their participation rate is, and then the EOCs, they start coming back because they know they have to. But again, we have work to do. We know that, certainly, but the ability of a STAR test to assess a student's learning, I think, has always been limited. It is a primarily multiple choice assessment that kids take on one day. And in a year where our students had the year that they did, it's perhaps an even more limited measure, and then it's a limited sample. So again, caution is the byword that we're offering here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Emily. So I mentioned earlier that certainly the landscape of state assessment has changed over the last couple of years, and it's going to continue to change. There's some pieces of that as reflected on this slide, but I have also shared with you a link there, which is the transition of state assessment and accountability, because the STAR information certainly impacts our accountability as well. So we will have numerous changes that are coming in for our STAR assessments, as well as that's affecting accountability over the next couple of years. So this is a living document. So this is going to be updated as items surface. And in fact, was just on a meeting with TEA just this last week regarding accountability, and what does that actually even look like for this coming year, for 21-22? Because we know that school districts across the state will be impacted by various changes. So there's constant conversation, just as Dr. Gehring had shared some information he just received 2 hours before this meeting tonight. So we will keep that updated for you as well as for our community as we embrace those changes. So we talked a little bit earlier, and Emily was speaking about just caution. So what is it really that we actually have in our system? So we know that we have students that we're going to have state assessment scores on, and we have a large percentage that we will not have state assessment. So when we look at that, this is an example of an elementary student's academic reading journey. So when we want to look at this, we want to look at the collection of information that we actually have available to us. So whether you see in the very last column, you'll see STAR, TEL, PASS, and so forth. So even if that student doesn't have that, look at all of the other information. And Emily, I think, stated it very well, is our educators do an amazing job of looking at the needs of our students, looking at exactly where they are coming in and where do they need to take them and help guide them. And so we know that that's certainly not just academically, but we're going to be looking at the different needs of our students, whether those be academically, socially, emotionally, physically. We're going to be looking at each one of those for our individuals and saying, this is where this child is starting, regardless of where they were 2 years ago, maybe, and that was the last time they were in our system. This is where they're starting, and this is where we're going to help them take those next steps. So just to give you some presence of what we have available in our system.
So before you move on, I just want to emphasize and highlight the fact that we absolutely understand the necessity and the power of standardized tests. And so, you know, in that last column, we have several that we're using, and several of those that are new to the system. So the NWEA map, for instance, is one that we will be using in math for the first time. And that's one of those beginning, middle, end of year assessments that is standardized, and it is
universal screener.
A universal screener and normed against other kids in the nation. So we start to get those comparisons of where are the individual students. What I love about MAP is that it's, I'm losing the words, but it finds where the kid really is. It doesn't just test a particular set. It sets out to figure out where the kid is in the continuum.
It's adaptive.
And then it's adaptive. Yes. That's the word I was looking for. And so it lets us know where they are in that continuum. And if you remember, as we started looking at graduate profile and those big sheets that I gave you, we're really getting that idea of what does this continuum look like, and how do we figure out where every kid is in every area, and then how do we take them from there and accelerate them forward. So you've heard us talking about connect to cultivate, and that's what we're doing, really making sure that we get those kids back in the system. But then this is going to be absolutely critically important for us to figure out where are they after this ordeal that we've been through, and then how do we pick them up right there and accelerate them forward. So this becomes really important on the individual student level.
I'm super impressed. I mean, the district started thinking about this even before, so I think this gives us another tool to really look at something, especially now that we're seeing that the STAR, we need more data. We need to have other tools, but not necessarily lengthier, long times in testing. We need to be able to get the kid in, get that student out, get them on their learning, and so I think this is a way to fold that in, which is excellent. I do have a question for later. You can ask it now or later, but I'm curious about with the 45-45 requirements, right? So again, going back to my mindset or what I'm thinking of accountability is, if I asked our district to tell us how many kiddos are gonna need to do a district test, right, that didn't do that STAR.
A local assessment.
Yeah, the local assessment. And will we find out then the total meets versus masters who needs accelerated instruction? Do you think us having that information, what story do you think that will tell us?
So I'm going to back up for a minute, Madam President. So when we think about that, we know, so coming back to House Bill 4545, as you referenced, so we know for our students who actually took the STAR assessment and did not pass, we know we have to provide accelerated instruction for those students in the specific content areas. For those students who did not take it, we will be administering a local assessment, right? And part of that it's shown right here, especially with the iStep, the iStation, the map, and so forth, that we will be doing with all of our students. So that helps us determine, to meet those requirements of House Bill 4545, the accelerated instruction that is required. But what I think this comes back to what Dr. Gearing was stating about MAP. This helps us look at a baseline, basically, for all of our students, regardless if they took STAR, if they didn't take the STAR. This provides starting that baseline, and then looking at it again during the middle of the year for growth and so forth. So it is I think of it into honestly two different buckets. Here's the requirements of accelerated instruction that we must meet, and we certainly will and are making plans to do so. But because of who we are and what we believe and about looking at each student and where they are and taking them to that next step as progress, that I think speaks to when we're talking about things like with our map, is to really truly look at the adaptability, as Emily was saying. It's adaptable. And so it allows us, regardless of what accelerated instruction we must provide, we're going to do the right thing with our students. And even if a student came in, took the STAR, and reached that passing standard, but we find in November that this student is struggling, and it may be for a plethora of different reasons, we're going to do the right thing and still provide the support that student needs. So I really see it as almost two different buckets.
But to your point, there are a lot of kids that, we talked about participation. So what that means is there's a lot of students that we don't have data on, and they need a local assessment. You're absolutely right. I think the wisdom is it's looking smarter and smarter all the time that we're going to have assessments like ISIP and MAP that we were already planning for every student. That we can use as a tool for that local assessment. So we are, wherever possible, trying to make sure tools that were already in our system are what we're using, and it's not an additional assessment for a particular group of kids.
Okay. So in summary, you may recognize some of these documents. So in summary, you actually created these guiding documents for our district with our core beliefs, our vision, our mission, the attributes of the graduate profile. And so I want to call attention to some of the wording, to some of those phrases in here. Things like focus on all elements that impact our students' overall experiences, cultivating each student individually by knowing and appreciating them. That's huge, I think, at this point when we have our students and families coming back to us, sometimes some of those not for almost 2 years, really getting to know them again, connecting with them. Students owning their learning, having relevant and deeper learning. That's about really looking at each child individually and saying, what are those needs? Because that may have changed to a greater degree than ever for some of our students. So I call your attention to those phrases because in a year that our data looks differently, that we're not able to sit and just put it into a chart, a nice chart, and compare, right? Our student experiences have been different. Our families' experiences have been different. Our educators. In a year in which all that has happened, we have that opportunity to really bring, I think, these phrases in our guiding documents to life. We have that opportunity to really connect and cultivate, really looking at that collection of evidence on a student in all facets, not just academically, truly by connecting with them and asking them about their learning. As I mentioned earlier, not just what did you learn, but how did you learn? Again, I come back to my own granddaughter. I can guarantee you she learned things that were not in one of those courses, but it was about time management, organization, how she needed to communicate her needs. Those are definitely things she's learned along the way. And finally, we have the opportunity to truly, I think, re-examine our processes within our system about nurturing each child's personal growth and really focusing on being evidence-informed. So thank you.
Board members, anything else? Well, that was a phenomenal presentation. Thank you so much. Really exciting to look at the learning and what's going on in our district, and thank y'all. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, we'll move on to our next item, 7A3, the English Language Arts Literature Review Process Update. Jennifer Collins and Matt Bentz, y'all are up. They set the bar really high, but I know y'all can either meet it or exceed it. Y'all got it. Let's go.
I can definitely get under it. I know that. I'm the limbo king. All right. So, good evening, Madam President, members of trustees. Great to see you this evening. As we get started, I'd just like to give a brief context for the presentation tonight. About a year and a half ago, over a year and a half ago, a new set of standards was introduced by the state of Texas for language arts. And one of the pieces that was important or really relevant in those standards was to ensure that we were providing literature to our students that represented a diversity of authors and lived experiences, a diversity of cultures, genders, etc. Members of my staff and amazing teachers from our district set about to do just that, and went through a process to select titles that represented a diversity of authors, cultures, lived experiences, genders, etc. And they did that, and we purchased 120 titles, and all of them represented diversity, every single one of them. We got some concerns about some of the titles, and so we went through a process that you're well aware of over the last year that involved hundreds of people, hundreds of community members and staff members, a very thorough process. And I just, first of all, want to thank the people that worked so hard to bring diverse and expand our vast inventory of classic literature with some diverse titles, and also the people that worked through the process and worked through to read those books line by line and debate them and discuss them. And just want to say, for the record, that the concerns raised were never about the diversity piece. They were never about the diversity or the cultural diversity of cultures, diversity of genders, diversity of any of the stuff that would represent that diverse piece. And so in the end, the positive out of this is that we still have well over 100 books to expand our thousands of books, thousands and thousands of titles that were already in our inventory. At the end of the year, Jennifer and I came and talked to you guys and made some promises about what was going to happen over the summer relative to revisions and improvements to the curriculum, and creating a more balanced approach to the instruction, and also the choices and options for our students in the student choice book clubs, and additional things, which Jennifer is going to tell you about very succinctly because I'm going to get off the mic. But Jennifer so we're here to just give you an update on those promises that we made at the end of the year. So thank you for bearing with me for a minute. Jennifer?
All right, so it was in our March 25th board meeting that we were talking about instructional material selection and our local policy review that we knew we wanted to undergo this summer, that our next to the last slide was about commitments that we wanted to make to the community. We really wanted to be explicit with our community about the work that we wanted to do this summer, and so today we're coming to you to talk to you about where we are with these commitments. So just as a review, we committed to a thorough literature selection process that involved parents. We committed to a published list of approved titles. We committed to consistent processes for parent communication and opportunities for parents to identify titles they did not want their students to read. And we also committed to clear processes for reconsideration of instructional materials. So we're going to talk about the work that's happened this summer. So thinking through this idea of the thorough literature selection process, we have completed all 8 cycles of the book review process for our book club books. You'll see there at the end of the year, April and May were jam-packed with CACAC meetings, with people reading lots and lots of books and coming together to talk about those books. So that did cause a delay, but now all of the cycles have been published, and you can see there also the number of CACAC participants
for each of those cycles. These are the outcomes, just kind of in a snapshot of those different book reviews. You'll be able to see the number that met criteria, the number that were sufficient, we felt like, to be removed, and then those that were paused pending further review. Some of those pending further review were pending counselor partnerships. We wanted to partner pretty closely with counselors if we felt like there were some things that might be sensitive for some of our students. And then we also had other reasons that we wanted to do some pending status based on the policy that we're going to be looking at tonight for instructional materials moving forward. So our summer curriculum work has been very, very, very beefy for our secondary language arts teachers this summer. I'm super proud of the teachers that came together to accomplish this work. They had a very long list of tasks that they were asked to do on top of the work that they would have been doing this year anyway. Always, the first summer after an adoption, you come together and you review and you talk about what went well and what are the things that we need to change. So they did that work plus all of these commitment kinds of works that happened. One of the things that we want to highlight for you is the revisions that happened to our written curriculum documents. So you'll see some simple things that happened that took a lot of thinking and processing together with teachers. Is they adjusted unit titles to be more explicit about what the learning outcomes were for the unit title. So for example, an old title for a specific unit was Contemporary Fiction Book Clubs, a study of individuality and belonging. That unit has been changed and the new title is Literary Fiction, a study of author and reader perspectives. So we hope that that new title is more specific about what the learning should be for this unit of study, as well as we took out the phrase book clubs from the title because we feel like it gave a misconception that the only thing happening in that unit of study was that book clubs were happening, where the original intent was, it was to flag teachers, hey, this is the one where you're going to be having a book club. People thought this whole unit was about a book club, so that has been taken out of the title. Other revisions and enhancements include supports that are provided to teachers for our book clubs. So titles, awards, and professional reviews have been put in a very nice format for our teachers to be able to use and to communicate with parents. Parent communication expectations are very clear in each of the units of study so that teachers know and have some resources. You'll see next there a sample parent letter, including opportunities for parents to communicate any titles that they don't want their child to read. And then the additional whole class novel titles that could be added that are highly matched to the intent of the unit of study. So the teachers sat together and said, okay, if this is a contemporary fiction book club, what are the other titles that many of us have in our book rooms that we would add? And they added those into the units of study to make it easier for teachers. So maybe there's 5 or 6 titles there to get their thinking started. And then of course, if they have other titles that they want to add, they could do that. So our teachers came together to do that work this summer. The other thing that we really wanted to focus on this summer through our work was this idea of transparency. And so I'm thankful for people on our instructional technology team who have partnered together with us to design a website that we hope will increase some transparency. So you've got a snapshot there, but I want to talk to you about what is actually on the site. It's designed to clearly communicate with our community stakeholders the text selections available in secondary English language arts, while it provides additional learning to also build background knowledge. So some of the things included are a process for whole class text approval. So what is the process that we go through if we're looking to add a book to our whole class novel list? What are the titles of books that are approved for the whole class list? And that is for grades 6 through 12. What are the books that are approved for our book clubs? And again, that is for grades 6 through 12, listed by course. Included with the book clubs are not only the titles, but also summaries for each of those books, as well as identification of any potentially sensitive topics or themes. And that identification came from the work of the CACAC team and the 8 review cycles that we went through.
And just a clarification, this is grades 6 through 12 because our younger grades don't have the book club.
So we actually have book clubs beginning in about 2nd grade in our system. Sometimes they're called literature circles at the younger levels, just opportunities for kids to come together in small groups and read the same book. And so we actually do have titles beginning in about 2nd grade.
Clarify then 6 through 12. I know I talked to you about this, but can you clarify why this says grade 6 through 12 and not 2nd grade?
So this website that we've designed is specifically for secondary language arts, and so that's why this focus is on grades 6 through 12. We could provide titles of things that are for elementary. It would be a much more robust list, because if you think about the length of an elementary book and the numbers of books that they go through, it would be a very comprehensive, very robust list. That is something we could do if that's something that the board is interested in.
Just want to make sure I'm clarifying what we're doing
Yes.
and why we're choosing this.
Yes. We also have on our website those expectations for parent communication, including the samples. So we wanted our parents to see, these are the types of letters that should be coming home to you. This is how frequently you should see them. That way they're out there for everyone, as well as opportunities for our community to provide feedback. So if there are additional titles that our community feels like would be good additions to our units of study, we want those to be included as well. We have a reconsideration process and the clarity of the revised process. So that's going to come in our conversations later this evening about policy EF, because that's where the reconsideration process comes in. We heard someone from our community speak tonight about how hard it is to find that form. So our proposal in policy EF is that it becomes a digital form. It could be posted right here on this website as well as several other places in the district. That way it's an easier form to find. The idea is to take the process as it is right now in our draft policy and to make that a digital process. And then lots of additional resources and information. So for example, we get lots of questions about what is a Lexile level? What does that mean, right? So we've got some articles about Lexile levels, or why would you be reading graphic novels? And so here's some information about graphic novels, those kinds of things.
Jennifer, I need to go back because I
Yep.
don't want to make
Nope,
a
you're
mess
good.
and not clean it up after properly. So the discussions were, just so I can loop back, 6 through 12, the material and the reading resources, and this, the maturity level, the academic levels. This is why this grade and level has been targeted, right, 6 through 12. And so, and this is an amazing amount of commitment, transparency that y'all have laid out here. That is a new process that we're getting ready to do for that level of content. So did I summarize it well? I think I did. I'll go back later if I didn't.
Okay. All right, so our next steps, we believe that we need to get that secondary ELA text selections website published. So we wanted to get feedback from you guys tonight to see if there's anything that you feel like we're missing. I do have waiting tomorrow some administrators on our middle school and high school campuses, as well as some parents that have participated in the CACAC process and have stayed connected with us over the summer. They're going to give us a little preview of the website to just make sure that things look good so that we can publish it next week. Board policy revision is also a pretty critical next step. We need policy EMB and EF local focused on teaching about controversial issues and instructional resources. So we need the conversations with our board members and eventually those revisions. Professional learning for all of our instructional staff on policy EMB. So we want to make sure that our teachers are set up for success, and if we are changing policy specific to teaching about controversial issues, that is not something that's only specific to language arts. It's not something that's only specific to social studies. It's not only specific to secondary. We want to make sure that no one is thrown under the bus and that everyone knows the expectations that are written in policy. We are working and have been working for about a year on an instructional materials adoption manual. That is something that we want to bring to the board, and we are actually planning on piloting that manual this year. We know that through our proclamation that we will be looking at PE instructional materials adoptions coming through, but we have several other AP courses that we know we're going to have to bring materials for as well. So trying to get that aligned and go through a very thorough process for that. And then finally, we want to bring you a roadmap of what those upcoming adoptions are, kind of a 3 to 5 year picture so you would know what to expect. So any questions or additional ideas for us as we're thinking about increasing transparency?
What's the status of the paused titles that were shown in the presentation? What's the resolution timeline for those?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we do plan to host a cycle 9, but instead of the cycle 9 criteria being the criteria that was established by the CACAC team in those early cycles, we believe that the criteria should be the new policy. So once policy EF is finalized, we want to take those texts through a criteria using a rubric that's based on the policy EF wording.
Sorry, one more quick one. What do you envision for the next round of new titles, right? We've been working hard on the previously approved and re-reviewed titles. What do we know about process for the next round of new titles?
So moving forward, we believe that we have to be very intentional with what's expected and bringing any additional resources into our system. I believe that the instructional materials manual that we're designing is going to help with that. Again, policy EF is also going to help guide that. If I'm thinking about order of operations, I think about we want to get this school year off and running. We need to get policy EF finalized. Once that's finalized, we can go through a 9th cycle to review titles to see if any are being placed back in the system. Do any of them move like from a freshman year up to a junior year? Anything along those lines. Figure out which courses need additional titles, and then at that time we would use our new policy and the instructional materials manual that we've designed to bring some books back into our kids.
So if I could just add to that, thanks, Jennifer. So we are expecting to roll that out in October, correct? I just want to verify that as we get rolling with the next set of proclamations for PE. And without giving too much of a teaser on it, what some of the basic pieces are strengthened, or I hate this word, but more robust structures for guaranteeing that we can get feedback from our community and from you all throughout the process, not at the end, not after the fact, but throughout the process, and not just offering opportunities for it, but just really having robust methods for making sure we are gathering that information and documenting it and providing it in a digestible form for the community, and that that maybe didn't participate, but also for you as we set out to consider approval of any future instructional resources, including any further literature titles that we would bring to you. That is the key to the whole thing, and then making sure that whatever criteria we change, revise, or develop is directly aligned with the policy work, which some of you board members worked on, and I thought was a very good experience, was a very good work that was done there. So thank you for your help with that.
One of the things that we've talked about previously is the shape and size and functioning of the CCAC. I think it's a bit of an unwieldy committee based on size. It's probably something that we as a board need to think about in terms of, do we appoint representatives to that committee, kind of like we've done with some other committees, or how does that committee function going forward? Or do we simply want to tell the administration to run the committee to meet their objectives, or how will that work going forward? So I think it's an important discussion at some point in the near future, so that we can help provide some structure to that October timeline.
Aaron, you must have been listening to a conversation between Matt and I, so the discussion on the committee and kind of what that will work with the board will be coming back. So
The other thing that we're considering for work for CACAC this year is to establish some bylaws similar to the process SHAC went through last year, which I think could also help with our membership and, who is it, what size committee are we looking at, how are we going to get people to be a part, those kinds of things.
Yeah, and just to finish that off, I think it is an effective strategy and a worthwhile strategy, and a strategy that I'd like to move forward with as we talk about this conversation, to have each of you, select or appoint a certain number of representatives. During the course of last year, at times, it was difficult to answer the questions from some of our board members in our community about how did we ensure that there was a diversity or a broad range of perspectives and opinions brought to the table for the vetting process. And I think we did our best to try to address that question with sheer numbers, but I don't think that's the most efficient, effective way to do it. I think by having you all select or, appoint members as you've done with other committees, I think will be the most effective way to get a manageable size, but also ensure that there's a broad range of perspectives at the table as we work through processes and review curriculum and resources.
I agree with Aaron. Y'all know how I feel about committees. If we're going to truly embrace this committee and get behind it, I'd like to see it better structured. I like the idea of board members appointing individuals. That gives us an insight. That's our people we can go to. My other question is I realized that I was the exception this year. My children's teachers communicated every step of the way. Like, I had a complete list. So how are we going to ensure the accountability across our high schools? Because if I was clearly getting it already, but another school might have not, where's that accountability piece right there?
Yeah, so Anna, I'm in the same boat that you are. I had middle schooler and high schooler in our system, and I also received letters last year. And it has been perceived as best practice, and it's been given as ideas. And so many of our teachers took the idea and ran with it last year, and we're great at communicating. Now it's an expectation. And so we've talked with our principals and our assistant principals and our deans of instruction who oversee English language arts. They know about the time of year that should be happening. And we have professional learning with each of our teachers on Monday of next week that each of our teachers will also be talked to about it. And we know when these units of study are rolling around, and we know when the letters should be going out. And so we'll be working very closely with our administrators with that.
And just when we're giving those letters, I want to make sure that they were reflective of the students' first language and stuff, that we're including everybody, so everyone is fully communicated and aware of what's going on. Okay.
Just a quick comment on the SHAC bylaws, since they were referenced. I do think, as the SHAC representative from last year, those probably should get a board level review before they're put into motion in the next school year. So we probably should take a quick look at those before we get started. But great work by that committee. I think it just needs a review, and I don't know if there's a formal adoption process, but there are a couple of things that might need a tweak.
Aaron, to clarify, are you talking about KitKat or are you talking about SHAC now?
SHAC bylaws.
Okay, let me follow up. I know we got a Friday memo update, so, okay, that's another.
Yeah, whether we want to put those through our policy committee to bring a recommendation to the board, or however we want to do that, I think they just need a quick review by board.
So Dr. Bentz, over the last year, you have stood front and center and have taken a lot of heat, answered a lot of questions, and have gone to what I would say are extraordinary lengths to answer a lot of questions that were coming in from a lot of corners of the community. I very much appreciate that. I also very much respect you as a professional, and Jennifer, the same. I do have a job to do, and I have some questions to ask, and in no way do I want this to be a aha or a gotcha moment, but this is the third time since I've been in the district, second time since I've been on the board, that we have been hammered over graphic sexual content and inappropriate materials being brought to our students. Where we run into some issues is we have a very passionate community. Regardless of where they stand on this issue, they're very passionate. Where I think we've gotten into trouble is, and one of the citizens' comments spoke to it tonight, a lot of these titles that were front and center of the controversy regarding the inappropriate content were by historically underrepresented communities. And so there's a propensity, I think, for some people to say, if I don't want the dream house, it's because I'm against LGBTQ, or I don't like BIPOC, or I want more literature from old dead guys. Before you place that label on me, I would suggest that you get to know my family before you say I'm against LGB or BIPOC. You don't know that, so don't make that generalization. There is a difference between representing our diverse community in literature and providing content that we can't put on the news, right? And so when we started this third round, I said, what is our criteria? What is it that when a book comes in, and on slide 5, we have 13 titles that a group has gotten together and they said, we have determined that these books are not suitable. And I still don't know why. What was it about the book that was not suitable? What is our, we won't, and let me finish the thought here. Here's our non-negotiable. When we get to this, it's an automatic no-go. We don't have that put out anywhere for the community to see. This is the level to which we're willing to go. I think once we establish that and have that where people can see it, that starts the process, right? And then from there, all of the other things we're talking about, all the transparency, that's good stuff. That's stuff we should have been doing. I'm glad we're finally doing it. And then we have the community saying, you know, as a board, if we're saying we don't want books like The Dream House because of the graphic sexual content, stuff like that, we're censoring. But yet we have a CCAC committee that on slide 5 censored 13 titles. Are we really censoring, or are we deciding what is in the best interest of the greatest number of students in our community, being mindful of the diversity that we're trying to include? And for those that want to submit that because I don't want graphic sexual content, I therefore don't like this author because she's lesbian, that's ridiculous. You're telling me that the only thing that lesbian authors can write about is graphic sexual content? I don't buy it for a second, and I think it's insulting to the LGBT community that we're even having that conversation. So this has been a process, right? Graphic sexual content, that just has to be a non-negotiable. There are other ways to meet the TEKS requirements, and you alluded to it, right? The TEKS said we want diversity of thought, we want diversity of authors, we want things that are engaging. I get that. There's a certain segment of student population, whether we want to admit it or not, that really wants to get their hands on methamphetamines. We're not going to make that stuff available. We're not going to offer a class in chemistry, Meth 101, right? Because students say they want to read these types of things does not mean that our taxpayers should be funding that stuff, right? So that's not me attacking minorities. That's me saying let's focus on teaching kids how to think, not what to think. So I would really like to understand what our non-negotiables are. And I think if we get that as a starting point to our community, I think it gives us a frame of reference, right? So that's all I've got to say about that. I'll have some other stuff about the policy that I have some concerns with, but again, Dr. Benz, I want to commend you on standing front and center, and I actually talked to the superintendent about it more on one occasion. I said, how's the guy getting anything else done with the amount of emails and phone calls? And you were very passionate about answering the community, and man, I have deep respect for that. And I don't think the community, there's a segment of the community that wants to be mad. I get that. I want to be mad too. But man, you went the extra mile in addressing those concerns. This is good stuff that we're doing. I just think we're missing that piece of what are our non-negotiables. Why did those 13 titles not make the cut? Give us some context so we know how we're moving forward. That would be my only, what can we do to improve the system? But thank you for all the work that you've done.
Appreciate that, Jim, and I don't think this one requires a long, drawn-out answer. I think
Good,
we will
really
have some of those answers discussed in the policy discussion, right? What the basic guardrails are for selecting any of the instructional materials. That will be, I think we'll be discussing that in policy, and I think some of your board members will be jumping in on that discussion. And in just to bluntly answer the question, and you've already answered it, every single title, we have hundreds of titles that are already in our school inventories. And there are a lot of classics, pretty much every classic you could think of, and then some contemporary titles. What we needed more of, in my opinion, and in people on my staff's opinion, to meet the needs of our growing diversity of students and the needs of the TEKS, was to augment with some additional titles that had diversity. So every single one of the 120 titles, every single one of them represented diversity. So no matter which ones that were selected to be paused or pulled, people could come and talk about that it represented this diverse perspective or this or another one. So that's just an important point to make, I think. And then the other point to make is, and I didn't make it well at the beginning, was for people that did come with their concerns, it was about the sexual content, which you have just brought up. And it was not about the diversity. And so I want to be fair to every one of those people that have come and spoken to the board over the last year that I never heard once. And in fact, I heard people declare that it was not about the diversity, that it was about the sexual content. I believe that we have that covered in the policy. And if we need to do some further adjustments, I look forward to having y'all discuss those and going back to work. And Jennifer and I can definitely bring, again, I don't want to, bore people, but with some of the other more like literature-based criteria for what makes a high quality, how well they address the TEKS or how well written the book is. But as far as some of that content that would not be appropriate, I believe that our policy should address it, and I hope you believe it does by the time we finish the discussion and approve it at the next or another board meeting.
Well, that leads us up to our discussion. If the board members are okay with this, so I'd like not to preempt and then rediscuss when we get to the agenda item. So let me go ahead and point out that is an agenda item discussion when we get to governance. So we'll just put a pause, I guess, in the discussion, unless there's any other pressing conversations on this before we move on to our next items.
Well, while we're on this subject, could we move down to the governance and bring that up and finish this whole thing out? Or to me, it would seem logical.
Jim, we have earlier, I'm sorry, and I don't know if you heard, so we have speakers who are also, the board, y'all told me several times how y'all want to go. So I'll give you one more time, a quick thing around the horn. We're going to tell y'all thank you very much, and then the next thing is we're going to do operations, bring up the people in operations, we'll bring up the bond, and then we'll go into governance from there on. I know there are tons of important items, and I would love to put y'all all from 7:30, 9:30 and be done, but I just can't. I'm trying though. Board members, though, I do understand it's a long evening, and I understand also I'm kind of seeing some motions, so I think we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll move into operations.
All right, can I just a final thought on this agenda item?
Okay.
Again, with what the community doesn't see is the conversations that we've had offline, and I'm just saying this so that the community can look at it on tape and know that it was said. The amount of care and consideration and concern that you genuinely, both of you, have for this topic and the lengths that you've gone to try to make it right really is commendable. The other thing I would say is for those that disagree with anything that I may have said, please reach out to me, because I am trying to learn what it is that we're missing. So please feel free. I want to have those conversations, and I'm going to speak for the rest of the board. I know they do too, but we got to get this right. We can't have a fourth iteration of what we've gone through. So again, thank you all for the work that you've done.
Jennifer, Matt, thank you so much. We're going to see y'all again shortly. Well, I don't want to say shortly, but I'm hoping shortly. We're going to take a 5-minute break. It's 10:10. We'll try to be back at 10:15. Okay, maybe 5. Okay, we'll do 10:16. All right, there we go. Thank you. All right. It is 10:20. Community, thank you so much, and board for your patience. Board members, when we went on break, I was informed that I think we're going to have speakers throughout the whole night. So even as we're trying to line things up, we had lined up the agenda and told the other and I didn't know we had speakers even later, so it helps when I know, but I didn't. So I've already told certain people how we're lining it up, because that's how the board tells us we usually do it. So we're going to try to keep going, and we'll see what we can do and go efficiently, but methodically and deliberately. So with that, we have item 7C1, consider approval of purchase of attendance credits and delegation of authority to obligate the district.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. This item is in response to the district's classification as a property wealthy district, formerly known as Chapter 41. Again, for the 21-22 school year, LISD's Tier 1 local share will exceed the district's Chapter 48 entitlement. This means that we are required to reduce our excess local revenue via one of the statutory options. Even though the district's excess revenue amount is zero, meaning we are not subject to recapture, we are still required to choose an option for reducing revenues. The recommendation is to choose option 3, the purchase of attendance credits. This would allow the district to offset local revenue against state funds if we were paying recapture. The TEA must approve the choice selection before the district can move forward with the adopting of the 21 tax rate. So therefore, we need board approval tonight for selecting option 3 so that we can submit the form to TEA and receive approval prior to the August 26th board meeting to move forward with the tax rate adoption. Also, in order to submit the selection electronically, the board must delegate authorization to the superintendent to obligate the district for this option.
Board members, if there aren't any questions, I need a motion.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the agreement for the purchase of attendance credits for the 2021-2022 school year, and further move that the board delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code 1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.0046.
Thank you. A second.
I have a motion from Alexis, a second from Jim. Alexis, do you think we could have made that any more specific?
No.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Board members, the next 3 items going through operations are all discussions and not a vote. We will keep Ms. Elaine Cogburn up there at the front to talk about the discussion of an ordinance adopting the 2021 property tax rate.
Okay, we are set to adopt the 2021 tax rate on August 26th. This is the 3rd year of compression on the M&O tax rate, and based on the district's property value growth this year, the Tier 1 maximum compressed rate, the MCR, has been certified by TEA as 82.2 cents. The adopted budget included Tier 2 pennies allowed by law for a total M&O rate of 0.8720. This does not include a disaster penny. This M&O rate represents a reduction of 8.14 pennies. The INS rate is currently 46.5. This covers the 21-22 debt payment requirements and provides additional collections for the early retirement of debt. The board may choose to keep the current INS rate at 46.50 or reduce it to 46.25 as part of the planned step down. Your board packet does include 2 documents showing the impact of these rates to overall revenues and the impact on the average taxable homestead value. I want to point out that the actual ordinance that you see on the 26th will have legally required specific language depending on the final truth in taxation calculations that are currently being reviewed by the Williamson County Tax Office. The documents provided for the 26th will include whichever language is applicable. So we've talked about the tax rate many times during the budget adoption. So the only real decision point in the tax rate will be the INS rate and whether to keep it or lower it, the 0.0025 cents.
Board members, I can certainly see, we had talked about a step down, but there wasn't I think a talk about, or maybe there was some type of alluding to the fact of that at some point you might stop decreasing depending on certain environments and factors. So I can see a reason why we might stay at 4.4650, or you could continue the step down to 0.4625. Is there any thoughts at this time or more information that we need to help us make a decision? The vote will be called at our next meeting. Is that correct, Elaine?
So I was part of that original discussion about, let's show our gratitude for the taxpayers taking this ride with us and helping us get into the position that we are today. Personally, I would like to continue to honor that, understanding that with the property values the way they are, it's pretty much symbolic, right? I think it equates to, if I was looking at this right, about $9 on a tax bill. Does it put us in a real bind? If you had a preference, is there something that I need to be considering before I say, no, I really want to continue to step this down? Is there, I guess I'm looking for your thoughts on that.
So the models that we ran in connection with the potential bond, we can service the existing debt and a future bond with 4625. The 4650 gives you a little bit more cushion for the early repayment of debt. If you remember the models at 4625, that excess levy is diminished, and so the 46.5 would give you that flexibility.
All right, and I would like to see us continue, but that's not going to be something that's going to hold up a vote, so.
Board members, any other questions before we move on to our next agenda item? If between now and when we have a decision, if you decide there's questions or something, please get to Elaine, make sure she gets you the information you need. And Elaine, if you get something that needs to go out to the whole board, of course, please include that. Friday memo if you can, if not, email's great as well. All right, we'll move on to our next item, discussion of the 87th legislative session impact on revenues.
Yes, so this item is simply to inform the board on how the legislation passed during the 87th session impacted the district financially. If you'll recall, when Kobe Nichols was here on July 22nd, he mentioned several bills that did impact LISD. The first of that was House Bill 1525, which was intended to clean up House Bill 3. It amended CTE, or career tech funding, changing the weights for specific courses. House Bill 1525 did add back the allotment for gifted and talented, and most significantly, it modified the formulas for the fast growth allotment. And this is where we saw the largest impact. Because of the cap in funding to the overall fast growth allotment, the district lost $3.6 million in funding. However, formula transition grant funding was triggered. So overall, after House Bill 1525, the net gain there was just over $363,000. Kobe alluded to this, but what is important about this is formula transition grant is temporary funding that expires in a couple of years. So we're replacing permanent funding through the fast growth allotment with temporary funding. And so the long-term impact of that could be seen in a couple of years. That's another legislative session away, so there could be changes, but that's important to note. And then Senate Bill 1438 removed the pandemic from the list of disasters that could trigger the ability for additional pennies. That's why we no longer have the disaster penny in the tax rate proposal. And that resulted in a loss of $4.6 million on the revenue budget. And then finally, the maximum compressed tax rate was lowered a little bit more. When we were adopting or looking at the budget, we were looking at a floor of 82.47, and now it's 82.20. And that's where the district will hit because of our value growth. And then this isn't a legislative change, but it did affect the overall revenue slightly. Our certified values came in at 16.04, and they were just over 15% at preliminary certification. So the bottom line to all this is our current revenue projections are $4.3 million lower than the adopted budget. However, we're not recommending a budget amendment at this time. As we looked earlier this evening, enrollment is exceeding the number that we budgeted on. So if this trend holds, we will generate more state funding that will make up this $4.6 million loss. But again, the uncertainty of how many kids will actually show up and what our average daily attendance looks like are still unknown. So we're going to pause and wait and see before we start amending revenues. And then in addition to that, we're still balancing all of the federal funds that have been distributed and determining how to best use those to provide what the students need and assist with the general fund budget. So that's where we came out on the legislative session. Not great news, but it could have been worse, I guess.
It could have been. Board members, are there any other questions for Elaine on this?
Just one quick one about recapture. What does that look like in our future?
So it's something we are watching. We're not near that area right now. When we were looking at a potential VATRE, when you start increasing the tax rate, then you start looking, there's a point where you hit that. So we're not close right now with our current circumstances.
May I say, though, that I think we're starting to act more like a Chapter 48 district now, because of the way that the school finance system has shifted with the law. And so because our revenues now are tied almost entirely just to student enrollment, because of the caps on the AV side, we're behaving more like a Chapter 41, an old chapter, I'm just going to use Chapter 41, I don't remember, an old Chapter 41 district, just because of the way the changes have happened, even though we're not really close in reality to have like actual recapture. And so what that forces us to do is really think about how to make sure that we're keeping as many costs as is legal and as possible on the INS side, and saving our M&O dollars for opening new schools and doing those things that we'll continue to have to deal with as a fast growth district. So I think we just have to make sure that we understand that nuance because of the way the system has changed.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, board members. Thank you, Elaine. We'll move on to our general construction update with Jimmy. Jimmy?
Madam President, board members, construction is Tarvin Elementary is open and staff has moved in. Everything's gone very well. As you know, school starts next week, so all these projects should be wrapped up. So that's very good. Cedar Park Middle School, all the classrooms are completed. There's one classroom that still has storage in it, but they'll be moving that out and that'll become available next couple of days. I will say the gymnasium, the bleachers are, going to be replaced. They're waiting on the product, but what the existing old bleachers are still in the gym, as well as scoreboards. And Dr. Morgan and our project manager Steve Berry has been working together to get them coordinated when they're going to actually swap out the scoreboard. The bleacher is going to take about 2 weeks, and Dr. Morgan and Steve are working on coordinating that timeline of when we're going to get that done. But classroom spaces are good. Steiner Ranch Elementary, it's all good. They should get their CO tomorrow for students. Staff's already allowed in the building. We've got to hang 8 fire extinguishers in the morning, and that'll complete the inspection request from the fire department. And Vista Ridge High School, I will tell you we're still working through that final part of the project as we did the security enhancements to other campuses. We actually went back to Vista to add in where we could secure the big boxes with lockdown. big box spaces, the gyms and the dance and the band, so we could secure those areas with a single push of a button and lock them down. And so we've done some of it, but we're waiting on parts for card readers and security parts of the security system. So where our goal is by the holiday, end of the first semester, to get that completed. But the front operational part of the secure vestibule, that's all complete operational. They were missing a badge reader, but it's more of a convenience. It's not affecting security at all. So security-wise, they're complete, but we'll get that completed as soon as we get parts. I mentioned to one board member, Tarvin, it took just under a year to get those parts in for the security. It's just a lot of backlog with all the COVID and closures. It's affected that quite a bit. And so I just had this normal status. I've given those. Any questions?
One quick question. As we quasi-emerge from the pandemic and the lessons learned in ultraviolet purification, is that something that we're going to continue to look at to either I would assume we're going to add that into new construction, but are we continuing to look at that in retrofit?
Yes, we are actually going to be installing something at 29, but we are laying out a process to test it after it opens and actually go through, air quality samples and see, is it doing what it's supposed to do before we blanket 45 schools. So we want to make sure when we take that step, it's a system that is going to function and do what it's supposed to. And so we are looking at doing that. Needlepoint.
Awesome. I'll be interested in an update on that. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, board members, any other questions? All right,
just a quick comment, Madam President, before Jimmy goes. COVID has wreaked havoc with the construction industry, and it's just fascinating to me how nonchalantly Jimmy comes up here and says, we completed an elementary school on time, have everybody moved in, ready to start. There are other districts in the state who are not in this position, who are scrambling to try to figure out how to open their schools in September and October and November. So he doesn't ever make a big deal out of it, but it's a huge deal to get a school built, not only on time, but on budget, and to do very difficult renovation projects like what's happened at Cedar Park Middle School in the space of what's been a very short summer. I don't know about you, but it feels to me like it really got compressed. So he undersells himself all the time. This is phenomenal work, and it puts our students in an incredible position to create a learning environment that is absolutely world-class. So thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you. As you know, it takes a team, and I've got a great group of project managers, Steve, Linda, and James. They really do a great job, and all the architects and contractors, we're very lucky to have the team we do. So thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Gehring, thank you for pausing, because I think that is incredible, and to mention that. And I think, I cannot remember the exact name of the award, but didn't that team just win an award too this year, right? Time is starting to escape me. I can't remember the actual title of the award, but it's our award-winning team.
It is indeed. Jimmy was named the something of the year.
Yeah.
He's an of the year guy.
Of the year. It was an of the year award. Yes. No, Jimmy, thank you, and thank your team. We really, really appreciate all y'all do. Okay, we'll move on to our governance item. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and try to go through governance in order. We're going to take 7B, governance, and we're going to go ahead and take an update on the superintendent's performance goals, 7B1.
Well, thank you for throwing that wrench, because I was not ready for that one, because you said we were going to start with 2, so I will...
I know, but you'll move my guests around.
Okay, so... Okay, all right, point taken.
I did kind of spring it on him, y'all, so it will take a second.
Oh, he got it up there before I could, so good deal. I am not going to go through this with you, but there was a question last time, and so I do want to address that. And so I believe in your packet it's on page 12. Here we go. So Anna Smith asked a question about this sheet last time, and so I wanted to make sure that I revisit this because I think this is really important information, and as we look at this, it makes a lot of sense for us to examine this carefully. And so what this is an equity data review, and we looked at the participation in fine arts, athletics, and CTE, and we disaggregated that data then across race, and we added in male and female, eco-disc, our English learners, and also special education. And so we looked at that comparison in the middle rows of 1920, and then in the top rows of 2021. And then what I did is I asked for our amazing Emily Gray and her team to go in and just run those differences for us so that we could have a look at what actually happened between the 2 years. And so if you look at fine arts, you'll see that we remain really relatively steady across all of the breakdown in the participation rates across the board. In athletics, we saw a drop in participation, more so than we did in fine arts. And then you see in career and technical, we saw a relative increase in participation across the board, and in some places by a significant amount. So if you look at our black students and our economically disadvantaged students, their rates of participation in CTE increased by 10 percentage points, which is a large jump in any circumstance, but certainly one that we need to examine carefully and decide why that happened in a COVID year. And so I want to point out 3 things to you that I want you to pay attention to. So number 1, the data really follows the trends of virtual versus in-person learning choices. All right, so we see a larger drop in participation in athletics for Black and Asian students who are more likely to choose virtual empowered learning in the 2020-21 school year. So as they chose virtual, obviously, then they won't participate in as much in extracurriculars. We have to be a little careful looking at these percentages in the smaller groups. So the smaller the number of students in that group, then of course the more variability there is in the percentage change. And so we have to be a little careful when we look at black students, but when we look at economically disadvantaged students, then that number is much more representative of the changes. And then what we see, and this is really good news, is that that increase in CTE participation is most likely due to the increased course offerings that we produced at the middle school, which was a little counterintuitive, but makes a lot of sense. And so we hope to see that flowing up through the system as those kids get into the high school. The reason that we increased it at the middle school is to create better launch pathways for them as they get into the high school. So once they hit high school, now they can be out of those introduction courses, and they really create a strong ability to get through to those capstone experiences by their junior and senior year, and really get them in some internship experiences if we can. Not unexpected data changes because of the circumstances of COVID, but certainly some good news on those career and technical education changes. So I'd be happy to answer any particular questions that you might have.
No particular questions. That was one thing I did find was our CTE offerings. I mean, that's providing access points to our students who probably maybe not have that access. So thank you for putting this together. I appreciate it.
And that's all I have on that, Madam President.
Board members, our superintendent evaluation will be coming up, I don't know in how many weeks, a couple months. I'll go back and look at the actual calendar. I cannot believe it's already August. Yeah. Board members, there's not supposed to be any surprises when we get to evaluation. If y'all have questions, if you're like, wait, I need to see this data point, we need to talk about it, please let Dr. Gary know so we can talk about it as a board. So when we get to the evaluation, we can keep moving forward.
Yeah, I just have one question related to academic performance for our students, which in the current climate, as we talked about earlier, is difficult without robust STAR data. Can you give us, and not necessarily tonight, but I would appreciate some structure or some expectations about how we'll be reviewing student academic performance in the superintendent evaluation process, since we lack that robust data point that's kind of at the heart of the state mandated component of the review process. We need something else.
So the large part of that we always had before was the commissioner's worksheet, which we will produce for you again, of course, with all those cautions in place that looks like that. We are almost to the point where we have the data tables. We haven't received the data tables yet, but we should have those soon, and we'll be able to put that together. And then you're looking for some additional data on top of that as well?
Well, yes, and maybe I'll stress it this way, right? We didn't have any STAR data in 2020, or in 2020, that would be the 2019 20 year, right? We have data that's not robust for the subsequent year. And so now for a 2-year running period, we kind of have a hole in our number one objective. From a reporting, accountability, progress perspective, as a trustee, I'm just like a cat on a hot tin roof because I don't know what's going on. And so I need to know how we're gonna look at that and what we're gonna use. And you know, to be at this point in the process and not really understand that, I feel even more uncomfortable.
Understand that. Also know that we've spent a lot of time and energy on making sure that we meet basic needs over the last 18 months. And we have what you saw, the plan for how do we find out where our kids are at when they come back. And so we'll bring you what we have, but knowing that, you know, when we do the MAP data, the NWEA MAP data for math at the beginning of the year, and we look at their, I always forget the reading one, help me people, iStation. It's because I have something against iStation. We have iStation on the reading side for our universal screeners, and really making sure that we have those assessments in place and are developing that data set for where is everybody after this gap is going to be powerful for us. But we certainly will bring you all the data that we have.
Yeah, I think the concern is simply if the ISIP data isn't reliable or dependable data, then where are we, right? What are we using? How are we in the fall as students come back in the next week, right? What are we using to figure out where they are? And whatever that is, that should be the same thing that we've been using, or I assume it is, over the last 24 months to evaluate progress as well. All the standard caveats apply because of COVID, but that doesn't change the fact that we still have to understand what is going on, right?
Absolutely. And I say I don't like iStation, but that doesn't mean we haven't been using that data and that data isn't effective. So I think I misspoke. And certainly the math data that we've been gathering will bring to the table. I think NWEA MAP is more robust for the math side, and so that's going to give us a much better insight, I think, as we go forward. But we'll certainly be bringing you all of that data.
All right, board members, we'll be moving on to item 7B2. Consider all matters incident related to calling a bond election to be held by the Leander Independent School District, including the adoption of an order pertaining thereto. That's quite a mouthful for an agenda item, but there we go. Jimmy Disler, Elaine, I don't know, who's all coming up?
Sorry,
Okay.
just me.
Dr. Gehring.
To start, and then we'll start pulling folks in
Saw a
as we
lot of
need
presenter
to.
names there.
So thank you, Madam President and board members. You have 2 items in your packet that we're going to look at. The first is an order of election. This is the legal document that will be used if the board decides that they do want to call the election for November. If I'll just point out a couple of things, if you want to pull that up and have a look at that, please. You'll notice that on the bottom of page 1, it starts with Proposition A, and then you'll see that there's a blank with the dollar amount, and that's on purpose. And then you see Proposition B and Proposition C. This is what I mentioned to you the other night, is that we may bring to you 3 propositions as opposed to 2. Based on our conversations with Kristen Zavon, and Kristen is here from Norton Rose Fulbright, in order, when we have to phone a friend, she's going to be the friend we call on all the legal matters. She's our bond counsel. But Proposition C, okay, let me run through. Proposition A is our general construction proposition that has the bulk of the money in it. Proposition B is technology devices, which we explained to you before we have to pull out. And Proposition C, after a lot of consideration and discussion, and based on the new legislation, we feel that all of the work on the 2 regional PACs and then all the high school auditoriums falls in that fine arts category and needs to be pulled out as a separate proposition. So that's why you see 3 propositions tonight as opposed to 2. The language is all correct in here. We've left those dollar lines open because you have a decision that you need to make about whether we're going to go with the 4-year or the 3-year structure that we talked about before. So if you'll get out of that one and go back to the second attachment, which is the proposed bond amounts by proposition, we're going to talk about this for just a second. This just very hopefully clearly and succinctly lays out for you the difference between the 4-year model, which the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee Steering Committee recommended to the board. So if you look at that 4-year column, it's laid out with Proposition A, B, and C for a total of 933, 411, 694. And you can see how those different propositions are broken out. On the 3-year, that is the 813, 171, 240 that we brought to you, which essentially takes the year 4 projects and takes them off the list, and then also takes off the administration building and the early college high school. And we talked a lot about this on Tuesday night. You'll notice that there's a difference in Proposition B. So we've dropped from 41, 135 down to 33, 298, 077. And that's because there are some projects in year 4 that come off of that list, just like they do in the top line in Proposition A. And then when you go to year 3 with savings, that's when, if you choose to apply the $41 million in savings from the 2017 issuance, then we get down to that final number of 772, 171, 240. So this seems clear to me, but I want to make sure that there are no questions about the layout of what the numbers mean. The number that you're going to plug into that bond order that we looked at first is going to be whichever one of these columns you choose. Those 3 numbers are going to be the numbers that end up in Proposition A, B, and C in that order, and that will then lock us into what we're going to do. So with that, I will stop talking and allow you to ask questions or to start having your discussion deliberation.
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt an order calling a bond election in the principal amount of $772,171,240 to be held on November 2nd, 2021 by the Leander Independent School District.
I second.
I have a motion from Alexis and a second from Anna. Any other discussion or question, board members?
I would hope so. And forgive me, but I have several questions. I had hoped that these are the kinds of questions that could have been resolved on Tuesday night, but couldn't be because the details that I'd anticipated we would have available in that meeting were not made available until after the meeting. Is anyone else joining you to present? Or I have questions related to the bond issuance and the modeling. I guess I'll just ask the question. We'll
ask the questions and then we'll start calling on people as we need help.
So a couple of questions. First, as we talked about briefly at the last meeting, in the first version of the $933 million proposal, there was $65 million also being bonded from 2017. But in the subsequent model, that number had gone to $117 million. And so I'm looking to understand what exactly was in the 65 and then what is in the 117. That 117 is in both the 933 and the 813 proposals. And so trying to understand what's contributing to those additional dollars beyond what was recommended by the steering committee.
Great question. All right, so we're going to call on Elaine to come up.
In the original model, the 65 million was the original calculations back in March of what we would need to sell in the next year under the 2017.
Do you know what projects that is for?
I do. I have the whole list. It was a little bit left on technology, several projects with small contingency amounts to finish them out, 30 million for construction of elementary 29, which we're doing with cash that we have on hand, design of elementary 30, design of high school 7, and middle school land 11, and project management costs.
Okay. I would appreciate seeing the detail on that. And then what is additional in the 117?
So the 117, what we did not include in the first model, that original 65 was the current needs. There are still $58 million worth of projects in the 17 and 07 bond that have not been finished. 54 million of that is land. So we said, okay, if we're going to buy all this land that was authorized under 17, we need to account for that in the modeling to make sure it's correct. So that's why it grew to 117.
Okay.
So 117 million finishes everything under 07 and 17.
That in conjunction with applying the $41 million of savings from 2017 exhausts it, is that correct?
So the difference is we have 50 million. So we have 167 million of authorization remaining. If we issue the 117 to finish all the projects, that leaves 50 million of authorization that is not needed under 17. And we're saying use 41 million of that remaining authorization to build an elementary school.
So there would actually be 9 million left from the 17 authorization.
Correct.
Okay. So second line of questioning for me, Elaine, as we look at the way that PFM modeled the sale of bonds for both the 933 and the 813 million, the layout, the revised layout, the 3-year, shows 279 million in year 1, 418 million in year 2, and 353 million in year 3. The 813 model is the same in years 2 and 3, but less in year 1. But the way that Jimmy's 3.3 or 4.4 models lay out, we're allocating $500 million in year 1. So I'm trying to understand how the project plan layout ties out against the bonding schedule.
Remember, the cash flow is going to be different than the project life. So even though we start construction, contractors are really slow in billing, and so the actual, what will be issued will be dependent on a real cash flow schedule. So Blake was trying to model, if we did 3 sales, pretty sequential, throwing in some numbers, can we afford those numbers? That is not our true issuance schedule. That will be based on a true cash flow of the projects. Projects always switch time. So you might say, I'm going to do this project in 3 months. It starts in 6 months. And so this model is not to represent the actual cash issuance of the bonds, just what would it look like if we issued in these series.
Okay. I understand that, I think. Help me connect the dots. So if I look at the bonding schedule, we're allocating 17% of the total funds to be bonded in year one, but in the 3-3 plan, we have $491 million allocated, or 60% of the total. So you're saying we're bonding 17%, but we're spending 60%, or we're going to bond more, or we're not going to spend the 60%?
Again, I don't think those numbers tie to the actual cash needs, because that will be determined on which projects start when, and that's a conversation with Jimmy of what projects do we know we've got to use.
So is the general principle that we don't have to bond until later, or we bond earlier and pay the cash out later? Because the way it works here, or the way it appears to work, is we're bonding later after we've committed the funds.
Right, so authorization and capacity are two different things. So if the board authorizes 813, 772, whatever the number is, what we sell and when will depend on when we're going to need cash. So the plan was to delay an issue on the 17 pending passage of this bond, sell enough in early spring or late winter, January of 22, to get us through 12, 18 months, depending on what our capacity is at that point and what refundings we have. And then we would potentially go another 18 months before we need cash again, because we're not issuing everything under the authorization. We're stepping it out as we need the cash. That's why we still haven't issued all of the 17 bond.
I'm trying to connect the dots. It's not clicking for me yet. I apologize. In the 3-3 model, year one, we've got $491 million allocated.
That's part of 17 and part of 21.
Okay, I'm less concerned about which authorization they come from. I'm just looking at, that's the total dollars for the projects that are targeted for, identified in year one. But again, irrespective of whether they're 2017 authorizations or prospective 2021 authorizations, the bonding model only suggests issuing $159 million of bonds. So I'm trying to figure out how we do $500 million worth of work on $159 million worth of bonds.
Again, the cash flow is dependent on the project. So if we're doing all technology projects, that cash flow is going to be pretty fast. If we're doing a construction on an elementary, that cash flow is not going to be as fast. And so Blake did not base this model based on a true cash flow schedule, but he was trying to prove we can afford this amount of bonds overall.
Okay. The reason I ask is simply because, as Blake indicated at the meeting Tuesday, the model, based on the revised assumptions, doesn't work great for the 4-year issue, the steering committee recommendation, the $933 million issue, right?
And that's because we lowered the tax rate.
Because of the revised assumptions.
Values.
Right. He described it as fragile.
Right.
That is, it required the assumptions to transpire in order for that model to work effectively over the period. And so I'm just, if we look at the second model for the $813 million, it's not fragile in the sense that there's still a little bit of wiggle room from capacity to what's actually in the model. But I'm trying to work backwards and say, is the model actually what's going to happen? Or are we going to have to bond different from what's in the model? And if we do we start to have problems with the model again?
No, because the assumptions on the values are very conservative. And if we can't afford to issue, we wait until we can. But those assumptions are very conservative, and most likely we would probably issue over 4 series, not 3. So the 3 was to compress the timing to make it the most conservative.
I have a quick question that might help clarify for me. So the 491 in year 1 includes construction furnishings for elementary 30 and design construction furnishings for elementary 31. Is that correct?
I believe that's what I
So
said.
one of those is 46,830,000, the other one's 49,011,011, and those all show up in year 1. However, you don't pay all of that money out in year 1 because you're really going in with those GMPs that are set to say, you know, here's the first part. So we sell enough money to get us through that first year, but it's certainly not going to be almost 100 million, right? Because those projects are going to work out over the length of at least 2 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll take a break.
Board members, do y'all have any other questions?
Not really a question, more of a comment. First, apologies for not being able to attend on Tuesday, but I did get caught up on the details and the particulars. I had originally stated that I had serious reservations about going to bond for $1 billion, right? That's a huge bite. And I appreciate everybody, giving us the extra time to go through the projects and everything. And whereas I thought my reasoning for wanting to break this up in half was, made a lot of sense to me once I started getting all of the information and assembling it. I've come to the conclusion that either way, I'm okay with. If we wanted to do the whole thing now, I get it, it's a huge number. I'm willing to take that leap of faith, in large part because of the way Jimmy's handled our construction stuff in the past. That gives me a good deal of confidence. If we want to do the 3 with the savings, as Alexis has moved, I'm fine with that too. I think that strikes a great balance. The one question I had, and I'm leading up to my question, I apologize, I'm hopped up on 5-hour energy drink. The 3-year with the savings, does that get us down the road? Does that get us where we need to be? And is that going to be too much of a constraint? Or is there something I'm missing to say, no, we really want to do the 4 years right now. If we do the 4 years, we get X extra, as opposed to if we do it in the 3 years with savings. Is there anything in that I'm missing?
So I'll answer if you don't mind. Jim, thank you for that question. We were very careful to not bring an alternative to the board that we couldn't live with. Jimmy did a lot of work last week to make sure that that's all laid out and that we can make it work. All it means is that we come back to bond again a year sooner than we would have. We will have to make some modifications. So on Tuesday night, one of the things I mentioned is that if we push the administration building expansion out into the next bond, we're going to have to do something to create enough capacity for us to manage here. We're out of space here, and we're going to have to put some portables, something. We're going to have to figure out a way to house the teams effectively, because the working conditions for these folks is not where it needs to be to run a district of this size. So we are going to have to do something. I think we can figure that out and work around it. On the early college high school, that's the other thing we're pushing out. Of course, we have the ability to use the ACC campus at St. Gabriel to start. So we're going to start early college high school and be operating that program, even though we don't have our own facility yet. The timing then will be touch and go as to whether we have to put some portables on the ACC campus to just bide us over a year or two, or whether they don't quite expand as quickly as they think, and so then we'll be able to stay there a little longer. So we're prepared to take that risk, I think. as we go through this. So we can make it work for sure. Is it ideal? No. Is life ideal? No. So we're happy to go with either one of these options.
Is what you were saying about doing the modifications for the admin building, which would be a consequence of doing the 3 with savings. Can you give me some sort of idea what that, is that a huge number? And if I've missed it somewhere, I apologize. But I mean, are we talking about millions of dollars that will have basically spent to buy us over to the next bond, or?
So I threw out a number on Tuesday night of $1 million, perhaps out of fund balance, that we could put the portables here. As you know, we have portable needs across the district always. The first portable you put in is about $216,000 because you have to run power and do all that. After that, it costs about $113,000 for the additional portables that go in. I suspect we need probably 4 or 5 to go here to get us through the next several years. So I think we could do that certainly under $1 million. If we had a commitment from the board for $1 million, I think we could easily make that work.
Got it. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I want to add to Jim's question. My concern is the 4-year technology that falls off, because that assumes that we go to bond in 3 years and that bond passes. We've been behind in technology, and if this 3-year bond turns into a 5 or 6, we're potentially taking a step back for the progress that we made. So my concern on the 3-year would be the technology.
I need to express one additional concern or frustration in terms of the process. We've been talking for years about schools of choice as a really important objective. We haven't really had material dialogue at the board level about schools of choice. The presentations to the board have been pretty limited, and the way that we will adopt a schools of choice strategy is with this vote right now. We won't see a lot of additional information before we make that commitment. I don't love doing business that way. I don't think that's great transparency for us as a board and for our community. I think additionally, I've expressed this previously, I don't know that schools of choice located in one part of our district is really the right strategy for schools of choice for a district of our size. And I don't know that they really are certain to affect our growth issues and trends in that part of the district the way that we would like them to. Additionally, I think they potentially present a solution that is less than a comprehensive high school, which is available to all the rest of our students elsewhere in the district. So I think the conversation on this has not been as robust as it should have been. I'm not confident that this is the right direction or the right decision. And I don't know that we've really had an opportunity to see the details at the level that we should before we take this step.
I think I slightly disagree, not completely, but slightly. I think schools of choice give us a great option. Yes, 2 will be located in North. I don't think the 3rd has been cemented on location. I think we have possibility to utilize some underutilized campuses or kind of think outside the box. It gives us some time to incorporate that as a board and make those decisions. I do know that if we're not comfortable with school of choice, I love school of choice. I think it's a great option for our students. I think choice is what we have been hearing they want and need, and this gives that to that demographic that needs a different choice, different learning environment. It doesn't fit every child, but if we take those schools of choices out, Elaine or Bruce can give me the number on that total, but then we put $250 million back in per high school number 7.
I noticed on this school of choice worksheet that was given to us, There was a program advisory committee recommendations for early college, high school, and other schools of choice from May 2019. I'm just curious, it says the PAC was established after receiving increasing feedback. Who established that PAC? Was it DWIC or was it the board?
So I'm going to call on an expert here because I do not.
But Krista, maybe you have a better memory than I can about how the PAC was established.
So I think what happened is we had a lot of people who had a lot of great ideas in the district of what we wanted to do. And so as getting that feedback in conjunction with administration at the time, we decided to create the Program Advisory Committee as part of DWIC. And so all members of DWIC had the opportunity to really start out about what do you hear and what do you want to see for the students in Leander ISD. And so we took all of their feedback and we broke it into different categories for elementary school, middle school, and high school, and then in some other UIL, other different activities. And then we worked for a series of almost 2 years on that work to bring back some recommendations to the board about what we would like to see. Anything and everything was in there, from expanding what they called CTE options, but really it was just kind of STEM and more exploratory options in our elementary schools, to schools of choice. We also had the expansion of the middle school electives came directly from that program advisory committee as well. There was looking into the middle years program for our IB schools. So there was a wide variety of items that we looked at, and that's how it was established. That we had a lot of people coming and saying, we want to see X, Y, and Z in the district, and so we used DWIC to really help kind of narrow down that focus and then be able to present some items to you all to see where we move forward with. And so that middle school's electives was one of the first things that we moved forward with. And then we had recommendations to continue studying some of the schools of choice, so we had another committee that then looked into that.
Early childhood expansion was in there too, if I remember correctly.
I do see where the administration has started to implement some of those items that came out of the PAC. What I would hope is there's still that coordination, which administration has so far shown a trend, is as these programs are rolled out, you bring updates to us. I've seen updates in Friday memos and in the meeting. I would say that as these programs roll out, early college, high school will come and we'll get updates, and I expect we'll get updates on New Hope and even our virtual learning academy. And as we start looking at these, and then that next item, which was another school of choice to be developed, right? All these components together in coordination continues to have board vision up at the top, but then administration rolls it out. So I see this, I can't think of a better word besides coordination. Y'all can think of something else. I've limited my vocabulary this evening, but there's this duality of kind of moving forward, right? That I've seen we've had a trend of, and I hope we could continue that.
I want to add, thinking about this historically, it has been a conversation for a long time, and I know you presented all this information, and we've talked a lot about this as a board and also with our community. I do think that having them in different areas will drive people there. If we were a small school district, I would say maybe not enough. I think given our size, that they would be, I think I also trust that you're going to keep us and, we're going to keep having these discussions as we continue on to each option here, and you're going to update us, and y'all are going to be doing the research about what our district, what our students are asking for, what the parents are asking for, and we're going to keep listening, and we're going to keep asking our community. So I disagree that I think the region school of choice, I think it's a great option. I think it's good use of our facilities, and I'm excited to see those develop.
So here, I'm sitting here listening to these conversations, and the thing that just struck me is sitting at this dais are 7 moms and dads from the community getting ready to pull the trigger on $750 million. We're going to make that commitment on behalf of our entire community. That scares the bejeebus out of me, quite honestly. And so, taking a page out of Anna's book, and I mean that as a compliment, we've had committees, we've had subcommittees, we've had steering committees, we've had surveys, we've had input. The community has said, hey, looking at where we are, what we think we can afford, here's what we would like to do. And that gives me some confidence, and I'm, okay, I think I can do this. There's been enough people much smarter than me getting involved in this. I think I can be one of those moms and dads that say, hey, guess what, community? I just put us all on the hook for $750 million. Please don't be mad at me. And I don't say this to patronize you in any way, Aaron. I ridiculously respect your intelligence in the way that you think about things. And so I'm ready to move forward, and I have concerns about this, and this. And it's not I don't agree with you, I don't understand. I'm not able to follow some of your more deep-seated concerns, which makes me nervous, like, oh, crap, I'm missing something. I think enough people have looked at this. We are out of time. I think for me it comes down to, do I trust the people that we've asked to look at this? And am I comfortable to make that commitment on behalf of the community? I think I am. So I just wanted to put that out there. I appreciate your concerns. I don't know that I'm following them completely. Would I have liked to have had 16 more conversations about this in depth and bring in some bagels and really, dive into each and every project? Absolutely. But I think the information that's been presented satisfies my needs for being able to move forward. So I just wanted to throw that out there, just because I'm hopped up on 5-hour energy drink.
So just some clarity on what you said a couple of times. So the board is not committing the community to do anything tonight. All the board is doing is bringing this forward to the community. So in November, the community will have an opportunity to decide whether we do this or not if the board decides to call the election tonight. So all the board is doing tonight is calling an election for this to go in front of the community and for the community to tell us in no uncertain terms, one way or the other, whether this is what they want us to do or not. So I just want to be very clear about that.
Clarification. Yes, that's...
Well, you know that, but just for our discussions. Okay, board, any other discussions before we call a vote?
I have one question. Dr. Gearing, what is your administration recommendation on this issue?
So our initial recommendation was the recommendation that came out of the Citizen Facility Advisory Committee to call a 4-year bond for $933 million. Based on the conversations that we had in this room, we went away and looked at, could we do that differently? We have brought you back alternatives to give you options of doing $933 million. We could do $933 million with the $41 million of savings in it. We did not put that on this option chart, but it is an option. And then we proposed that 3-year option of saying we can do this in 3 years. It just means we come back to bond in 2024. We pointed out that 2024 is an election cycle. And we pointed out that, that just shortens the cycle, but it's still possible to do that. We've told you that we could take, in order to make that work effectively, we could take the administration building for $19 million and push it out. We could take the early college high school building for $29 million and push it out. The rest of those 4-year projects were still in the next cycle, so we haven't cut anything. We've just rearranged how we do this. That brings different challenges, different consequences, but we're a fast growth district. We're good at dealing with challenges and consequences. So we feel like we could do either of these options and still be comfortable coming out. But if you ask me for my personal recommendation, I would prefer for us to do the 930 million that the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee brought to the board. I think they did incredible work. I think it makes a lot of sense. I see the financial soundness of it based on what the work that Elaine and PFM have done. I've seen the Basilis survey. I've worked with Basilis in other districts. I've been through this process and been very close in bond elections. And so my gut tells me that 933 million in a 4-year cycle is what's best. But I assure you that I'm very, very comfortable with any of the models that we've presented to the board as options.
Before we take a vote, like I stated, after listening and looking and asking questions and doing my own research, I was comfortable with the 4-year. However, I'm willing and able to do the 3 years with savings. I don't know if this is a legal question I can ask or not, but for Alexis's the move she made, is that a non-negotiable for you?
I'm sorry, I was doing math.
After all of my research, I was comfortable doing the 4-year.
Yeah.
However, if the board decides that they want to do the 3-year with savings, I'm fine with that and I can support that. Are you absolutely committed to the 3-year with savings and that's a non-negotiable?
I feel like we have a better shot of getting it passed. I feel like community support would be stronger.
I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure because I want us to all feel as good as we can about this. So that's why I'm asking the question. I'm done talking. I'll be quiet.
I feel much like you do on this. I would be happy to, I feel like the committee and Elaine, Dr. Gearing, everyone has given me enough information where I feel comfortable with that. But I think what I feel most comfortable with is knowing that at least the most board member, wherever we're going to get the greatest amount of board support, that's where I'm going to ultimately be most comfortable. And so if I'm very much aligned where you are right there. So if that's the motion that you're making and you're not going to move that motion off, then I would be willing to vote on that. I would be ready to make my vote if you are not moving that motion. Okay.
Looking at the 933 big number minus the savings gets us at 892. If that is still too high, then I am fine with it as well, with the 3-year with the savings. I appreciate the administration taking one for the team, so to speak, and giving us those options. I appreciate that.
I'm in the same boat. I mean, I think I was very clear at the last 2 board meetings. My passion came out in regards to listening to our committee and what our CFAC and bond steering and everybody proposed. I am concerned, just our administration building, we keep kicking it down the road. And I just want to ensure that my board members understand, like, go take a tour of our administration building. You need to see what they're staying in. And granted, they're still doing a great job. But if we're going to retain amazing educators and retain our cabinet level, we've got to treat them like they are. And so I just want my fellow board members just to kind of keep that in the back of our head. Like, when we get those portables, let's make sure they have restrooms in there. I want to make sure that they are what's going to get them. Hey, I'm sorry. I know I've heard from y'all, but I just want to ensure that we're not going to kick the can down 4 years and we're going to be busting out the seams. And, when we're trying to hire people, well, I get to go stay, cramped up with 5 other people in a room. Like, we got to truly give them a safe and nice place to work. So, but yeah, I'm okay with all this.
All right, board members, if there's no other questions, I'll go ahead and call a vote. All right, we have a motion from Alexis, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries. We'll move on. Board members, y'all did, administration, thank you all. A lot of deliberation and discussion. Thank you to our CFAC steering committee. Sean, please thank Jeremy and all the committee members. We appreciate y'all's effort and work. It's a lot of hours for our community and citizens working on that. All right, board members, we'll go on to 7B3, consider approval of the Travis County Joint Elections Agreement. Is somebody presenting on this? I don't even have a name who's presenting. Can we just do a motion? Okay.
So, yeah, so
it's just the standard.
We can't, I can't even talk.
It's 11:30.
We have to have this joint election, well, we don't have to have it, but it would help us to save money to have the joint election agreement because we now have an election that's going to happen on November 2nd. So if we hadn't called this election, we wouldn't be doing this item, but because we've called an election, the joint agreement with Travis County saves us money and enables us to share the cost of that election. So I'm strongly recommending that we execute
Madam
this.
President, I move the board approve the Travis County Joint Election Agreement for the November 2nd, 2021 bond election.
A second.
Have a motion from Jim, second from Christine. There's no need for a discussion. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Move on to item 7B4, discuss endorsement of a candidate for the TASB Board Directors Region 13C position. Board members, as you might notice in there, we've got a list of the endorsements request, and I don't know if they all have letters. Y'all can look under your attachments to see it. I can tell you as far as meetings, who goes to the CTASB, and I also know some of these members directly because I have a vice president who's in here and a very active member of Central Texas School Board Association and the president of the organization. I do not feel comfortable picking one out of the other. I think we have some great people in here, so it's up to the board, or I'll leave it to board will if y'all want to put a name forward for the endorsement request, or the other option is it moves forward to the delegate assembly.
During my time of attending Central Texas Board Members Association meetings and serving on various subcommittees there, I've gotten to work very closely with one of these folks, and that's Renee Mitchell from Pflugerville. Yeah, she is from Pflugerville. And she's just been phenomenal to work with. I'm not saying that any of those others aren't, but she's been a real leader in that space, and I've just been really impressed with her. So I would like to recommend her.
I'm with Gloria on that. I've gone to some Central Texas School Board meetings, and I have a fellowship with other Central Texas School Board members, and as a new trustee, she actually reached out to me. Hey, what can I do to help? You've got questions, what can I do? Renee Mitchell, I'm sorry. So I'm with Gloria. I would recommend her if that's what the board wants. I think that's a great person to help in our region.
I don't necessarily have a dog in the hunt, so I would defer to the recommendations of my fellow board members.
Just to clarify, this is not posted for action tonight. This is for action on the 26th.
All right, board members, and do your research, and we'll move on from there. All right, item 7B5, review novel local board policy, AEA, the educational philosophy, educational equity. We have the word educational twice. Lots of learning. All right, we have Sean Wisher, Laura Lynn Atterbury, Krista Carlin, and our committee member.
Good
evening.
Then
our policy group. I know Alexis, Aaron, and Gloria worked on this. Thank y'all so much. I just didn't want to start without telling you how much I appreciate our board subcommittee going through policy, because you may have saved us years of discussion. Y'all worked through a lot of material, and I can see a lot of thought when I'm just reading through this. So without further ado, Sean.
You would have thought that Trish read my open, because I wanted to start by just thanking Alexis and Aaron and Gloria for the tremendous amount of time that they've devoted to the policy committee. We've really demanded a lot of them, not just in their time, but I think in their intellectual horsepower, that this has These have been very difficult conversations, at times complex, but they've really been able to focus that time, and we really appreciate that and the amount of attention they've given to these really important issues. It didn't escape my attention that I'm closing out the open session tonight, and while I normally promise to go quickly, I think that these are incredibly important topics, and I don't want to rush it. As you all know, your Diversity Equity Advisory Committee has done a lot of work and brought a presentation to you, and part of that presentation included recommendations, including a recommendation that the district consider adopting a policy related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I have with me here David Barnes and Krista Carleen and Laura Lynn Arterberry, who served on the Diversity and Equity Advisory Committee, and in particular really worked on developing a policy that they would like you to consider this evening. They initially drafted this policy and brought it to the committee, and we went through several iterations and discussions so that what you see before you is the result of that work. Unlike stuff that you're used to seeing coming from our policy committee where there's a lot of redlining, this is a novel policy. It's not one that currently is in your body of policy. And so what you see is really the result of what came out of that committee. But of course, this evening, we would like to fully discuss that, make sure we have any feedback you have and any questions. Additionally, as a committee, we did discuss to some degree, since this is different than just reviewing existing policy, we may want to explore ways to get community feedback in a manner such as perhaps a listening session or something along those lines, and that's something maybe you want to consider this evening. So without any further ado, you have the initial draft policy in front of you that was part of this packet. And I'd really just like to open up for discussion, and I have your Diversity Equity Advisory Committee members here to assist me in that they can really help explain any of the rationale that went behind their work before they brought it to our policy committee. But I also would invite any comments from Aaron, Alexis, and Gloria, and that the work that they put into this.
And when I introduced our speakers, I'm sorry, David, your name wasn't up here. So also thank you, David Barnes, for coming up and speaking to us. Board members, any questions? Should we start with Sean, do y'all just want to go ahead and give us some background?
I think I'd leave that to David, who's done a lot of the lion's share of the work on the initial drafting. I'll point out just a couple of features in here that in the definitions, you'll see parenthetically after each definition in that section, it says board training January 2021. That's not necessarily intended to remain in there as language for the policy. It's just a reference point for you for this evening so that you understand where we were drawing those definitions from, so you had a kind of a benchmark to work from. Additionally, I think David has a few ideas on a couple of ideas that he's had based on feedback he's received on a couple of edits that we may already be contemplating for some of this language, but I think I'll leave it to David because he knows more about this than I do.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. Just kind of want to talk about, a question was asked about the background of the policy. And again, February, the Equity Advisory Committee came to the board and provided some recommendations. Among those recommendations was the implementation of an equity policy. And I just want to point out that of all those recommendations that they brought to you in that February, this is basically the last one. Like, we've accomplished most of all of that on that list. And so basically the background of this was just identifying and understanding that there was a need for direction and guidance from leadership to the district to make sure that leaders were empowered to go ahead and conduct equity work within their elements. Now, I know people would say that, yes, we empower our leaders at all times anyway. And while that may be true, we don't have anything set and policy, so the board that can lead in policy. This will also serve as communication to the community, to stakeholders, to say that this is important to us and this is what the district wants and the board wants. And then lastly, this will set out some guidance that will endure over time. So even after we're all out of these positions, this will still endure. And so given those three objectives, the recommendation came out that we should have a policy put into place. And again, most districts coming to our size here in Texas have some sort of framework for equity and diversity and inclusion in their organizations. So as we kind of look through this, it starts out with that purpose statement, the definition statement, a commitment to educational equity, a historical acknowledgement of inequities, and then establishing that ODEI, which is the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And after that, it just talks about some strategic objectives for the board, to leadership, and to district, of some things that we want to accomplish here in the district, or some things that we need to pay attention to, or some things that we need to highlight, focus on. And so in short, that is the equity policy and kind of the background of where we got from where we came from.
And then Sean mentioned changes or feedback or something you have for language. Do you want to go ahead and tease that out as well?
So we've already gone through several revisions, definitely through the subcommittee work. There is some things in here that, as we was just getting some feedback, I would just want to highlight. Perhaps on page 3, we want to make sure that each one of these things meet the intent of whatever was prescribed. So on page 3 at the very top, the one edit that I would recommend, that I would catch and I would recommend now in this forum, the one edit where it says, in order to achieve equitable academic outcomes, I would recommend maybe changing that language, simply because sometimes we want to do what we can control, right? So I would recommend that language to be changed, in order to achieve equitable academic opportunities. And that might be an edit that I would recommend to the board at this time.
And I appreciate that. I'm going to jump in here real quick, because when I read that, I started researching, okay, what is an equitable academic outcome, and trying to get definitions. All of the definitions I got match the intent of what we're trying to do. But even so, when I read achieve equitable outcomes, that language just, it doesn't work for me. It's suggestive in the wrong way. So I very much appreciate, and I like the replacing outcomes with opportunities.
Sean, can you talk to us a little bit about there was some concern that this policy was illegal and that we should have an attorney look at it. Can you speak to some of that as an attorney?
Sure. There's nothing illegal about this policy that I'm aware of. It's not at all related to critical race theory. I think some of those comments might have been related to EF local, which we're going to talk about in the next agenda item. I don't think that whatever references were made there weren't related to this. For instance, House Bill 3979 has nothing to do with having a diversity and equity policy.
I do agree with the word opportunity. I think that's a great change. I think that's perfect. Anna and Aaron and Gloria, could you, Alexis, Aaron and Gloria, sorry. Could you speak to any of the maybe sticking points that y'all had with certain spots of this? I mean, or were there many? Sorry.
Do you want to go home tonight?
No. Sorry.
I think I'd like to step in and just say, it's a lot of watching them.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what.
Yeah. No, I appreciate your guys' work, and I know that the policy committee within the Equity and Diversity Committee worked really, really hard on this. So I appreciate y'all's work.
I will say some of the things that we talked about, and that Laura Lynn and David and Krista just did such a phenomenal job in really trying to define everything very, very clearly. And I appreciate that. And I think it goes back to, something probably Matt Bent said, is it everything that everyone wants? No, but I think it's a great start to something. It's a great start to acknowledging and making sure that we have something in policy that's going to do exactly what you said with that change on there. And I appreciate that, making sure that there's equitable opportunities. And so I think that y'all have just done a really fabulous job listening. And there were times where I thought it was going to be impossible for you to get what I was thinking and what maybe Aaron was thinking and Alexis, and bridge that. And y'all just really did a phenomenal job of just listening and really putting that down. So thank you.
So one of the citizens' comments, actually I think a couple of them, touched on something that stuck out to me. And before I get eviscerated for all of a sudden being anti-whatever, this stuff is important to me. This is what my degree is in. So I'm very focused on this. But with regard to paragraph 6, the very last sentence, these resources will support students and staff in attaining knowledge, attitudes, that one struck me, the word attitudes, skills necessary to understand and manage emotions. I start getting a little nervous when we're going to put into policy how we're going to manage somebody's emotions and then make responsible decisions. So my question is, if that last sentence came out, does it diminish the policy? And if so, just share with me what you're thinking so that I can feel more comfortable with it.
Hey, Jim, I want to back up just a second, because it says the skills necessary to understand and manage emotions. So it's not the emotions themselves, it's the skills. So back up one sentence.
Similar to social emotions. It'd be like an SCSS class student.
Right.
That some of our students take to acquire social skills, and that's kind of what I'm looking at it like.
Fair enough. No, I appreciate that. And again, wasn't poo-pooing it. Somebody smarter than me tell me what I'm looking at.
Well, I'm looking at it. This is, I have a SPED. That's my lens. I'm looking at this. And when I look at that, I'm thinking of, okay, so we're going to provide our students with these skills. And we do have programs already in LISD that are helping our students achieve those skills, but we're just ensuring that this is going to be offered to everybody.
Okay. What about attitudes? That was the other one. It just kind of stuck out. It was like, that's kind of a weird word to put into a policy.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, again, that's kind of why we're here. And I think as the skill to attain an attitude, that doesn't really make sense to me. I think that part, but does the rest of it, I would just ask, does the idea of providing a skill to manage emotions?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. The attitudes, and I'm not going to say no. I'll never support this. I'm really looking forward to supporting this. I just, for my own personal knowledge, I had those questions, and then a couple of the speakers brought it up, and I was like, well, okay, if they're asking and I'm asking, I'll just ask so we can talk about it.
Thank you for that feedback. We can look at the social emotional learning and see if we can align the languages there. That way there's consistency between what we're currently utilizing in that curriculum and then what's aligned in the policy.
I would like, I can't get over it. I keep going through and picking out different pieces and reading it. And I've been looking at it consistently, trying to look at it with different eyes and different viewpoints. I see so much intentionality and deliberate choices. I see a tie-in to our vision, our core belief, our mission. I don't think that's an accident that I'm seeing that in here. I think there's a lot of intentional work. I also looked at other AEA policies, and this reflects our district. I don't see trying to use somebody else's words or vocabulary or blueprint. I see something that, what it looks to me is we're looking at our district and saying, what do we need? What have we said we're going to do? And we're talking about well, I love, the purpose of this policy is to provide guidance, establish a framework, and direct action to affect change within Leander Independent School District to eradicate racism, intolerance, bigotry, and prejudice, and to promote an environment that welcomes and respects each community member while appreciating our differences, which I think looks really familiar. And that's what we're talking about is respecting, taking each and every child and meeting them where they're at. This is really good work. I'm going to keep reading over it, but thank y'all.
I love the policy. I like the fact that you guys, the DEI officer is in reports to superintendent. We've got to see the restructure of our support services and what that's done. So I'm super excited that we're going to have that equity lens at that top level and involved in those conversations at every level. The other thing I really like, and this is me putting on my SPED hat, is special education, and you included dyslexia. We know how Texas is with dyslexia, and I just can't thank y'all enough for acknowledging that community. I'm just so excited for this. This is truly, I believe, going to help a lot of our families right now who are struggling with the way Texas defines dyslexia. And then my last thing is, I love the community collaboration, especially the part in regards to the district shall create opportunities for all students and families, including the families of color and those whose first language might not be English. We have so many diverse families here who speak more than just Spanish and other languages. And it hurts my heart sometimes that we can't provide those services for those students or that family because they want to feel involved. And so for this right here, I think of those voices that came to me when I was a volunteer and those parents trying to get involved. And this is going to create that opportunity. So I can't thank y'all and my fellow board members. I know you guys worked your tail off on this. I love that it was a great group here, and I just appreciate y'all so much on this.
David, I also would like to echo what my other board member said. Equitable academic opportunities is a fabulous, really looking at what it is we're trying to do. So I think that's an excellent suggestion. I would like, before we vote, if we can make sure we check with, not tonight, before we vote before next week, is if we just get our auditor to weigh in as far as whatever we may end up auditing, if we're saying as far as, I can't remember how Helene actually said it, but how we're going to make sure it gets implemented or anything that she may need to do to make sure that, she's got some eyes in case there's something there. And of course, I know, Sean, you've looked at it. Make sure Holly's looked at it as well. And those are my only other thoughts right now.
I have shared that with Holly, and Ms. O'Neill has actually provided us with some feedback that we just haven't had a chance to meet and review that. So that is an element of it, yes.
I was just going to say thank you to my fellow board members and our committee. As has been said, this was a lot of work. I've been a board member for a long time. This was heavy lifting. Would you agree, Gloria? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
This was a hard one.
And I'll be totally honest, even when it's all said and done, I don't know if I'm going to vote for this policy. There are still some fundamental issues that are a problem for me. Directionally, I think some of it is just wrong-headed and is counterproductive for our district. That said, I think the policy that you see today is so much stronger because of the work that we did together. And I feel better about it than I did when we started because I think it really is improved. And I think we worked well as a team and collaborated a great deal in that work, even with the obvious disagreements that occurred as we went through that process. I'm looking at Gloria because she and I provided the counterpoint through a lot of this, right? And I will add that these are really complex topics. One of the reasons that we have some definitions here is because some of these words that we just throw around in August 2021 are trigger words and buzzwords, and we knew we couldn't get very far if we didn't say what we meant when we used those words, right? So we tried to focus our language and get kind of on a common footing in terms of what those things meant for us. But even then, I think it's important that just supporting something that says it's DEI isn't inherently virtuous, and opposing something that is DEI doesn't mean that you don't value diversity and that you don't seek equal opportunity and that you don't want to include folks who feel marginalized. So there's a lot of nuance here, and we and our community reflect that complexity and that nuance. So I'm really interested in ensuring that we get feedback from our community, in spite of all the discussion that we've had, and in spite of the fact that we bring to you a policy that I think is about 95% done, as far as our group was going to get it. I'm interested to hear what our community reacts to and how they perceive some of the material, some of the language, because I think there still is room for it to get a little bit better as we listen one more time and let our community react to the work that we've done. So again, thank you to the team, and appreciate the work.
Talking about the feedback part, I feel like we've held numerous listening sessions, and we're still holding listening sessions in our district. I think that we've heard from our community, and we've listened, and now it's time. This is coming to us for a vote at the end of this month, right? Or have we set the date? Yep, it's on there. And so I think it's time that we take action and move this forward. And I think a big part of that, though, after whatever happens with that vote, we have to do a lot of communicating to our community about what this policy is, and making sure that we've communicated to everyone, this is what it is and this is what it isn't. And making sure that we're putting that out there, that that's part of our continuous listening sessions, that we're providing information about that it's on the website, and that we're communicating frequently about that. But I don't think that having a community listening session to then give us feedback on this policy is necessary, because we have had, how many listening sessions did we do?
10. We had 10.
We had 10 listening sessions about diversity and equity and inclusion, and then and on top of that, our current ongoing listening sessions have had a lot of that topic as well.
And I agree. We keep getting up to the line, and then, okay, hang on, let's, I think this is a document that we can cross that line, put the document out there, and then that gives us a foundation. We can make whatever adjustments we need to make as we go forward. But any more delay, and we're just spinning our wheels, and we're not living up to the commitments that we made. Just so those that may disagree with me, in an email that I sent out to a constituent that we were going back and forth about equity, it was like, what is equity? And for me, equity is the allocation of resources to ensure that everybody has the opportunity. Equality, yes, we have to have equality. And you get that back and forth, right? Equal for everybody is the fairest way. Well, okay. When you're talking about everyone should have an equal opportunity to feel safe, when everybody should have an equal opportunity to have all of the materials they need to learn effectively, those things I get. The equity piece, we have to allocate resources. And the example that I use is as a drill sergeant. If this recruit gets it and is doing well, but this one is struggling, it makes sense to give them a little bit more attention, a little bit more of my very limited time, because I've got 60 recruits, to get this person across the finish line. This person understands it because they're both going to go down range and they're going to count on each other to save each other's lives. So there's a real vested interest from everybody. And I've said this before, I wish we could lay that into public education, you know, to get people to understand that equity, allocation of resources to make sure everybody has an equal opportunity is a good thing. Now, I also said, I think that equity can be done wrong when the reallocation of resources negatively impacts one group or another, right? So I get it. In America, hard work pays off, and everyone technically has the same opportunity, but in reality, some students are in need of additional supports. And a lot of times, in most cases, that's not of their doing, but they need those additional supports. As a board member, I have to ensure that in my quest to make the decision that's in the best interest of the greatest number of students, we also have to be mindful of those that need those additional supports, not of their own doing. So I think this policy, as it's written, you know, I asked my questions, we've covered those. Let's get this thing going and go from there. I'm excited. I feel like we're doing something that is measured, that has been very well vetted. It's not just a knee-jerk reaction that, oh gosh, we have to have an equity officer. No, we need an equity officer. We've known that for a year or better. Let's do it. So I very much appreciate all the effort that went into this. And I'm rambling again. I'll turn my mic off.
It is a late hour, but I don't want to let this moment go by without asking a few overarching questions. And I don't want this to get too in the weeds, but what I would like to know is there are very specific sections in here. I see a lot of intentionality and deliberate choice. But if you could just highlight for me, because I wasn't on the committee or the meetings, we have a commitment statement. Why did you think we wanted a commitment statement in there? You have an acknowledgement of historical inequities. Why did y'all want that in there? And you have a listing of the ODI. So asking you, why did you choose these pieces? Because there's obviously some pieces that aren't in here. Why did you choose these pieces? I also know when I look at some places when they've done district and talked about their district office of diversity, equity, and inclusion, they have pillars, but you don't. We have objectives, and we have these objectives. We didn't choose other ones. So if you could just give me a highlight of why these choices, not too deep, just kind of the general overview.
Yeah, it can get pretty deep. But let me just say that, so we did take a sampling of various equity policies across Texas. We did make this very intentional for all the documents that already exist in our system, and even to the point where we know we're redoing the graduate profile, we know we were redoing our commitment statements, and so a lot of that is in here, so that's probably why you see that language mirrored. The skeleton for the document, to be honest with you, came from TASB. TASB has a skeletal document for educational equity philosophy. There are several districts in Texas that use that skeleton. However, for those districts, they wrote it for their district. For instance, Dallas is written for African American populations, right? San Antonio's got Latino populations. For us, we wanted to make this document as flexible as possible to meet our ever-changing needs. We know this district is changing, and we wanted to make sure it met those needs. And so you ask why on some of these things. A commitment to educational equity goes to speaking to our community that this is something that the board, our leadership, and our district wants to accomplish. It's a direct statement to our community that this is something that we want to happen. And then the historical acknowledgement of inequities, to be honest with you, that's a sampling in there simply because work cannot really move forward until we realize what needs to be fixed or what needs to be changed. So when we acknowledge that we fall short of our optimal goals, we've fallen short of our ideal, then when we acknowledge that, that allows the community to know that we want to move forward, like we honestly, earnestly want to move forward. And then all the objectives that are in there, for objective one, those just mirrored our advisory committee, our equity advisory committee. And so we just kind of took those objectives. And a lot of this came back from our community feedback. Our community feedback, they talked about making sure that our minoritized populations are treated equitably when it comes to discipline, to make sure that they have the same opportunities in special programs, in extracurriculars, in advanced programs. And then just to Trustee McKay's point, just kind of talking about making sure we're meeting the needs of each and every individual student for where they are and what they need to do so they can accomplish the academic outcomes that they want to accomplish. And so just kind of going through that is kind of where all this language came from and kind of where we wanted to touch each and every part of our district.
And I'll add on to what David said, that we called it the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion with intentionality, knowing that you all did approve a chief diversity and equity and chief of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that person would come on and do their own assessment of our district in partnership with current leaders, and then would be able to write out that strategic action plan. But we felt it was important to establish an office here, and then be able to staff that accordingly as the needs arose through a needs assessment. So.
And I just want to add one more thing, is that a lot of times when people read this kind of a policy, they're trying to figure out, like, what does that look like? How do we do that? The policy is not an action plan. So the policy just gives guidance, and then the action plan will come later.
I think it's going to be a proud moment when we are able to say that we have a Office of Diversity and Equity, and we have a person in that role. That is such a concrete step, saying we see the need for this and we're doing something about it. I'm excited.
All right, board members, if there's no other questions, I again can't, I see so much work, so many hours in here. I just thank y'all so much. Policy Committee and our Diversity Task Force, and Sean, thank y'all. All right, we'll move on to our next item. To review, board members, this is up for adoption at our next board meeting. If you have any questions between now and then, please let our community, our administration know. All right, we'll move on to review board policy EF local and EMB local.
I'm inviting my new guests up for this topic of discussion. We have Jennifer Collins and Matt Bentz, who have already discussed ELA in general with you this evening, and as they forecast to you that there was some policy work that went along with that, and your policy committee knows that all too well. They've spent late nights working on this last week. And so I just want to highlight a couple of things and talk about what this policy is, and also a little bit about what it isn't, just to address some of the comments that we had from our community this evening. There are two policies that the committee went and reviewed related to our instructional resource selection. One is actually EF local, which is directly related to instructional resources. The other one is EMB local, which deals with how we deal with controversial topics. Additionally, in your package, you'll note that there is a companion resolution to go with this, which we'll explain a little bit. But what we discussed in the policy committee is that the intention behind that resolution is to allow a bit of a runway for the administrative staff to be able to actually implement this and not be immediately violating it the minute the board adopts it. And the language on that is right now purely in draft form, but we may beef that up a little bit, but that's the purpose for that in there. First, I would note that there was a typographical issue on page 2 of 5, number 6, I believe it was. Is that right, Matt? You'll see that that's in red as if that's an addition. That's just a typographical error. The only addition was the "and" on the previous subsection there, number 5, and then we just inadvertently had that additional. That language that you see in 6 was original to the policy as it stands now without board taking action. So I just wanted to point that out. Additionally, I just want to point out too, there were some comments tonight about House Bill 3979 and this belief that this policy would somehow immediately be illegal and would be forcing teachers to teach controversial subjects. That's not what this policy addresses. You have a separate set of policies that deal with curriculum adoption, and the curriculum that you adopt as a board, as a school district, that is what we require teachers to teach, is the curriculum. And 3979 deals with the curriculum that we are requiring teachers to teach. Policy EH, EHA, and the subsequent policies, that whole body of policies, all deal with curriculum adoption. This is about instructional resources, which is a separate topic altogether. And it doesn't have anything to do with what we're requiring teachers to teach. This policy deals with what is our criteria for selecting those instructional resources that are used in addition to curriculum or jointly with curriculum. It also addresses how we deal with any type of complaint or request to review those materials if somebody believes that they're inappropriate. I'd also point out that the purpose behind this particular policy as well, and the work that we did on it, was focusing on the issues of the, excuse me, is focusing on material that the public found particularly objectionable. And we did struggle with how do you draw a bright line, because one person's viewpoint of objectionable is not the same as another person's, and we need to consider the entire community. Excuse me. The last thing I'll point out is that on EMB, we had some questions related to concerns potentially that this was going to be new restrictions on teachers and their ability to do their job, which I would argue is actually not the case. We already had EMB in place. In fact, it's something that gets sent out before every election to remind teachers of their legal obligations and their ethical obligations under their licensure when it comes to partisan topics, et cetera. The committee, I should couch this as this is my opinion, but I think in general the committee agreed that what we did was really clarify that language, make it much simpler to understand. There's not really any substantive change to that particular policy, and so I just wanted to address that concern right out of the gate in case that were an issue this evening. Other than that, I will say this was one that it was very difficult to work through these issues and to really think through them. I think that there probably will be some questions this evening. Some of you have already posed a couple questions to me directly. And I have Matt and Jennifer here to help address those and to address them publicly so that our community at large understands what we're doing and what our intention is behind this policy.
Sean, I'll just echo comments from earlier. To the extent that Helene may need to audit anything, let's just get her a copy of language, and Holly as well. Let us know if there's any changes before our next meeting. Board members, questions?
So on page 5, number 5, one of the speakers tonight actually, I thought made a really good point. 4 parents from campuses serving that grade level, going to 5 parents. That way, when it comes down to a decision, there is a majority. I'm not saying I thought that was a great suggestion for number 5.
Jim, the other thing that would do is it would give us an odd number rather than having a committee made up of an even number, which may be beneficial in the long run as well as you're talking about topics.
I would like to add that I would prefer that the majority be educators. I think it's important we have parent voice on there, but ultimately I think educators, we've got to trust our educators and trust the people that have made this career choice. And so I think it's really important that that the majority lies with educators on there. I don't think they have a policy that's outlining, all of those other things so that we're not in that situation. And I just think it's real important that we're trusting our educators and trusting that the career path that they've selected and their background to make those to make that decision, and then parents still ultimately hold the decision for their child. You know, that ultimately any parent can at that point say, my kid's not going to read that selection. And every parent has that choice. But I think for that committee, it's really important that that majority lies with our educators.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I think my point was, to the speaker's point, having an odd number so that there's not a deadlock. I just thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, as I recall, the speaker's point was to have a majority parents. Wasn't so much about the number, but you know, I think it doesn't matter a ton where the superintendent or designee appoints the committee members. So, you know, I think in any event in that situation, the parents aren't necessarily representative, or you know, I don't know how to make that kind of a neutral or representative committee necessarily. The other thing I was going to say is, Sean, in your opening remarks, you talked a little bit about 3979 really being applicable to curriculum, not so much to this section and these materials. I guess I would ask you to think about that again in light of the definition on page 1 of instructional resources, which, as we talked about before in our committee discussions, is rather inclusive. It's hard to contemplate curricular materials that are not named there by specific inclusion, right? And so I think it's important that we consider this in the context of that new bill. And I think we need to be very conscientious about its potential impacts. So just a thought in terms of that specific language around instructional resources.
So I will give that a second look. Again, I recognize that this includes textbooks, all that kind of stuff, but a textbook is not a curriculum. A curriculum is really, and I'm going to start speaking way out of my depth here, but a curriculum is the backbone of a scope and sequence and expectations of what you're going to teach. And a textbook, it just happens to be a resource in order to deliver that curriculum. Am I getting that right? Let me see if that passes.
I do have a thought that maybe could bridge this. And just maybe, I've been thinking about it since it got brought up during public comment. And so I'm wondering on, as we look at the page 2 of 5 and the 6 components that we would have currently or on the proposed draft, in selection of instructional resources, professional staff shall ensure that the resources, and we've got some stuff there. I'm thinking maybe we could look at some verbiage, an additional line item like a number 7 that would say, ensure that the resources are aligned and in compliance with all local, state, and federal laws and policies, or something to that effect. I mean, I think we would want that to be true anyway, so I don't know that that would tie our hands to put that in policy. I think that would actually provide some assurances to our stakeholders.
I think that could be helpful. I was actually going to look at 3979's language. Under H3, it reads, for any social studies course in the required curriculum. So the language is a little foggier, right? It doesn't say the curriculum, it says a course in the required curriculum, right? And then it goes on to outline, you know, topics and behaviors and so on. So I think tying too closely to the word curriculum is potentially dangerous, because I think the statute's potentially broader.
Board members, any other questions? Okay. All right, if y'all have, this item is also on our agenda for approval at our next meeting. So if you have any questions between now and then, please ask our team. Of course, please, I'm going to need y'all to kind of monitor. If y'all get something broad, please make sure you get it out to all the board. Any changes, make sure we get that as well. Of course, it'll be in board book, but just kind of keep us in the loop as we move forward. Anything else?
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your
right.
time. And again, thank you to the policy committee members and the tremendous amount of time they put into this.
Thank you.
I'm a little jealous about all the time you spent with the equity group, but hey, I thought we had you all to ourselves now. Great work. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Something had triggered my mind, and I know that Dr. Gehring says this, and I know board members say it, and we've all said it indirectly, but it would be remiss without saying, I was just thinking about the work our teachers have put in during a COVID year, and now what an interesting year, and yet they're still excited, which is really cool. I think that is just a huge shout out, of course, to our teaching and learning team and to administration and to our teachers. I am so thankful for their dedication and for what will be an unusual year, but I also know that they are there, and I keep going back to our core beliefs where it's our life changers. We'll be empowering students to own their own learning. So thank you to our teachers. We will be moving on to our closed session, board members. It is 12:21 for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel, public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, internal audit report regarding personnel information, and Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of the high school athletic coordinator, head football coach for Glenn High School. There will be no action taken in closed session. We will return to open session for any motions. Thank you. All right. Board members, it is 12:50 a.m. and the board is returning to open session. Board members, do you have any motions related to closed session agenda items?
No. Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of the Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim, a second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Brandon Krauskoff for athletic coordinator for Glen High School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies contract Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Jim, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I have 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. All right, board members, we have had an amazing agenda. And if anybody had asked me, I might have said we weren't going to get done at 6 a.m. Y'all did a lot of work. Thank you so much. Without objection, then, if there aren't any other objections, we're going to go ahead and adjourn at 12:51.